I can't wait to.
All right, let's pan over here real quick. Hungar shirt proudly displayed. Hello, everybody. My name is Bruce. I have my friends and players off to the side here. Absent today, our friend Connell, the Cigar DM, will be in Missouri tending to family matters. If you got some spare time or positive thoughts, throwing them his way would be much appreciated by his family. I don't think the quote unquote the worst is going to happen or is happening, but it still would be nice to throw some that direction. Dude's one of ours. As much as I kind of ripped him a new one on Thursday night. I still love him like a brother. So, and that's not going to change. So, aside from that, with me today is the Crafting Gamer.
Hello, I'll have my camera on as soon as my headlamp is charged.
That's fair. Then we have Six Nations, 31 Kings.
Hello.
Then Janet from another planet, who just recently caused a testosterone spike, and you, lucky viewers, will be able to see that when she releases it. And then we have, as the bottom here, is our friend Lady One Gaming.
What up?
How are you today, sir?
Good.
Good. Last week played. The last time we did this, I was having a lot of tech difficulties. For the moment, what I'm going to be doing is on game day, I'll just be setting up the PC in here and running everything over to the camera. There's my VDU. Miniature shelves. Don't make me empty it just to prove a point. That's all I ask. Here's you guys. And plug for the Grand Duchy of Ream by Frog God Games. We are adventuring around the Grand Duchy of Ream. You were deposited about 60 miles away from the city. And as you started walking, what you felt was the correct direction, which after about 6 or 7 minutes, you ascertain you're walking in a northwesterly direction. And you continue for about a day to where you find yourself at a nice little hillock. And you find a spot where numerous others before you have camped before, because there's lots of signs that horses have been here, and you can find the areas where they've scattered the ashes from their burn pits. And while you're preparing, that's when you see that there's looks like a group of individuals on horseback approaching from the east. And you're kind of worried, but then you think about it for a moment and you realize that this area is patrolled by a lot of lore clans, a lot of different families that are nomadic in their general disposition. And they set up their campsite on another hill about 2 miles away. And as the darkness is falling, you guys hurry yourselves and prepare your camp. And that's when you notice that one of them enters your location. He's accompanied by a dwarf. About maybe 30 feet away from you guys. And he announces himself like, "Hello, friendly." The dwarf has a crossbow slung across his back, but looks like he has a couple contraptions on him. What are you guys doing?
Does anything look familiar, like company colors or city colors or emblems? Or they just look like random travelers? Do they look like they're, heading a caravan or a messenger team?
It looks like they're a war client. They're one of the representatives of one of the numerous nomadic bands that is around this area. They're generally friendly to merchants and such. There's not a lot of reputation they have for bamboozling adventuring or mercenaries. Um, they don't seem to be taking in a lot of details. They're just kind of getting the numbers that you guys have, as Korak hasn't gotten out of his weapon and armor yet, and Thomas and Roberto are still armed with their bows. They don't seem to be making any sudden moves. Hello?
Hmm.
Um,
Well met.
we camped about 2 miles away. You guys can see our campsite from there.
Mhm.
If you want safety in numbers, we're going to invite you over there. If not, you can stay here. That's fine. But we saw you were taking point on the guild campsite. We didn't want you to have any thoughts or fears about us. We're over there, and if you need anything, you can stay with us overnight.
Can
You
I?
are on the. Go ahead.
I was going to ask. Can I do a detect magic on them
Yeah.
to see whether or not they're like using a spell to make them look different than what they are, or anything like that?
Sure, you can do that.
So what do I have to do to do that one? Do I
You
have to
just
roll my
tell me
dice?
you're detecting magic.
Okay, I'm gonna mark that off.
Both of them recognize that as you do a momentary gesture, and for just a second, your hands flare up with some bluish little motes.
Okay.
They must be practiced spell slingers or at least knowledgeable about magic, because they recognize that you're using a divination.
Mhm.
This guy, the archer, his bow is definitely magical. The crossbow and the dwarf is definitely magical. The helmet the dwarf has got some magic about it as well. The boots that the bowman has, they're magical.
Can I tell by them that they're magical? But can I tell whether it's an evil, like a nefarious magic or not? Or can I not detect the difference?
After a few seconds, you can't really see like a nefarious aura to it. None of them go outside of the standard greenish aura, which is like an enhancement, an enchantment type of dreamer, which is usually cast upon them.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'd like to say hello to everybody in chat. Thank you for being here today. For those of you that are mods in my chat, I appreciate you being here. If there's anything that people need in the chat that the mods take care of while I focus on game, that's great. Do appreciate everybody stopping by. And if you guys want to watch a game, I'll be here for about 8 to 10 hours tonight.
Well,
Hello.
I'm going to tell, without being overly dramatic or anything, I want to tell the rest of my group that they do have magic bow and arrows and about their weapons and stuff that I saw, so they would know.
And I'm going to advertise myself in a friendly manner, gesture towards them, wave and say, well met. While I'm at it, I'm going to lean over to Quinn and ask him what he thinks of this whole situation. Should we consider their offer, or should we keep our distance? Like, it's kind of up in the air right now.
I can go either way.
I think we should, because we don't know what's going on with everyone else. And maybe if we do hang out with them a little bit, they'll trust us enough to maybe share any information that they might have about anything else that's going on that we don't know about. That's just my
All right.
part of it.
I'm game.
Bruce,
fine
do
with that, yeah.
their motives seem clean and legit?
Yeah,
I mean, so
they-
far it seems that way. I'm just
you're not getting a feeling like they're trying to bullshit you or lie to you. Most lore clans that are around this area, you recognize as they are just kind of like a thing that they do. That's how they exist. And they'll go from place to place, hunter gatherer, and they typically will involve themselves in honest trade. A lot of the guilds that are not a lot of guilds, a lot of companies will actually use the lore clans as muscle. If they need, like, if they're doing a sensitive haul, they grab them and use them. But
So
these
basically,
guys
like
can-
your porters or your maybe impromptu security, what have you, doing menial tasks.
very much so.
Okay.
well. Once my fears are laid, the initial suspiciousness wears off. I just, well met, and sure, dinner's on you guys. Let's go.
We're
You
hungry.
invite someone to your fire, you invite them to dinner, correct?
So as you head back with them, after about 20 minutes of packing your gear again and getting everything ready to go, they lead you back through the darkness to the well-lit campsite of about 12 or 15, about 15 campfires.
So it's a pretty big group.
Yeah, it is.
That's good.
Lots of families roaming around.
You have a new person in the chat, Bruce.
I do.
Yeast infection, Jeremy. Oh my goodness.
Look out, he's spreading. Don't touch him. Hey, Jeremy, how you doing, bud?
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Bruce, about what time is it?
About maybe 7:30, 8 o'clock at night. It's well past dark. By the
New and
time you
improved Jeremy.
say again?
New and improved Jeremy.
So you arrive, and about 6, 7 of their people will stand up and welcome you. Hello. Welcome to Clan Mylar Camp. You're the Mylars. They all pretty much say, a lot of us are getting our foods ready, so they're not gonna pile over here and ambush you, give you giant hugs, and force you to go through some familial blessing. But 6 of us will be more than happy to entertain you, or at least ask questions politely. This campsite over here, nobody has claimed it as of yet, and we have a few logs we've already thrown on the coals if you so choose.
Thank you. Appreciate
They
it.
help you get some of the things down from your horses, although most people don't do that because I don't want to touch your stuff because I don't want you to accuse me of stealing.
Mhm.
They're mostly pretty almost gregarious, but they do hold you at arm's length at a lot of things, and they try not to get directly in your face on quite a bit of it. As you're
Is he attractive?
yeah, looks like a young Viggo Mortensen.
Okay. Well, I'm definitely going to make sure he knows that I appreciate everything they've done for us with a nice warm fire and something to eat.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll grab a wineskin, take a chug from it, hand it off to him.
He pulls his own flask off of his hip and he takes a swig from that and he offers to trade with you. As he shares with you, some sort of red wine. It's got a pretty good bite to it, but it definitely goes down very smooth after the initial pop. It's almost like somebody just didn't really process the strawberries that much, and you're having this very obvious fruit wine, and wow, that's really good. Like you weren't expecting that. He has a pull from yours, and he says, "Aha! How long have you lived in Ream?"
All my life.
Huh. We've been out here upon the plains and numerous other parts of this area for almost the same. It's just tradition for us here. We've been in this area for over 180 years. Right now we have 74 in our number, and we're headed to Ream. We do have some items that we want to sell, so hopefully the markets will be kind to us.
I can respect that.
About
I hope they're kind to him.
For flavoring my meal, I take one of my softball-sized pieces of salt and kind of scrape some off with my knife. Purposely in front of people so they all can see it.
One of the Lore Clan members, the dwarf, says, "That's pretty impressive. Where'd you get that?"
We were shanghaied by a giant to rescue his dog. One of the things he had was living salt and pepper shakers, and I stole some of his salt.
I've not heard of Shanghai in many, many moons. Terrible fate. Oh God. So you were at a giant location and you had a melon-sized piece of salt to grab. Good man.
Would you like one? I have a couple more.
I would not want to have it given to me, but just a matter of honor, I would pay you 3 silvers for it if you would be so kind.
Sounds good. I pull one that I haven't used yet out of my pocket and hand it to him and take the silver.
Vigo looks at that and he says, "Wow, that's you have to hand that."
Hey, Bruce.
Yes, sir.
The Vigo guy. Would we assume by the way he's acting if he's basically in charge of the group?
He's tells you, he says, "I'm just one of the Lore Clan elders here. There's 3 of us total that we run our group, but the other 2 are tending to everybody else and their needs. I'll be here with you and be within earshot until we depart in the afternoon."
Mm-hmm.
Since everyone's, I'm assuming winded down for the night, before we go to bed, if we can kind of loosen this up a little, I'd ask him if I could provide some entertainment. If he was fine with it, I'd, go into a performance, not like loud, just kind of like background music, especially if people are drinking, kind of encourage people to relax. Since I know it's the end of the day, unless I'm thinking I'm about to get ambushed, I might cast like dancing lights, just kind of pay back their hospitality, but also distract them and hopefully relax them for the rest of the party if they're having conversations that maybe would loosen their tongue.
They immediately, as you start to play your instruments, one of them pulls out a drum and the other one pulls out a flute. And so you're joined. Go ahead and give me a perform check if you could.
Hold on a second. 91 plus 40. So what's that? 131.
All right. Well, they're immediately taken aback by your ability to play. They having a professional out here roaming the plains is not normal. The drummer, when he first starts off, he has the skill and technicality of Pantera drummer Vinnie Paul. Vinnie Paul was a good drummer, but he wasn't technical, nor was he crisp. He was kind of sloppy. I'm just going to say, his live performances didn't equal his studio work. But after the first 12 or 15 seconds, he finds his rhythm, and he's able to get in tune with you and the flute player, the flutist. And for about 20 minutes, the three of you have this little jam session where you guys are first playing a song which was common to the pubs of Ream. And you go into the interlude, which is supposed to follow it. And then the final portion of it, one of the ladies from the Lore Clans, she gets up and she starts to sing. She's not a young lady. She's kind of like Raquel Welch about 5 minutes before she died.
Oh,
I'm not being mean.
that's terrible.
I'm just saying she's got some time on it. And she gets out there and you guys are playing your tunes and having a good time. She sings a final aria, which is actually part of a play. It's about the Lore Clans of the of the North Marches when they went back into the territory of the other Marchdukes back in 1557. And it's basically about how the Lore Clans were helping this area develop its own identity through warfare. But at one point, the Lore Clans had to be wrangled a hold of. They had, there was a couple families involved with various groups that they had to go out and pull like the 5,000 nomads in the area as part of another legion of cavalry, which, by the way, that's one of the reasons why this place speaks the languages it does, because of Lore Clans. But she helps you guys finish with quite a flourish. Like I said, she helps you finish with quite a flourish. I just rolled a fucking 100 on a D100. So
Wow, that's good, right?
She does she equals you on your ability to play. She's that good of a singer, and afterwards you have the applause of about everyone here. About that same time, somebody decides we need drink. And so they start tapping some of the shipped wine that they were going to try to sell, but that was just too good. The Mylars completely tell you, like, excuse us, stringed instrument player, what is your name?
Quinn Asher.
Quinn. You have completely blown apart any fear we had, because you know this song, you know the notes to it, you know the introduction, you know the interlude, and you gave our lovely Rachel the ability to showcase the voice which she has been bequeathed by her grandmother and her mothers before her, and she passed down to her daughters. About that same time, you see that there's, in the crowd that's massed behind you guys, there's three daughters that look kind of like her, but not as wrinkly. I mean, she's still really beautiful. It's just that when you see her in the firelight, and like when I say she's a wrinkle factory, I'm not trying to be laughable. I'm saying
She's
like,
got that old lady beauty.
she does. She's when she sings, like you forget she's 90.
Gilf.
You completely forget she's 90 when she sings. She doesn't twerk or anything, but she can belt out the tune, and she can definitely make you guys feel as if you're at a college again when the bards have their moot. And this is pretty impressive way that she was able to do that. And then afterwards, she steps back, and one of her sons helps her go sit down by her own fire, and they seem to be really engaged and happy that you're there. We didn't feel that we would have this much of an evening's blessing upon us as darkness fell. Thank you so much for coming here and being with us tonight. Are you hungry?
Yes, I'm starving, but I want to thank you guys for letting us, hang out with you and give us a place where we can feel relaxed and not be afraid to get a good night's rest.
Most of the time, when you see us a few miles away with our 10 to a dozen fires, we're doing what comes naturally to us. We will keep an eye on you, but most importantly, we're going to keep an eye on our family within our sight and make sure that they don't incur the wrath of the angry god of luck or some ill fate. We feel like this is definitely not something we were thinking about. About the same time, you guys noticed that Vigo, he's had a cup. He drifts over to your Isabel, and he says, "Are you a woman who enjoys wine, or do you enjoy the taste of beer?"
I like wine.
That's what I brought. And he
Good.
hands his mug to his brother, who then takes the mug back away. And a couple of the ladies come on by, and they sit down, and they make pleasant company, which I'm going to allow you guys just to have a fade to black session. If you just want to say like, and we talked all night by the fire, that's great. If you want to have like a complete like Team America World Police sex scene complete with scat, go ahead.
Well, what I was wanting to do is get comfortable enough while we're eating our meal and ask a few questions about our journey and if they know anything about where we're going and why we're going there, about the people we're looking for, right? Since they seem like they might know something. Why not investigate? What do you guys think? You think we should ask
up
them?
north, where the trouble is brewing with the silver mines, the dwarves would know, what clan is running the operation. Maybe they have more intel than what we got. So yeah, let's start hitting them up for whatever rumors and information we can glean.
Yeah.
Yes, and unlike Connell and most of his characters, I'm definitely of the I want to get to know you, so there's some sort of connection before sex.
Okay.
Me too. I mean, he's cute and flirting with him is great, but
I want to get to know you before I stab you in the face.
I just want to find out any information we might learn from these people since they've been around. We don't know where exactly they've been and what they might have heard.
Well, there is supposedly to the north. There's a couple diamond mines that are used by a collegiate arcanium, and they're in a mountain region called the Deep Fells. You're talking about going on the other side of the West Marches into the frontier lands, and you're you're not going on a small trip. You're going on something that's going to take you physically maybe a year to get there. But the diamond mines that have been in so many Bard's Tales and Lore Masters discussions as of late, these have been under a lot of scrutiny. Supposedly there's a dragon that's involved. The way we heard about it was there was a family in Tanner's Green that they were working for the guild in a third party fashion. And when people talk about third party, a lot of times they're not really talking about it from a favorable stance. A lot of people around the city will talk about the guilds, and you can tell their persuasion by how they talk about the guilds, because a lot of times when the guild moves in, it pretty much completely levels the market. And what I mean by level the market, I mean like it'll set up bare bones pricing. It will offer very little in terms of base services, but all other services that it offers are triplicate in price.
Mm-hmm.
And so the sales guys will go out and they completely gut what they get into. And one of the reasons is that the Trade Coasters Guild is ran by Samuel Walton, and he is proficient at going into an area, setting up shop, and closing down mom and pop stores. But they're not as widespread as they'd like to believe, and therefore there's still plenty of wiggle room in the frontier areas, and where they're talking about you're going on a trip to the north area, and you're going to go, if you're talking about going into the deep fells, that's over 900 miles away. And the diamond mine that is in reference there, it's basically like the brightest spot on the map if you're a miner. If you're a dwarf, that's like where you want to go and work, because you know you can put in 20 years of work there and come out a very rich man or woman, and you're going to have shoulders and arms that can sustain you the rest of your life. Started playing Dwarf Fortress lately and didn't realize how much being a miner bulks up your character. Holy shit, my characters are badasses now. Okay.
Good times.
Yeah.
And you got a lot of diamonds.
Well, the diamonds aren't yours, but you work when you work there, you're working for them. So anything, if you keep a diamond and they find out that you've embezzled your work,
But what about the diamond dust you get all over you?
The diamond dust is actually magically cleaned off your body. I know that sounds crazy, but it's literally they take your clothing, they will have you naked, they will give you a place to hold on to while they buffet you with a gust of wind and make sure all the dust is off.
Okay.
Then when you're done, you're paid in gold, not silver.
Okay. Well, that's good.
So, at least
your effort, like you're going to bust your ass for it. It's like working in an oil rig. You're going to lose weeks at a time doing this job, but when you come out of it, you're paid like a pharaoh. Work like a Hebrew
by the
slave,
end of your life, by the time you retire, it's a pretty good living, and you're healthy because of it.
You're going to earn every bit of it.
Yeah, you earn every bit of it, and you've got to have a cleric friend to keep your lungs blasted clean. Otherwise, you do develop black lung.
Oh, okay.
If you go into some of these areas, the underground environments have been known to kill human miners pretty easily. Elves don't fuck with it. Dwarves go in, and they have their own physiology. Their bodies are suited for it, but they still need to have a cleric rid them of the toxins they inhale every week. A lot of that comes out during their church services too.
Kind of reminds me of that movie of the dwarves under the mountain. What was that short film? But they had
I don't think I've
Yeah.
seen that one.
dwarven ability to breathe tainted air that would normally kill a human.
Mhm.
Pretty cool bit of lore. Anyway, that was a bit meta.
So, do we get any information that we might think is
Yeah,
useful?
I give you that as like an introduction.
Okay.
The information they're willing to give you is like they tell you that you'll need to go to a place called Tanner's Green to investigate the family name they give you.
Green, as in the color.
Yeah, hold on. Let me pull up my notes real quick.
Okay, because I'm trying to write some notes. The diamond mines,
Same here.
Tanner's Green.
The only negative to streaming to a television is you lose your borders.
Mm-hmm.
If you use an HDMI cable, you know what I'm talking about.
Now the thing is, Max Thompson, they're not so much deadly as that's what dwarvens use to create their explosives.
What, the diamond dust?
No, he said
they're
dwarven parts.
I thought
Why-
the diamond dust
Why
was
would the
used for,
dwarf's farts be so deadly? I mean, what is it they eat that makes it that way?
Dwarves eat mostly meat.
So a
Super
carnivore-
concentrated.
a methane bomb. Okay, I'm learning a lot of things I didn't know about dwarves. Okay,
Boiled eggs and ale. Enough said.
so basically, we changed our diets. We could become lethal ourselves.
Yep.
I think that's funny.
Just remember, Janet, skunks create a stink. Dragons create fire. Humans who eat Taco Bell produce both.
Huh? Yep. It's small amounts.
I don't want to be around when Janet eats Taco Bell. Her body is so pure. She tries to keep it like a temple, so she would eat that, and it would be just.
I like Taco Bell, believe it or not. I love their crunchy taco supremes.
Oh, so do I. I just got to be careful how much Taco Bell I eat.
Well, I only make sure I get like 1 or 2 tacos. That's it. But
Yeah.
they're good.
I miss the original burrito supremes and the fancy foil wrapper.
I missed
I
the
just got all
chili.
nostalgic.
I've never liked burritos. I don't know why, but I like crunchy shelled tacos. They're good.
Yeah, once a year, if I eat Taco Bell, it'll be one of those like $5 packs of crunchy tacos.
But that's something I would actually like to establish a pattern with the group. Is that if we're in like a safe environment like this, or even if we're questioning it,
Mhm.
if I can pull off some entertainment to distract, to free the rest of the party up for conversations, information gathering, if it allows me to like wander through a small camp, with perception checks, like basically lower people's guard and let us either
Relax everyone.
find out what's and
Get
see
everyone
if give us
relax.
information, or if they mean us harm, maybe drop their guard. Just something or perhaps Lemmy needs to borrow something off of somebody without asking. If they're too busy watching me perform, maybe he can get a little boost to that, so on and so forth.
I think it's a great
Something I
idea.
think would benefit us as a group.
Mhm.
The old rogue logic. Well, one of us, yeah. Well, I don't mind, and I figured as long as one of us is
Burglar,
reasonable.
go burgle something.
Well, I mean, it's the magician's trick. Hey, look over here.
Well, the bad thing
over
is,
there.
I'd rather him not steal anything as if he can help it, because that would might make them look down upon us, and if we bump into him again, they won't let us stay with them because someone stole from them.
No, I didn't mean for this group, but
No,
if
I
there's
know, but
something
I'm
we
just
have to get our hands-
reminding our little guy that likes to take things that don't belong to him to please not do it to this group because we might need them in the future. Because
Well,
remember,
just because
this
he's
is
a
gonna be
rogue
a
doesn't
long-
automatically make him
This is going to be a long trip,
sorry.
and we're going to
Well, just
we might need them later.
I ain't
Just
gonna
'cause he's
do
a rogue
nothing
doesn't
that's gonna get me
automatically
killed.
make him a thief.
Good. That's all I want. I just wanted to let you know. I trust you more than I do them, but I'm just trying to give you a heads up. I think it would be in our favor in the long run.
I do not fuck with dwarves. Dwarves will not fuck with me. I'm cool with that.
So here you are in the city of Ream area.
Mm-hmm.
You're about right where my hand is, right there.
Yeah.
Not too far from the tradeway, about maybe 50 foot off the tradeway. Every hex is 50 miles.
Good lord.
Wow.
So
A lot of hex.
you go through Quell Valley. And here's the Deep Fells. The place you're wanting to get to is Tanner's Green. I don't
Now,
know.
where on that map is those diamond mines? If you don't mind showing me.
Over
Excuse me.
here. Bless you.
Okay.
Not too far from Elsenwood, because the dwarves and the elves had initially set up like a small trade encampment over here.
Mm-hmm.
And where you have like the woodlands areas, like you do have settlements of various, you'll have a lot of different elven communities that are like 500 people or less in the woods. And the mountainous areas, the dwarves have their own cities set up. But you need, if you want to talk to somebody, you're gonna have to go to Tanner's Green, because that's where the Droskafar, not Droskafar, that's where the
And do we have a name for that contact we're supposed to meet?
The name that you need in Tanner's Green is, the family is Dorn. Wilhelm Dorn is the name.
Wilhelm Dorn?
Yep. And whatever you do, don't go to the Tower of Jedofar right here. You'll die.
So he's the person we're supposed to be looking for when we get there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He has the information you want about the mines and the deep fells. Which is kind of weird because I've got 2 campaigns I'm running, and the threads from this campaign are kind of influencing the high-level game I'm running. Just to give you an idea of what type of world they have set up, I'll let you see this here. Tanner's Green is a small
Well, this is that Tanner's Green information? Is that in the Discord?
No. I can copy and paste it though, if you would.
Because I like to print stuff out just for reference. I mean, I know it may sound dumb to somebody, but I just like having notes that I can go back and look at and see if there's anything in it that we might need later.
Janet, any good gamer will tell you notes are valuable. So
Okay, well,
You're good.
I had no idea for anybody because I've never seen anybody have notes before. I'm just saying, I like them. I'm always hounding Bruce for stuff.
Keep in mind, Janet's never played at a table aside from her desk. So
okay.
Who the hell is mentioning that they should shave female dwarves?
Are you sure you want to?
I think somebody said shave, but I don't know who. It says, wow, they don't shave or something.
all right,
trying to
Janet,
get-
Well,
you
my
have
game's
your-
female dwarves don't.
Sorry, what? What'd you
the
say?
information of Tanner's Green is inside.
Okay, I see it now. I'm gonna print it. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Sorry about that, Bruce.
Sir.
Oh, for taking over you.
Say again?
I was just saying sorry for talking over you.
Oh, you're good.
that all the blue I needed?
Tree Rock Creation says an orange juice thing. I don't want to say fetish, so I don't want to attract the Japanese people. Let them sleep. It's very early in Japanese culture right now. Let me sleep. It's Saturday. Tree Rock is British. Wow. Way to insult somebody's teeth, Jeremy. I'm just joking. If it wasn't a stereotype, it wouldn't be funny. Okay.
Uh-oh,
So-
we lost somebody.
Yeah, we lost Six Nations.
Yeah, he does have that occasional Idaho nat. All right. So once he logs back in, you guys, as the night continues on, what else would you want to know within reason, or what answers are you looking for?
What do they know about the tower that we first walked past when we started the game?
What do you know about what?
The tower that we fought the goblins at when we first started the game.
The that you're talking about the Shadowed Keep.
Yeah.
You haven't heard much about that. Other people haven't really mentioned much of that to you. If you want, when you get into Ream, you could discuss that with somebody and see if you could find answers there when you get into town. If you go to the assessor's office, they'll be more than happy to discuss that with you, I'm sure.
Okay, cool.
What about were we able to pick up anything about the typical journey that someone would encounter? Weather patterns, creatures, threats.
Yeah. Do any of them? Does anyone in this group think that we might encounter something that's way out of our league,
That's a very good possibility.
like a dragon, or anything that they feel that we won't be able to, overpower or be able to beat? And if they do, where would they think it might be on our journey so that we can try to bypass that area?
Yeah. Okay.
You know what I mean?
Here
Like
in the
take a
plains,
side trail.
here in the plains, we don't really have dragon flights that we have to worry about so much. Usually, those are foretold beforehand, and we do have the ability to give people food, items, gifts, tribute, if in case there is a necessity or something's going on and we're unable to find the answers we really are looking for. What we want to have is we want to make sure that we stay alive. We want to have a long life. So the last thing we want to do is possibly go out into an area where a large scaly beast that belches fire or acid would be lurking and waiting to collect our goods and services and chomp our bits. So we haven't, on the plains, we haven't dealt with a dragon for not since we've arrived here, not since we developed into this.
Mm-hmm. Okay. No, I'm trying to think of anything else.
Weather,
about
rain.
Hazardous terrains or anything like darn, I can't remember what that word is that you sink into the ground. What is that called?
Quicksand.
Quicksand or anything like that?
When I was a young boy, all the tales, every hero and every tale I ever listened to, if there was more than 3 stories in a hero's journals or adventures, one of them always had a situation where he had to encounter quicksand, and he had to do everything he could to stay out of it because it would otherwise take him down and drown him. But that was only in the tales, because as an adult, I've never had encountered quicksand ever. And I am so disappointed. I know the secret. I don't let it get to my elbows. I won't let it take my arms. I'll keep my arms above the quicksand and I'll dog paddle, just like the great man of the bat showed me and his young friend the sparrow. And they escaped quicksand. And then there was also the time where there was a shipwrecked crew on an island, and there was quicksand there, but they never got claimed by the quicksand. In fact, the young lady, I believe her name is Ginger or Marianne, one of those two, they encountered quicksand, but yet they lived. Quicksand is not the threat as an adult that I expected it to be as a child. I think they used to tell stories of quicksand to kids so that would keep kids on the property away from, like, the dangerous things, like don't go in the woods. There's quicksand there. Let me tell you about quicksand and the time it ate up an entire army of people. No, that's never. I've never had to deal with it. So disappointed in quicksand. Hey, climbing that mountain.
Add a game real quick. The Indiana Jones reference of dry sand is actually true, though. But they aren't usually huge pockets that could swallow armies.
Okay. David? I'm unaware of Indiana Jones and dry sand. So if you want to entertain
quick explanation. Sure. The quick explanation is that sand manages to create a small pocketed dome, a hole beneath itself, and then as soon as enough weight comes on top of it, that sand starts sinking on itself. Under the right circumstances, it's not that bad. You can get yourself out. But if basically you put enough pressure to cause a void collapse, you're going to sink like a stone, because now you've gone from an air bubble to straight up a collapsing void. This is usually caused by a watery sand area, or once was quicksand, having a big air bubble come up and then the sand dry out.
That sounds treacherous. We will keep our eyes open for this dry sand.
Especially if it gets in your pants. Good.
Well, that's got to be even worse for a woman.
One of the ladies says nothing's worse. I hate sand. It gets in all your cracks and crevices. And
in your mouth.
It's dry, hot. The other girl agrees with her. I don't like sand either.
Oh. Trying to keep it PG.
With that, the girls pass around a bag of wine and share with some of their Lore Clan friends. And you guys notice that the ladies of the Lore Clan seem to be gravitating around you. You don't really think that, like, you guys are, quote unquote model material. You're not, like, super hot. Like, well, there is Quinn, he's a charisma machine. But these women seem to be, like, manipulating their spatial relationships to where they're within easy arm's reach of you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Must be the leather breeches.
Every woman wants a man with fuzzy boots. Every woman wants to. Go ahead, Janet.
I said maybe it's the tight pants that the guys are wearing.
I'm wearing flowing robes, so I don't know what they might see in me.
Okay, well, some of the clothes on these guys look like pants underneath their.
One of the ladies goes up to Mongoose and says, "I like a man that knows how to overdress and be modest. Nobody wants a barbarian in bed." Well, one of the other girls is like, "Excuse me." Okay, most civilized women don't want a barbarian in bed. Strangely enough, there is a sizable portion of the Lore Clan males that are at their own camps, but they're at their own fires. But you can see that they look like Jason Momoa. And they are single until they find themselves a 105-pound young waif of a woman with easily grabbable boobs from behind. Did I mention that? Did I mention I actually liked the first episode of Game of Thrones? Okay.
With their rough hands.
Yeah.
Their rough hands are all rough. They're not soft.
That's the only thing about being in my trade I hate, because I'm so crappy and dirty all the time. I have to use a balm that smooths my hands out. More for my feet than my hands, though. I have dry cracked feet. Okay, so if you guys are done kind of making small talk or chit chatting, that's fine. If you still have more questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. Although, as the hours wear towards midnight, the ladies get more and more close, as like you'll see people move towards like the wood to go grab wood for the fire, and you can tell that the sisters, the daughters of Rachel, give them an angry glance, like, "Don't fuck this up for me. We don't encounter strangers enough, Tom."
Maybe one of them wants to join our team and go for a trip.
Oh, she wants to go for a trip. She just wants to go for a very local one.
Well,
I'm just thinking Enter the Dragon. If I've forgotten anybody, I apologize. It's been a long day.
yeah, if it's almost midnight, I'm probably pretty getting tired.
Your voice is already getting nasally, and it sounds like you're being bombarded by your allergies, which have no chill whatsoever. We feel sorry for Isabella at 10 o'clock every night when she still tries to stay awake and finish her rest for wine, and she comes out and she's barely able to talk, and you can see her eyes getting all puffy, and she's beautiful, but at the same time you realize like you need to sleep before the allergies get you really good.
Yep.
Vigo, he says, before you get in your bedroll, I really appreciate the time that you were able to give us, and the answers that you seek, I hope you find. I have a question, Isabel.
Yes.
Tawny, one of my cousins.
Mm-hmm.
She's really taken a shine to Thomas, your archer.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any valuables to trade for her?
I don't know. We'd have to talk to him to see if he's willing to trade anything for her. Because I don't have anything. Everything I have is I need for the journey.
Okay, that's fair.
Do they have scroll material? I have scribe scroll.
So the night falls. Those of you that wanted to pair up. You have your own mental image of how that goes down. I'm not rolling die rolls to see how good people perform. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's good.
It's
not
only
rolling
like
dice.
it's only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I have standards.
I thought you said it was midnight.
If it was
I don't
after
want to waste
7,
my lucky dice roll.
if it was after 7 p.m. right now, I'd be more than happy to be like, "Oh, you guys decide to get wild and woolly. Let's see how your constitution holds out." Die roll. Oh, no, I'm not in the mood to do that right now. If it's after 7, I've had a couple beers, or maybe I've got some mimosas. I bought some yesterday. They had 2 for $10 at the store, so I'm like, what the hell? So.
Good breakfast treat.
Yeah, exactly. This is good for you before puberty. Yeah. But It's a little too early for that. But you guys, you have your own mental image of how things go down. Vigo does ask Isabella that, and then before she slides off into her bedroll, he gives her a quick hug, and then he goes back to his location. They tend to fire over there. Mother Rachel is over there putting some wood on the fire to help keep her warm throughout the night. And you guys go to sleep. The food that you ate while you were having that conversation, this is where it gets trippy. Because as you drift off to sleep, you're each waking up. Some of the lore clans are here. Other members of the lore clan have gone. And as you're there,
Mm-hmm.
shadow crosses overhead.
Uh-oh.
Really? There we go. There's the shadow I want. All right.
A
Some of
huge
you see
shadow.
black wings on the morning sun, and then all of you smell it as a sulfuric, reeking, retching blast of mist hits you, and you hear the scream of a large wildebeest as it gets pickled, and then you shriek as a large dragon, black, soars down after it wheels about and circles and picks up the cow, and it carries it off.
Ah, hell.
You guys, when you wake up in the morning, if you've got a constitution of 8 or less, you peed to bed. You peed your bedroll. Sorry. Static thing. If you have a 9 or better in your constitution, you're fine. You didn't pee yourself, but you're really not feeling happy. Because all of you remember that.
Well, the thing is, I'm mad now because I asked if any of them knew about any dragons or anything that we
Janet,
might.
we had a mass hallucination.
Oh, somebody drugged us?
I don't think that was a drugging as in direct sense. Direct sense. I believe that might have been a premonition type thing. Like at some point, we are going to see a black dragon take a cow out of a field.
And we all saw the same premonition.
Yeah, I mean, I could be wrong, but that would be my
Mass
suspicion.
premonition. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, that isn't good.
Can't explain what happened, but I did not pee the bed, and I'm happy for that.
Neither.
Oh, same here.
In the morning, Vigo comes by with as Vigo swings by, there's others that come with him, and you for those of you that have lived in the country for much of your life, you might not have had the experience where you go to certain types of restaurants here where the wait staff come by with 7 pounds of meat on a stick, ask you if you want some, then carve it off for you onto a chunk of bread. And they
I love Brazilian restaurants.
Yeah, I went to my first one. And I kind of wish that I'd taken the wife there, but this was during midday at work, and I didn't have much time to go driving else to like a fast food place. So fuck it. I've got a free ticket for this place. Let me go to this Brazilian restaurant. And so I went, and it was rather good.
Yeah. I've only been to 2.
I've only been to one. It was Cafe Brasil, and the food was good.
Being in the middle of nowhere, small town, we don't have anything like that here.
Yeah,
I don't have anything like that now.
They had potatoes, and then they had some onions and peppers. So I mixed potatoes and the cheese with onions and peppers, and had a dish out of that. And they had this other like cheese, and that's not a plantain. That's actually like a seared banana.
Mm,
Yeah,
I've only had
I
that
think that
once.
was possible.
Seared bananas are good.
yeah. Oh, they're delicious.
Food porn.
I haven't had one in a while.
So
But they're
Yes, but at least it's porn that won't get Bruce kicked off YouTube.
yeah.
food porn.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Yum. Making everybody hungry. You're not supposed to do that.
Don't worry, wife. We'll edit you out of that. Don't worry, hon. We'll fix that. Edit that in post. She's like, "The fuck you talking about?" By the way, this is a not safe for kids stream. That's how all my streams are. If you're a 12-year-old kid or younger, get off. Okay.
Or finish your beer and enjoy the show.
Yeah. I'm gonna finish my healthy drink and then I'll have a beer. But I'll start dropping those down here over the course of time. You guys eat pretty well for breakfast. Once you start talking and everybody shares the discussion about the dragon, Vigo says Isabel might have been the one to do that, because once she starts talking about a dragon, it sits in your subconscious. It sits below what you see. And when you go to sleep that night, the food we ate, it did have a added benefit of giving you the last thoughts you had before sleep and helping them become a communal thing.
Damn it.
So all of you sleeping within this area got to share that all at once.
So it wasn't a premonition?
Yeah, I'd appreciate it in the future. If you're going to feed someone that, you mention that to them.
Yeah, next time I'm going to be thinking about big-titted women.
And what was
Well, go
it
to
they
bed
fed us? What was it called again?
The additive,
Yeah. What was it that they put in the food?
they had a spice that they ground up and they call it moonleaf. Typically it's harvested.
Moonleaf.
Moonleaf is an additive they sprinkle into their food on a regular basis. A lot of times these people will have shared dreams and such. They do have, this is something they put in their supper meals, but the moonleaf is an additive. It's a spice. It does have kind of like a.
But does it cause you to have real premonitions, or is it just dreams?
Typically, it's just dreams.
Okay.
Now, mind you, if you're hunting in the Stoneheart Valley and you're thinking about killing black dragons and your party sprinkles some moonleaf on their meat while it's cooking on the fire,
Mm-hmm.
you're going to have dreams of getting killed by dragons.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a premonition, because you're actively hunting dragons in Stoneheart Valley. That is a dragon-infested set of mountains. Not where you want to be right now, I might add.
Mm-hmm. No. No.
Yeah, it's not like bears where you get a big-ass group of people with spears and you poke it full of holes. Dragons are a little bit more complex.
Yeah.
All right, Moonleaf, gotta make mental note.
Yeah.
I wrote it down.
Moonleaf is kind of like a hot, spicy, pepperish type of spice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's bad.
Typically, the plant that comes from that, or that it comes from, is grown throughout the lands of Reem, all the way up to the Deep Fells. It's a commonly traded plant. It's kind of like as far as its activity or frequency, it's kind of like milkweed. for the Midwesterners. Some of you guys from the Midwest know what I'm talking about, maybe? Okay, never
I'm
mind.
pretty
I don't
sure
hear
I
it.
do.
I don't hear my 4-H crew talking. Never mind. Sorry.
I
No,
dig
just-
spicy
I'm
food.
pretty sure I do.
It's going to be a trip doing mental gymnastics, not to think of negative things while cooking with that spice. Be interesting though.
Though I'm not going to say where specifically. I know for a fact that the plant that can be used to make opium is growing wild here in North Idaho.
Mm.
If it looks like anything of the California variety,
Moonleaf is kind of like this right here.
Is that Cavender's?
Sachets.
Oh, okay. The container looked kind of like it.
They don't sell that brand here.
What? Seriously? Wow.
Seriously, I've never seen it.
From Illinois to Texas, this is one of the most popular brands of spice.
I'll take your word for it. We got like Slap Your Mama and
Have
Couple
you ever
other-
used chicken shit from the Big Cock
Nope.
Ranch?
I've never used chicken shit.
Okay.
I've heard about it. Never
Yeah.
bought it though.
It's good stuff.
No. One problem with this, along with the Moonleaf, is the amount of sodium that's in it. So if you're middle-aged and popping more spice, give a couple more gallons to your body every day. A couple more gallons of water, preferably. If the water's bad, go with beer.
Good Lord,
Unless you
290
went-
milligrams.
Unless you ended up lucking out like my father. He actually has a sodium deficiency, so he has to eat more sodium than the normal man his age. He's in his 50s.
That sounds like a wonderful handicap. Oh, I'm sodium deficient. Let me have more Tony Sacheries and your entire spice rack, Bruce. No, my entire spice cabinet. The house we have will have a spice closet. You laugh. You laugh.
Yeah, I eat 2 packets of ramen and I'm like dead for the week.
Is it because of
Okay.
the too much stuff in it?
Extremely high sodium, and then I've got inherent high blood pressure. So when my ears start ringing, I know that I've ate too much.
What do you have to do in order to get yourself detox?
Drink a shit ton of water.
Go to the bathroom as much as possible.
Yeah, piss like a Russian racehorse.
Well, as camp is being broken, you see that Tawny is kind of gravitating close to Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas's long, blonde, dirty blonde hair and slender build. Tawny's kind of like she looks skinny now. Any of you have Latina friends that they were skinny in their early 20s? You know what I'm setting this up for. She looks skinny now. Her mom is Rachel, excuse me. Rachel has a mostly slender body. Back in the day, hubba hubba. She also had like 9 kids.
So her boobs are like hacky sacks.
The Lord clans invented bras. which is kind of odd because like there are plenty of women I know that they have lots of kids and their boobs don't hang down to their knees. Their boobs sag, they're not like super hacky sacks, like super hacky sack material. That's terrible. That's God just saying no.
Yeah, I don't want to picture that.
That's someone who never wears a bra. That's what that is.
So, yeah, these people invented bras. She has a bra on. She also had 9 kids.
Screw you, gravity.
Yeah. And there's also magic that fixes things. Not
Yeah,
fixes,
goodness.
excuse me. Depending on what the results of the spell are, it will make it different. Okay.
Mhm.
But she's skinny now. And she's wanting to know, she says, Thomas, I'm worried I will not see you again. And he says, I really enjoyed our time together. And she starts like getting a little tear in her eye. And you hear Thomas says, what do I need to give your family to have you come with me for a season? She's like, immediately her face reverses. She's completely happy. She's ecstatic. Mama Raquel comes out. And Thomas says, I don't have much. And Raquel's like, oh. And Thomas says, put your hands out. I'll give you everything I own. That's not a weapon. And then he gives her a scroll, a pile of gold pieces, which you didn't think he would ever have. And he says, this is all I have. I have the 76 gold, and I have a scroll. What type of scroll? It's magic, not divine. Okay. She comes by. She looks at the scroll. She tells her mom. Both ladies nod excitedly at Tawny. So Tawny and Thomas. Thomas looks a lot like David Coverdale. Okay, nobody got that. So
I don't know who that is. Sorry.
Nope.
I mean,
what does the band Whitesnake mean to you, Janet?
I think I've seen 2 videos from them.
Okay.
That one girl, really pretty girl that he married and then they got divorced not very long after that. That's the only one I remember. Okay. He's the only one I remember. But I didn't know what his name was.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. You're fine. You're fine. I recognize that names with you kind of a difficult thing. But if I say things with word association, we'll get there. We'll
sooner or later.
Might not get the hole in one. We'll get under par though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's kind of what this couple looks like. So you have a new party member, and well, anyway, so she's a hanger-on.
Well, does she have any skills? I mean, what can she do
Apparently.
besides suck chrome off a bumper? You know what I mean?
That seems like
Every
a
day
common
with
thing to
Janet
say.
is good,
I know.
dirty, clean
I'm
fun.
ruined.
I'm so glad that you had the nicer side of Tinseltown, at least that you've told us about. You haven't told us of like any grape situations or anything, which is fine. We don't need to know that in a public forum. But you've never told us anything really super bad about Tinseltown. You've told us the lighter side and you've met some jerks, etc. But like, I'm so happy you worked in the happier side.
Me
also,
too.
for people that don't know, when you go to Tinseltown, if you decide you want the fast money, you're going to see things you wish you didn't. Okay? Just keep that in mind. Be like Janet, save your money, save every dime you get. That way, whenever the only options are dirty jobs, you can say, I think I'm going to be unemployed for a while. And you go do your own thing. Like maybe you go fishing for 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Fuck it.
Mm-hmm.
You guys want to do smut? Go do smut. I'm not going to be part of your smut. I got better things to do. Okay. So these What Tawny can do is she is actually, you wouldn't know it by looking at her, but she's kind of into bushcraft. And what I mean by that is that she has the budding skills of a ranger. She's really good at being an outdoors woman. That comes into play later. Anyway, the reason why I think that's kind of cool is because I don't want this to be like every other game where, oh, we have a journey. Well, time passes and you get there. 7 weeks later, no exciting events, no fun stuff. No, you'll get to endure that. That's the joy of this campaign. So, you guys will break for camp. The Lore Clan, every one of you feel like you're at a reunion, or the reunion for the Italian families wrapping up. So all of you, your cheeks are going to feel like they're getting pinched a little too much, and you're getting hugged. If you've got a charisma over 13, no matter what sex you are, you're getting squeezed a little tighter. Not trying to be elitist or anything. I'm just saying that, like, most people really enjoy those that make them feel at home. Charisma is a measure of just general ability to be appealing. That can be attractiveness, general disposition, things like that.
So if it's at exactly 13, does that mean you don't get a hug?
Everybody gets hugs. It's just the ones
Oh.
with a 13 or more get a longer hug.
All right.
In fact,
Don't get those special, wonderful hugs.
Vigo says he was wanting a longer hug, but he's going to see you anyway, because that's when we're going to meet up again. We need to see Tawny again.
Okay, good.
The agreement is that for a season, we're going to have Tawny here with us, as long as everybody remains healthy, happy, and alive. Unless Thomas and her get killed. Anyway.
That would suck.
I hope none of us get killed.
Hey, RPG Grandma. How you doing? All right. So on your way up north, about 2 days into this, you guys are headed into town from the southern side of Ream. And on day 2, when you crest the hill, you can see below you the walls of the city. For those of you that are not aware of what Ream looks like, let's see if I can find a picture that doesn't have the words on it. There we go.
Nice.
Very metropolitan.
Super metropolitan. Pretty
Also,
weird from the rest of the
Warhammer
community.
40K. A lot like a hive city.
Parts of the city are stacked up on top of each other. Other parts of the city, not so much. Through the center of the town, it actually gets kind of valley-ish because there's a river that runs right through it. The Remenos River flows right through the city. Inside this beautiful metropolis, you guys make your way through on the Western Ream Road along the street of decadent stenches, which is probably the worst part of the city. It's the eastern side as the Remenos River coasts through the city. And you walk up through the portion of it that you guys kind of really don't appreciate so much after being outside in the wonderful lilies and plains of the community around outside. And the only wafting smell that you don't like is the occasional horse shit that one of the Lore clans left behind. You guys start approaching the ward where the Gilders Hall is at. Do you want to stop there? Or do you want to continue through?
What do you guys want to do?
I mean, it wouldn't hurt. We were planning on going there anyway, right? To try and catch a caravan up, if there was one. Or am I misremembering?
You are remembering correct. So while you're walking through, you see that there's the Decadent Smells is got some very nice metropolitan smells of the various bakeries and restaurants for this area as well. But it's also spotted with the fishmongers at the ports and the smell of what they do, which is sometimes not the greatest thing to be downwind from. I'd rather be by the stockades and smell that than the fish being ripped apart. That's just my own personal preference. Not a big fan of seaweed, of a seaborne animals. Just not my thing. But while you're walking up there, you also do smell some other things, which it's the dried vomit from last night. Apparently, one of the flop houses had a hell of a party, and there's about 6 city workers that are busy trying to scrub and brush and get the crap closer to the river so it can just splash in and feed the carp, which will later be used to feed people without money.
Mm-hmm.
I legit just had a memory of home.
Well,
That
the
was
streets
crazy.
in New Orleans are like that all the time.
Oh, there's a dive bar I used to go to that had a real narrow alleyway, and it was always covered in puke. So that conjured up memories. And then I was thinking of the fish market and Stagnero's. Get a really awesome chowder bread bowl, but the smell of fish wafting up. Yeah. Anyhow,
Yep.
continue.
Cycle. Go
So-
ahead.
Past that, you take the stairs up the side of the hill towards the guild hall as you are following the lay of the original land. They built up the area in this ward to accommodate some tenements where you would have various apartments stacked on top of each other. But to get from the street of Decadent Smells to Lantern Light Way, then into the guild hall itself, you transition from basically the ghetto, and at the top of the stairs, you're greeted with a 20-foot wide street with nice looking cobblestones, which have been polished by the heels of many people and some animals. This area is crowded, very crowded. You hear Tawny say something to Thomas like, I did not expect so many people to be here. It is 9 bells in the morning, and these people are crazy. And as you guys are kind of squeezing through and trying to push your horses to the hall, you kind of nod with her in agreement, unless you have something to say to her. Thomas and Roberto, they do their thing of just being kind of like guardsmen or archers, however you want to view it.
Mm-hmm.
Korak had a rather interesting night last night. One of the young ladies, one of the not daughters of Raquel, the wild girl of the clan Mylar, she basically got pregnant last night with Korak, and everybody got to hear it.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's just one of those things. So you get into the town.
Congratulations, Korak.
Huzzah for not shooting blanks.
I should probably throw some red ink on him so it could get between the crevices on here. That would really make him pop. Just a thought.
He's scary.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So when you arrive at the guild hall, they've got some donkeys lined up. A couple stable hands get off their asses and they approach you guys. Members, how are you?
Good.
Hail. How goes it?
They take your horses and you guys proceed inside. And a couple offices are being used right now. The receptionist, she tells you, sign your names. We'll be getting close to getting a hold of you within the next half hour. So if you need food, go downstairs and grab yourself a meat stick from one of the vendors. If you decide to go downstairs to the meat stick, they have basically pony dogs on the stick where they have these like 15-inch long cased piece of various meats, just about as healthy as a hot dog. They go for about a copper, 2 coppers if you want a refreshing drink poured in your mug. A lot of people in the guild hall, they carry their own cups. They carry their own cups on their belts, or they have like a carabiner set up to hook onto, so that way they don't have to worry about like, oh, I'd like an ale and I have to wait for you to clean the glass. No, I've got it right here. So they take your glass, they clean it real quick, and they pour you some water. You grab yourself a dog and you enjoy it. It actually tastes pretty good for being just a horse and donkey flesh, and old hag flesh. I say hag, I meant nag, like older horse.
I think so.
Right.
Bitter.
Questionable meat. Don't ask, don't tell.
As you're standing there, Korak mentions the vendor. He says, I got to experience what life is like on Moonleaf. The vendor stops. He says, all of you? Korak
All
nods.
of us.
Yeah. Shit. What all do you guys see?
Oh, man. Ginormous black dragon.
Yeah, some of you
Taking a cow.
Some of you that were close to the cow in that dream actually felt the spittle from the cow's innards getting splattered all over you. It was like you were really there at a Gallagher stand-up show.
Sledge-o-matic.
Go ahead, David.
Oh, I'll always talk about the fact that the dragon took a cow.
Okay. After you guys are getting your food and such, before you head back upstairs, you hear some excited discussion. Hey, is that Quinn? And you kind of look and you recognize a character. You think you know this individual, and he says, my name is Dale. I work for Big Al. Quinn, is that you?
Yes, it is.
Hey, what are you guys doing?
We were hoping to get work. We were hoping to join a caravan towards the north, but we were told to wait while they handle other affairs.
Let me walk you upstairs. I'm going to take your name off the list. So he walks you guys up the stairwell. when you get inside, you smell that somebody is in here, and like it must be lunch because you can smell people ripping ass.
And it's not Cormac.
No, not Cormac.
Okay.
Like these are big people, and it's nasty. Apparently, somebody else ate the dogs too. You guys will have that for about 3 minutes, and then it'll pass.
Longest 3 minutes of my life.
Dale tells
My character
young
goes
man-
around, I am Mongoose, hear me fart, as he's farting out his brains.
Mongoose, they fear you. Once they square everything away with Miss Potts, the receptionist. Thank you so much, Dale. You have yourself a blessed day. Thank you, Miss Potts. Dale takes you into his office. You all fit, which kind of lets you know that Dale is somebody more than your usual paper pusher. Dale's kind of a Chad. Dale says, "We've got a couple trouble spots, but just to figure out what page we're on, where were you wanting to head to? What locale? Do you guys know?"
I believe we were looking towards traveling towards. Hold on, give me a second. My eyes are terrible. Tanner's Green, in that direction, if I remember correctly. Anyone else?
Yeah, it was Tanner's Green. We were supposed to meet up with Wilhelm Dorn as our contact there.
How soon do you have to be up there? How soon are you headed up there? Do you know?
Didn't know if there was a specific timetable. I figured our travels would be dependent upon the caravan schedules.
We have a caravan assembling within the next 2 weeks. They're getting everything finalized, and the donkeys will be moved here within 10 days. And then they depart 12 days from now. They still don't have security set up for them. The caravan is 40 donkeys and two wagon masters, and then you have the 6 donkey handlers themselves. But they have no security. So I guess my next question is, are you rugged enough for Tanner's Green?
I
We were
believe
told
we are.
potentially no. But with that
I mean,
said,
you're
I can
honest.
put stuff to sleep.
Must have confidence, my man Mongoose.
I said
Nothing
we were
to
told
say.
no. I didn't say I believed
Okay.
it.
Say again.
What's the caravan carrying?
The Tanner's Green, they're taking some Finnish perishable items from various locations and proceeding up from Tanner's Green up further in towards not into the deep fells, but along those outlying areas and the Elsewood.
Well, how long does it take us to get to this Tanner's Green from when we left home?
I'll see you next year, maybe.
No, that's actually not too bad. Not from what I was expecting, anyway.
Next question is, how much are we going to earn on this trip?
I thought it was 500.
Well,
500 gold.
when you leave Eklund, I'll pull this up so you guys can see this.
I got to jot this down for my notes.
All right, so Here we are in City Green. Up you go to Eckland. At Eckland, you offload 2/3 of the material there, and you'll regain that over the course of a week. Hill Valley, there is a small pass from here, burrow through the mountains to Berezov. Nice community. Berezov, you swap out goods over the course of a week, and then you make your way to the Isea River, and that's where you hit. There's a departure point right here for Tanner's Green. Keep in mind, everything is 50-mile hexes. From Tanner's Green, they're going up to Drake, but this span of the trip, you're going to go through winter. Manly, that's a 650-mile trip in and of itself. Looking at 2 months to Eckland, sailing up the Quail River to our rally point where we have the Berezov Pass. That's another month in and of itself. The river's a little faster up to a certain point, then it's just miserable. If they don't have a lot of rain, it sucks. Berezov is another month. Heading to Tanner's Green, 3 months. Total 6 months just to there.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want to know?
Was there a time limit on us getting there?
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah.
Although I am sure, I'll even say I'm positive that if you find a way to make, if you could make the trip to Tanner's Green instantaneously, you probably would be, thanked for your haste. But this town, this area, most of us acknowledge the fact, yeah, magicians exist. Yeah, if you have the gold, you can get teleported. You guys don't have that level of wealth. And whenever you're shipping goods, teleport costs diamond dust. A lot of diamond dust.
And the only way to get that is to go to the mines.
Yep.
And have a lot of
Which
money
means
to buy.
on a return trip, we could probably ensource our way back, but it's going to be 6 months getting up there.
Well, if they were using diamond dust like that, they wouldn't be having us take the trip to begin with. They consider diamond dust too valuable to use it for teleportation, which means if we want to teleport back, we would have to buy the diamond dust ourselves.
Or somehow acquire it.
Yeah.
Too bad we don't have a spell where we can make our own diamond dust.
That person would be rich beyond measure, Isabel.
Yeah.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Well, a person who could have that kind of wealth at any time, but chooses not to because they're doing good with it, that would be a hard person to find.
They'd be hiring us. You got that type of leisure and wealth. You get somebody else to do the dirty work.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't necessarily, if you could actually create your own diamond dust, Janet, you don't necessarily have to not be greedy to do good with it. That really depends on who you sell it to above all other things.
Well, I mean, what I meant by that was if I was rich enough or powerful enough to make diamond dust anytime I wanted, I would hope that I would try to use it for helping. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Instead of just saying I want a nice house and lots of money, and be able to do whatever I want, and eat whatever I want, and buy up everything and own everything. You know what I mean?
Well, think of it this way, Janet. You create as much diamond dust as you want. You sell it at 1/10 of the price, only to good people. You are still going to make enough money to live any way you want.
Yeah, but what I mean is a person that doesn't have the ego so big that they have to show everybody how rich they are. That's what I mean.
Okay.
That kind of thing.
Okay.
A person that can live on regular lifestyle, but knowing that they have the power to help others have a better lifestyle. I don't know if that makes any sense, but
Oh yeah, I understand that. That literally goes to the lottery thing. I have had discussions with my parents about it. If we win the lottery, like 90 to 9, somewhere between 80 and 95% of it is going straight into one of those things that'll just build with interest over time. You can't touch it for X amount of years, and you can.
That's smart, because
then you live off the interest itself.
Yeah, because everyone else you read about, they get all this money, and then when 2 years they're broke. Because they just spend out of their means,
Exactly.
Learning to live in a certain budget and staying that way, you can be happy, help yourself and help others, and still never run out of money, if you're smart.
Exactly.
So that's how I would think about it myself.
All right, so we basically got 12 days until this whole thing kicks off.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I am researching that tower.
And did we get a final price on that? Was that 500 a piece?
Oh yeah, we never told how much we were getting.
Yeah, that's what I thought we were getting, because I wrote it down last time, but that doesn't mean that wasn't from something else. I'm just saying.
This one pays a little bit more. This is a half-year one-way trip towards Tanner's Green. That completely will be 700 gold. However, I mean, that's still reasonable amount. That's still going to take good care of you.
Especially if you invest wisely.
I'm gonna write that down. 700.
Oh, if you need us, do you guys still have property here? We don't have to babysit anything for you, do we?
Not that I'm aware of.
Everything, as far as I know, at my age to when I left, everything technically still belongs to my parents. So,
okay.
Yeah, I don't really have anything for myself yet.
I mean, if you need us to babysit something, or if your parents aren't alive, or if you have a flat that you want to make sure nobody takes over, we'll take over the rent on it and just deduct that from one of your future endeavors. No big deal.
I haven't done anything like that yet.
That's fair.
Oh, there is actually a second thing I want to do, Bruce. Research the most expensive items that's transported from where we're going to this place. Because what I'm going to do is buy as much as I can with my 700 gold, provided it'll bring me a profit when we come back.
Smart.
Okay. So the chat on my YouTube on my phone is not working as well as I'd like it to, but
Yeah.
I can see Mac Thompson's in here.
Mm-hmm.
It's just I see that on the main screen.
Yeah,
It's
he's
not
on my. He's in my YouTube.
Oh, okay. Okay, so the last person to talk to my YouTube was Grandma. All right. Well, Dale looks at you and he says, 700 gold over the course of 6 months. You are expected to provide security. This is a pretty sensitive situation, just for the fact that like Arcana
Hey,
Collegium
Baron.
wants you to not screw this one up because they're trying to resolve a situation, and right now they're trying to use delicate means.
Yeah.
Hey, Baron. Hey, Mac. I see Baron G-Rock. Acknowledge me, Bruce Lombardo of Dix Division. Yeah, acknowledge me, all right.
Yeah, he's demanding that you notice him.
Hey, that's fine. That's fine. I do notice you, Baron G-Rock. Thank you so much for your assistance. I'm going to miss Alan Oppenheimer when he passes. That guy's in his 80s now. Amazing voice work. Okay. Dale looks at you and he's like, well, I guess 11 days from now, come back here, do final check-in, and then depart the next day. Until then, whatever you have going on in Ream, go ahead and do it. So, well, that's going on. I'm going to go through this just kind of person by person. Mongoose,
Yes.
as you are looking up the Shadowed Keep north of town, actually, it's by Gilboath. After 2 days of searching, I need you to roll a D percentile. If you have knowledge local, add that skill.
I have knowledge and local and history.
Local and history?
Yes.
Go ahead and give me the roll, sir.
That's where that went. Percentile. Yeah, let's go with the dice. Here. Let's see here. My local and history are both 30, and I rolled a 32.
You're able to pull up the information about its construction, but nothing more in the city roster or the city files has been found. A lot of times for like a building like such, you'd have to go to maybe Gilboath to see if there's anything else. But I think you've already looked for information up while you were in Gilboath, and they said you had to go down to Ream. So apparently you are at the end of the line for information as far as the ownership of the Shadowed Keep. However, you can elect to talk with one of the town clerks within the office of property, and you could see if there's a current ownership on it or if it has been abandoned. Abandonment means nobody's paid taxes on it in 5+ years.
Okay. I shall do that.
You wander out of the office of you head over to the administration building to talk to the tax assessor and the office of property, just one of the low-level clerks, see if they have information on it. You have the address here. And after about an hour of waiting, the older gentleman says to you, we do see that there is indeed a building there. Is it still there? You said you were just here like in the last 6 months, right?
Yep.
Okay, well, I can tell you that for the past 8 years, nobody has reported paying taxes upon it. And that is information we received from the Burb of Gilboa in the last year. The tax assessor doesn't send out requirements until the turn of the new year, and then we receive those typically around the 5th or 6th month of the year.
Okay. And how much
So-
on how much for the taxes does that usually cost?
Usually the taxes for this particular piece of property is about 80 silver a year. However, it has a deficit from the past 8 years. And so the required amount to pay on taxes to basically open up a bid for it, as we consider that to be abandoned property. If you want it, your total today, you'll need to pay us 930 silvers, and we'll get the transfer paperwork started. We should have it ready for you next week.
I don't have 930 silvers on me, but in about a year, I'll be returning with money from a caravan,
Okay.
which I know will mean the amount will be more, but I believe it'll be worth it.
Excellent. He shakes your hand. He says, "You're the first person to ever talk to me about this. I've worked in this office for over 32 years. Granted, there is another facility here within the building, and occasionally they try to shuffle people around about every 2 to 4 years. But I've retained my grip on this office as nobody wants it. There's a lot to remember. There's a lot of information. And the cabinetry here, well, it's just in bad shape. So you have to be part woodworker and part clerk. A lot of people don't have the woodworker aspect.
Got to respect someone who knows what they're doing."
He looks at you. He says, "It'd be a fine place to retire to. Good location, visibility, solid construction. Is it all in the same shape that I'm describing it as?"
Was when we were there.
Okay.
From what the way it looked, it had been abandoned, but nothing had gotten too badly damaged yet.
That's well. That's very well. Okay. He gives you a handshake and then escorts you out of his office. As
Yeah, he's got work to do, so
yeah,
I don't blame him.
it's nothing against you, my friend. I just have to take
Yeah.
care of some other things. If something should happen before then, come by here, and that price will not change for 8 months.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Once you leave his office, I'm going to swap focus. Quinn, what are you doing?
Perfect. I need to take a bio break. Be right back.
For the next, 11 and a half to 12 days, besides, lodging, getting cleaned up, having a place to practice, maybe an inn, or a tavern room or tap room for tips and practice. I would like to visit the whatchamacallit, like a weapon shop. See if I
Armory?
maybe upgrade my mace or my
Sure.
bow.
Not too far from the administration area, you have a couple weaponsmiths. They're human-owned shops. One of them looks like it's a little run down, looks pretty rustic on the inside. The other one has sturdy shelves and display cases cobbled together. Which one of those appeals to you more?
I'll go with the first one.
Okay. rusty relics and items from an earlier age line the shelves. You see scabbards and broken weapons. You see some weapons which have armors that or alloys within the blades or business ends that you can't identify. When you get towards the shopkeep, he's eating an apple and he's finishes chewing and then he speaks to you. Beautiful day outside.
That it is.
How can I help you?
Looking for a heavy mace that can do a little bit more damage than what I'm currently wielding. I'll pull it out so we can see that standard everyday heavy mace. Or a short bow that may have some enhancements for someone who's not as martially trained. Something that I could fire faster.
Well, I have a couple of different options for you with a heavy mace. He says, are we talking about magical funds that you have? Or are we talking about non-magical funds that you have?
I could probably afford the lower end of the magical funds.
Okay. So, I do have this ensorcelled heavy mace. He sets a heavy mace on the table. And he tells you, he says, I have determined that it does have an enhancement upon it. So, aside from dealing the typical blunt damage that it usually would, it also will add an extra bit of oomph for the magical crushing damage it does. If you can afford 130 gold or 1,300 silver, I'll let you have this.
May I see it? May I test it out?
Yeah.
I pick it up. How does it feel?
It feels more balanced than the one you have.
All right.
And whenever you put a swing into it, it definitely feels like there's something that's not from you. Whenever you finish your swing, you're actually off balance for a moment, but you'll get it back. It doesn't have a mechanical drawback. It just, you weren't expecting it to have that much ease and flow when you were doing your practice swings.
All right. I like to just hum a little tune and cast Identify on it.
Sure. You cast Identify upon this, and it radiates back with a minor enhancement. It's got a bit of oomph to it.
All right.
When I say a bit of oomph in statistical terms, it'll give you an extra +5 to hit, +5% to hit, and it'll give you an extra D6 magic damage.
Well, I'm not the warrior type. That sounds like an excellent deal.
On top of what it already does.
So yeah, I'll actually go with that.
All right. You get an extra +5% to hit. You have damage. You have an additive of D6 magic damage. Other than that, this weapon is balanced really well, and therefore you're hoping to get some good work out of it. Excuse me. I need a bio break for about 5 minutes, and then I'll continue. Not
Okay.
5 minutes, like 2 minutes.
Okay.
Do 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 do. Anyone know any good jokes?
No, I don't. I haven't heard any in a long time. I'm putting on my heated socks I got for Christmas and we'll see if they work.
Woo, heated socks.
You see, this is what they look like. And then you got a battery that you put in this little slot and you plug it in. So let's see.
They need little lightning bolts on them to indicate they're electric.
I don't know if I have my rubber boots on. You can't even see the stripes or anything. But I'm putting them on.
Yeah, but mine sound cooler.
Well, yeah, I think they'd be cool. But yeah, I'm just gonna put this other battery in and see.
I like to roam around without shoes most of the year. And if I were to get electric powered socks to keep my feet warm, I would forget about it. Go prancing out in the snow or something, short them out.
Oops.
Just want to see if they work. The lights are on, so we'll see. Because I sit at my desk and I work on my those little pictures.
Yeah.
And sometimes my feet get cold and I'll just get a heating pad and I'll put it on the ground and let's put my feet on it, right? But this way I can get up and go in the other room or whatever. Old laundry and see if it helps. And then I can also slip my boots on and go out and, close the coop door or whatever and still be wearing them. My daughter got them for me. I hope they work. Like little electric blankets for your feet. Okay, got them on. We'll see how long it takes.
Oh, quick update for those who are curious. My sister loved the goblin I painted up as a Christmas ornament for her.
Nice.
Cool.
That thing turned out really well.
Thank you.
I've been
First time I
working
ever
on
tried to
it.
imitate the box art.
Your brushwork is getting really good. It really is, David.
Thank you. Well, I think painting miniatures is going to go the way of leatherworking and cardboard for me. At some point, I'm going to slow down, but I'm never really going to stop doing it.
So, Quinn, after you get done buying that mace, he says, "Did you still want to look at any short bows?"
Yeah. No, I think that's going to do it with the money wise. I mean, I could probably start liquidating almost everything, but I don't think that's a wise move at the moment.
Okay.
Can I tell since I cast identify how long before the demon that's trapped within the maze absorbs my soul?
How long before what?
That I was just being a dick.
Okay. I was gonna say
God.
you walked
I was
by.
hoping you weren't going to answer that with, "Oh, it's going to be 2.5 weeks."
There's a beggar outside of the shop. When you leave the shop, Quinn, you hear a beggar mumbling softly to herself, and she looks at you with her pleading big brown eyes, and she says, "I only get to talk for a little bit before the demon takes back over. You have very little time." And then she starts, "Let me out, let me out, let me out."
Don't. You want to keep them in. It'll keep you warm at night.
Her face twists into that of like a angry Linda Blair. She vibrates for a moment.
But that was really it. Just want to upgrade, a little bit of something. It's not a long enough break to really train my combat craft, so I figure I would just focus on, relaxing, keeping clean, keeping up on my music, keep my ear to the ground, see if I pick up any other rumors that I feel are essential to our survival, or B, could be, lucrative or, pertinent to the journey ahead. But that would be my main. With that knocked out, the rest of my time before we leave would be focused on that.
Okay. She as she continues to vibrate, you can feel like there's something odd with this one here. And then she says,
The dating game is really hard. You know how hard it is for me to find somebody to take home and sacrifice to Baal?
Actually, I do. And oh wait, is that him right over there? And as she turns to look, I'll cast silent image and walk away.
she whips her head around as you're starting to walk off. She's like,
Hey, I'm talking to you.
I glance back. Is she talking to me or the silent image?
she staggers to her feet.
I'm Martina Foley. I live in a box down by the river.
Her corpulent form shuffles up to her feet, and she starts coming towards you, Quinn, like a fat girl at the buffet, and you better not get the last drumstick.
I'll keep a casual pace, but I will dig out a food ration and wing it through the alley and be like, catch, Fido, catch.
She sees you discard a bit of food, and you see that gleam in her eye as she just jumps on it, leaving you alone. She goes for the food, and you hear the sounds of a very big girl chomping down on something that probably will take her a good 6 or 7 minutes to chew through. You gave her a piece of hardtack you've had for about the past 19 days. I'm not saying that's, kind of sad or, like, I can't believe you did that, but yeah, this is definitely a good way of self-preservation.
But I make note of the street this was and whatever alley might be across through, and make note that perhaps our cleric may want to visit this individual.
Okay. This is Wedge's Alley, next to Wedge's Bakery. And Wedge's Bakery is right next to his brother. His brother Chris is the name. Brother Chris's Metal Wares, and that's the emporium you went to buy your mace.
And that was how much again?
The mace was 130.
All right.
In gold, or 1,300 silver, either or.
I paid in gold.
Okay. All right. I'm going to skip Cormac and the other archer. Vincent, my bad. Josh, what are you wanting to do?
Huh. All right. I want to pick up some gear. Lockpicks, batons, 10-foot pole, preferably collapsible if I can get that.
You can find all these not too far away. There's a couple shops that are there. You've got Brother Chris's Metal Emporium. You have across the street, you've got the Beaver, which is a general store. A lot of people will go there because they sell a lot of resale materials. And for people that are looking for stuff on the cheap all the time, like that's a place to find usually good, reliable stuff. It's not as bad as like there is one place which is a bigger store called Hobby Freight, and they have tools that will last you one day, maybe not even a full 8 hours.
All right, I'll head over to Beavers,
Okay.
check out their wares.
When you enter the Beaver, you meet Julie, the proprietor. Julie looks like a younger June Cleaver. She's assisted by her two twin sisters, Jane and Janice. Jane, Janice, and June run the Beaver. This is a shop that a lot of people in the area will go to. They have a good rapport with a lot of the bigger vendors in town. They will sell to bigger vendors in town whenever they stumble on something that's like, this will earn us good money. Or they'll sell to the common people. They have no problem. If you have silver, they have a willing smile and an open door for you to come inside. You go inside. You find various varieties of adventuring tools. The collapsible 10-foot pole, a couple silver. It weighs about 8 pounds. It can withstand pressure up to 50 pounds. So you can lean into it a little bit. Don't lean in too much, because it will break. You have a standard 10-foot pole, which is a silver. It will sustain one whack of an aggravated sort against somebody before it breaks. It does not collapse. It is 10 foot long. You have other items like that. There are things here in the weaponry department called halberds. About an 8 to 10 foot long pole with an axe head on top of it. And improvised, you can actually use it like a 10-foot pole, but you can also use it, if you so choose, as a whacking stick. Well, keep yourself safe from harm far away. If you're doing it like that, you got a speed factor of 15.
Let me check my. And that would fall under the category of staff, perhaps, since it's a pole arm.
Mm-hmm. Actually,
Okay.
fall in the category of halberd.
I'll probably need training in that to get the full effect.
Okay.
Because I am skilled in short bow, staff, longsword, and short sword.
Okay.
Okay. Well, let's see. What's the cost on the halberd?
The halberd costs a little bit of money. It is a 60 silver piece.
60 silver. Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
Janice says to you, she's like, you actually are supposed to hold it more like this. And she'll get behind you and she'll position your arm lower your right arm lower on the shaft, and then she sneaks around to your left hand side, ducking under your arm and shoulder, and she shows you where you need to place your other arm. She's like, "Okay, this is how you're supposed to hold it." She does just a couple minute interval with you the entire time, showing you how you need to stand, actually putting her hands on your hips and trying to show you like what's the best way for you to be able to generate power on the business end. She's quite hands-on. Also,
Obviously.
I will say that she has a very, even though she's in a dress, you can tell she's got some shoulders to her. She's not Ida Bergforth, but she could be.
What is the
Oh.
Ida?
Make mental note of that.
I don't know what Ida is.
Hold on. I think I showed you her last night.
Oh, is
That
that
was a
big
gal on the
muscular
spandex.
woman? The woman from the calendar?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Beefcake.
Yeah, this is her and her boyfriend.
The one I told you could smash your head like a watermelon with her thighs.
Preferably,
Mhm.
yes.
Yeah.
What a way to go.
I don't want to have thighs like that. Sorry. She's very pretty, but I'd rather not.
Fine.
I like more ladylike thighs.
We can dream, Janet.
I want to keep my pelvis.
Yeah.
Death by snoo
What
snoo.
was the name of that one girl from 007? The one that would crush the guy?
On the top.
That's right. Okay. Her, yeah. She was a gymnast or whatever.
Yes. In the movie, she was a gymnast. In real
Yeah.
life, I don't think she is.
No.
No.
I've seen enough. I've been around the block enough to recognize when there's a genuine gym girl. She might not have been to a gym in 5 years, but you can usually tell because there's certain things that happen when the magic starts. You're like, oh, thank God for you, Houdini. Oh yeah. Let the sparkles hit.
Okay, and once again, what was the cost for the collapsible 10-foot pole?
Collapsible is 2 silvers.
2 silver. Okay, that's affordable. 2 silver. Let's see what else. Lock picks and other implements.
Trash ass lock picks are going to be a total of 10 silvers.
Okay.
You look at some of those and they're like Harbor Freight tools. Like, really?
One and done.
Yeah. One and done. You have an actual set of them for 30 silver you could pick up. And then if you want, they do have an opportunity for you to pick up some Masterwork Thieves tools, which are going to cost you a full gold. Actually, excuse me, it's going to cost you 10 gold to pick that up.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'll take the masterwork that I can afford.
Those will cost you an additional, or that'll provide you an additional 10% on your disabled device, on your open lock, on things of that nature.
Okay. Masterwork. Picks. All right, so one collapsible 10-foot pole. Masterwork lock picks. Gonna need rope.
What do you mean we need rope? We don't need no rope. as Janet's actor, her favorite actor that she's talked about so far.
Which one?
Patrick.
Oh, yeah. He's taken.
Yeah, he is. You know what?
But he's a good, nice man. He really is a nice guy.
I really want to see this Legend of the White Dragon. I really hope they finish that movie. I know it's in post production. That's the one that Jason David Frank was in before he died.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, before he self-deleted, before he Ryan Reynolds himself. JDF was going to be in that movie, and that was looking like a really good film.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it looks like it might be good. I think they'll finish it.
I really hope so. I mean, no offense, but Patrick looks like he could actually stand in for a couple shots. I mean, he didn't have the slender frame that Jason did, but he's got the shoulders. If they're doing just stuff above the neck and his head's turned, they can graft his face onto it.
Yeah.
Just a thought.
Slightly different body type, but finagle it.
Well, they usually use their body double to do that, and then they can do CGI. They have to, or their stand-in.
They did that for the entire fucking second season of Mandalorian.
Yeah, pretty much. But when you have a character that's supposed to be wearing their mask anyways, it doesn't really make that much difference. It's
Which
just
is
the voice.
one more reason why I don't value anything Disney does with that franchise license. I mean, why not?
As far
just
as
make
I'm
Spider-Man?
concerned, that whole franchise died after the third movie, and then the soft reboot. Yeah, it never picked up.
I didn't like Return of the Jedi in the long run. Whenever they have like TBS or TNT used to have Star Wars trilogy, the original trilogy on, they would show you that in the 90s. And I would go watch The New Hope and Empire Strikes Back, but then when Return of the Jedi goes on, like I might watch the Jabba scene, I probably don't. Because it wrapped up too fast, too quick, and it just had too much shit in it. Oh, the dogs are out. Awesome.
Yeah, they could have done a lot better with that third movie. But
yeah, they wanted to wrap it up and just do a trilogy, even though Lucas had ideas to draw it out, because you could see the Empire
it was
Strikes
building
Back.
up for something bigger.
Yeah, it was
Definitely.
going to be huge. And Luke was going to probably do 2 more films as an apprentice before he transitioned to a knight. But then Return of the Jedi starts and he's already a fucking Jedi Knight. What are you talking about? Like I started reading this because Scholastic used to sell the books with the pictures. And I'm reading this in the fall or in the spring because it was a May release, if I remember right. And they said in the quotes of the Han Solo's talking to Chewbacca because Chewbacca just got captured, and what? Luke's a Jedi Knight? And I'm like, what? Why is he a Jedi Knight? He's supposed to train longer. He's gonna get his ass kicked. And they want to wrap up the movie. I'm like, fuck you. I wasn't saying fuck you as an 8-year-old, but really like, Lucas, you stink. That's what I was thinking. And then they get to the part with the Ewoks. I'm like, oh, that's meant to sell toys. And my teacher asked me, what do you think of this? I said, it's meant to sell toys. And she's like, wow, that is really astute for an 8-year-old. And I'm like, yeah, Santa doesn't exist. If I could have said, like, back in 1983, Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself, I would have said that. But,
Yeah.
I should get a picture of Jeffrey Epstein and frame it. I just don't know where to hang it. Oh, bad. Okay. So...
hang it from the ceiling fan.
I could. Spinning picture of framed David Epstein. All right. So after we've, is there anything else you require? Our good friend, Mr. Lemmy,
Yes, sir.
do you need anything else?
I want 200 feet of rope.
Well, we got you 200 feet of rope, and they give you 4 lengths of 50 foot.
Damn it.
You want 1 length of 200 feet. We got full ropes of 50.
All right. I'll have to settle for that.
Oh,
How much is that going to cost me?
If you want the 200 foot of rope, yeah, we can do that. But it'll be tomorrow when you pick it up. Right now we have full lengths of 50.
Let me calculate this.
Also, tomorrow, start about 4:30. We'll start watching Star Trek Continues.
Okay.
Then go into Blade Runner. You Blade Runner.
What was the damage on the halberd?
Die 10.
That could come in handy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead and toss on the halberd, and then whatever the cost is for the rope. And I won't take up any more of your time.
If you want to do 1 length of 200, it'll cost you only. Usually, full lengths of 50 is going to cost you 8 silver. You doing 1 length of 200 foot? Give us 7 silver, and we'll take care of that.
I can do that.
Okay. Now I imagine at some point Chimerian's going to become part of this game. Maybe not on the front end, but definitely on the economic side. So you guys are going to experience a living, breathing economy at some point. You've been warned.
Yeah. I've been reading his rants. He's planning out an entire kingdom right now.
Yeah,
From the looks of it.
it looks like it. Kind of worried about his mental health.
I don't know, man. Different strokes for different folks, right?
He's doing great right now. As long as he continues to have that outlet, that's great. I'm just worried about his mental health. That's it. You know, I mean, like the guy, he's a big thinker. That's all I'm going to say. The good thing is he's got Chimerian's musings, and he's got the ability to just go off the top. Like him and his brother, like they haven't talked much over the past few years. And so his brother's like, so what have you been up to? And Kai knew that his brother's trying to end the conversation, but at the same time, he's trying to at least get close to Kai. And Kai's like, are you seriously asking me? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, I'll give you the link for Bruce's channel. Here's my thoughts for the past 2 years. There you go. And his brother's like, holy shit. So they're going to get a little closer because his brother was not expecting his younger brother to be such a fucking wordsmith.
That's epic.
Yeah, and this guy's like not a small fish in his own pond. He's kind of big at his job, kind of does big stuff, kind of does a lot of logistical planning and everything. He sees his brother's work. He's like, dude, we're probably going to be working together at some point. We just don't know. I don't know when or how, but I'm going to try to make it happen. All right. You head out of that shop, and as you leave, you smell one of the vendors has he's got some potatoes over a small portable fire pit, and it looks like he's got some fresh greens he's chopped up and putting in some of them as well. Looks like they're topping it with various cheeses, greens, and bits of pork belly.
Hot damn, loaded potatoes.
1 silver each.
Give me 2 of them.
He smiles, prepares you. He gives you the loaded potatoes in it's a rusty bucket, but you saw him clean it out and rub it with a onion. I don't know if you guys are in the practice of using onions on your grills. Whenever we get the grill ready to go, that's one thing we do. We chop the onion in half and then we rub the shit out of the grill with it. So he rubs the shit out of the rusted helmet, gives it to you. He's like, "Here you go. Here's that. You have a mug?"
Got a mug.
He takes your mug and he tips his barrel, which is it's a light lager. It's a light lager, and he lets you have some of his pouring. I put this cup up here so you guys would see why I'm taking a 2-minute bio break. I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
Okay. Oh, if we're gonna do
Not
that,
the
we need to
official.
do 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 do
What are you working on?
Actually, should be doing that phenomena. Do do do
Oh
do
yeah.
do 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 do.
I am currently working on putting sand on my bases. I was going through the sand because it's technically this is a panning gravel,
Mm-hmm.
but after finding a arrowhead in it
Mm-hmm.
from what's supposed to be from the bottom of a well, it's like, yeah, this is definitely set up. I'm not going to find anything real in this, and I find little chunks of what looks like gold. But I know enough of my geology. It's iron pyrite. It's not gold.
You can take that and put it in like a flour sack, and then take a rolling pin and roll it to get the bigger chunks out of it if you want to make it down a little smaller without losing any of it.
I might have to do that because some of these rocks are really big.
When you leave the beaver, you see Jane look at you, and June look at you, and she's like, "Now, if you need to come back here, we do have a brother. He's got a forge not too far from here."
Okay. And what's the brother's name?
Alex.
Alex. I'll add that to my notes. Hopefully I don't lose them.
The beaver girls are called the Gustavs. You find that out from Janice as you walk out of there. Janice gives you a playful pat on the rump, and she's like, "Good luck."
Thanks.
I mean, it's 3 June cleavers.
Yeah. I'm not going to knock it. I'm not going to get totally excited by it. Just going to buy my shit and leave.
Is that legal to have triplets as wives?
Triplet June cleavers.
I don't think. I'm almost positive that would not be a smart move.
I can honestly say I have never had that fantasy of well, technically it would be a foursome with June Cleaver. So yeah, no.
Sorry, I think it's kind of funny. That would be a funny short.
I'll have to find a June Cleaver wig for Janet.
I like those nostalgic pictures. The
Well, I like it for the
1950s
fact
and
that the women
60s.
were hot, but that's just me.
I know. I just like the clothing, the shoes, and the hairstyles. I think that some of that stuff's going to come back. I've seen a few people making videos with sweaters that were for women that are the vests, sweater vests and stuff. That's from the 60s and early 70s. So
I just discovered the trad wife phenomenon that's happening somewhere on the internet right now, where ladies are basically saying, "I'm not going to become part of the corporate world. Fuck you." And they find a guy who can afford
Reject modernity.
Yeah, they're rejecting
Embrace
modernity.
tradition.
They dress in dresses. They clean their houses. They take care of their man. Every single one of them's trying to get 4 or 5 kids. We are
And
not.
I think
going
that's
to
great. The only bad thing is that when the husband cheats on them and they have to get a divorce, and then the husband doesn't want to pay for them to be able to take care of themselves because they stayed home all those years.
I don't think that's going to be a problem. I really don't. I don't see.
I hope it isn't.
With our current market, with our current sexual market, you can't have a price on a trad wife. You really can't. That's invaluable, and most guys are going to recognize that. Like, especially once the kids start popping out of them. Like, my wife thought, she wears her fucking dress with a white smock over the top of it. I get a fresh baked apple pie every week, and my wife's awesome tits. I don't know.
Yep.
I'm pretty much like Six Nations here. Titties. And
What's
beer.
not to like?
Come home and she's covered with flour from head to toe from trying to make pies.
Titties, beer, and pie. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, like I've spent a lot of time in there's as a Pizzolo, like that's just the final bucket list item I've got to hit is where, like, after we get done raising the dough, it's we let the kids loose. I want that. That's the one thing I want. I want to see a fucking white handprint on that pasty white ass. All right, you just saw part of my life. You didn't need to.
Oh, so for those in chat, like our audience, you had posted that you need 3 more subscriptions to reach 800, Janet.
Yep.
So
I happened to look and I was like, wow.
Folks in chat, hit up your friends, family, coworkers, neighbors, total strangers, but verify that they're not creepos. Need at least 3. Preferably another 203.
Yeah, if you've got friends or if you've got family that likes like mostly dirty, wholesome content, Janet's the gold mine. She's a fucking there's a deep well on this one that you can just enjoy. Go ahead, here you go. She makes fun, cutesy little videos. And you brought back the glasses and filter. That's awesome.
I know.
That was awesome. That brought me back to a year ago and some change. That was cool.
I missed her. I still miss her. But okay, so now what? Where are we at?
Well, Janet, we're with you, Isabel.
Yeah, you were saying something about a spell that you were working on.
I've been working on spells.
No, I mean the spell that I was going to try.
I haven't got the spells ready for you, or as what I would call prime time. They're not ready for public use. But
okay, because the last time we stopped is when I got my armor fixed and a few other things. So I can't think of anything I need. And how many mana points do I have now?
You're level 2, right?
Yes.
What's your wisdom?
My wisdom is 17. So is it 15? Is that my mana? No, it's 34.
If you have 17 wisdom, it's 34.
Okay, 34 is my hit points. So is that my mana?
No, that should be your mana points. If you have wisdom of 17, your wisdom attribute times your level is your mana points.
Because I need to write that down.
Actually, we're going to change the name because you're a cleric. They're called piety points because that way, if a cleric player ever takes their cleric and they spend the years required to become a magician and use arcane, they would have 2 pools. One would be piety points for divine spells. One would be arcane points for wizard spells.
Okay.
But you can keep yours listed as mana points because that's not going to change the world. It's not going to cause car crashes and mass anarchy and cats and dogs playing together in harmony. we can so call that
So it's
mana point for you,
37.
but
Is that what you said?
you have 34 mana point,
Oh,
34 PD points because you have a 17 wisdom.
Okay. All right. We got that fixed.
Cheers. Crafting Gamer, what are you doing with that bucket?
It's a bucket full of gravel that I am using to base my Warhammer models.
Okay. I was wondering about that.
I wanted to ask you about, remember on the last game, you gave me Goodberry.
Mm-hmm.
So I still have that, right? Or was that
Goodberry is a
for that
spell
one
that-
thing that I got from that one person, that one spell, mirror or something?
Goodberry is a fun spell.
But that's a spell I get to keep.
Yeah.
Put it down
That's
my
on your acceptable list of spells. The only spells that you really can't cast right now are evil spells. But other spells within the cleric's domains or god's domains that are not evil or chaotic, you basically have access to those. But as you get higher level, your god's grip on other spheres is lessened. So, like after you're casting 8th level spells, and I'm going to say in the future, after you've hit like 15th level, the only spells you're really casting are your domain spells.
Okay.
Not the domain spells that you get, because you also get domain spells for free. You get one spell of domains for free. But your god, she has access to 4 domains, I believe. So those 4 domains after 8th level, those are your only choices. She doesn't have a grip on other things. She's got those 4 things, and so you get those up to 10th level.
Okay.
Hey, Cigar DM's in here. Buddy, how you been?
Hello.
And if you want in, the link is in the beta test. I know you're probably busy.
Just don't forget to bring your chainsaw.
Yeah, do you have a chainsaw? We'd like a chainsaw. Janet, were you needing to buy anything?
No, I think I have everything I need. I updated my armor the last time, and I just want to save my money because it was something I'm trying to get. I'm trying to buy something.
When you stop by the local little chapel that's here in town, and it's the Mirror's domain influence here is not very big. Like Mirror and Fear are part of a wider circle that was worshipped like 300, 400 years ago and before. Since then, you've hit kind of a decline. The deities that people think of quite a bit are Mithras and Solanus when they think of lawful good paladin types, even though the traditional would be Mirror and Fear.
Mm-hmm.
But when you stop by the chapel, the acolyte that's there says, "Oh, curate, I'm very happy to see you." And they give you, at no cost, they give you a wand. And it has 30 charges on it. This is a wand of repair metal armor. Every time you cast it, it will hit a D8 plus 2 armor points. This is not something you want to cast in the middle of battle because it'll take like 9 seconds to do. So don't do that. But you can cast this outside of battle and it'll repair the armor a D8 plus 2 armor points.
Okay.
They also give you another wand This one is not the quartz tipped wand like the last one. This one it's like a graphite rod, and it has a weird, funny, rubbery type of tip to it. This is the wand of repair leather armor, and it has a D8 plus 2 armor points of repair every casting it does.
D8 plus 2 for leather.
Yep.
Okay. And I can use this on other people, not just myself.
Yep.
Okay, good.
It's not a personal spell. It's a targeted spell. You have to target a person. Now, in the future, there will be a mass version of both of these spells available, where you can just pile the armors into a giant pile and then cast it, and all that armor gets all those points.
Mm-hmm.
And while you're here in town, guys, you're going to spend about 8 silvers each if you were in combat to get your armor repaired by a quality leather smith or metal smith.
Bruce, scribe scroll, does that mean I can identify a scroll or make a scroll?
Scribe scroll means make a scroll.
Okay.
Takes
I
you
might want to
about-
spend some time, Mickey.
It takes you about 25 silvers and equipment costs to do all that. And
Okay.
for a level spell, it'll take you an hour per level to do it.
Okay. Does it have to be spells I know?
It does.
Okay. That'll still be useful.
But you can cast it on days where you're not adventuring, like days where you're like, I'm hiding in my hotel room and I'm just going to cast this. And that's what I'm doing all day. But then once you do all that, you can take that spell out and use it on another day.
Yeah.
So you could have like a
Okay.
pile of fucking scrolls if you want.
Okay, well, after my research for the most valuable item I might be able to trek back with us, I'm going to see about making several scrolls of sleep.
Okay. Now I'm gonna let you know that I will be doing an equipment chapter here once I'm done with the clerics and wizards. I'll start working on the skills and equipment. That'll be easier for me to write down. But the equipment chapter will have speed factors for everything. So if you're fishing an item out of your backpack, you'll have a speed factor for that. If you're fishing an item out of a belt, it'll be less. So like when I say like scroll belts or scroll tubes, it'll be something that you'll want to get a hold of.
Mm-hmm.
Like reading a spell off the scroll, typically the thing you save is your mana points. You're not really quote unquote saving time. It's going to be 2 more than what the usual casting is if you're pulling it off your belt to read the scroll.
Okay.
And a scroll belt is a specifically made piece of leather that looks like you have scroll tubes all around your hips. So you can just jam a scroll into it, and then later on you retrieve the scrolls, and it's quicker than digging in your backpack.
Yeah. How much would that cost?
10 silver.
Okay. Yeah, because come to
So
find
think
out,
of it kind of like spell bandolier.
Yeah.
yeah, I remembered I hadn't spent anything from our last earnings, so I still got all that. Right. Can Janet use scrolls?
Only scrolls that are for cleric spells.
Okay.
There is a way for anybody, including Isabel, to use scrolls, but you have to roll a use magic device of 75 or much more. And if it's a first level spell, it's 75. If it's a second level spell, it's 85. If it's a third level spell, it's 95. Fourth level spell, 105. Use magic.
Okey-dokey.
Magic device is a way for someone to lie to a magic item to get it to work right. All right. Janet, what other things did you want to get a hold of while you're here at the chapel?
I think that was it. I think
Well, while
yeah.
you're here,
Mhm.
while you're here, you hear one of the temple bards, one of the chaplains, is playing a musical ditty. It's actually the song "Fortunate Son."
Mhm.
Not maybe one of your favorites, but it's still something that like you recognize. The Sisters of Battle love this song.
I like that song. The one by CCR.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
It's a fave.
It's a good one.
Okay. As you're getting ready to leave, one of the other curates says to you, "Where are you staying at tonight?"
At your place? No, I'm just kidding.
His eyes get real wide like pie plates, and he's just his face turns a beet red. My mom would love to meet you.
But I don't know yet. I guess with the group, wherever our group is staying.
He says, make sure that you guys are locking your windows and barring your doors once you're all within the room together, because there have been a lot of kidnappings.
Mm.
Not too far from here. It's off the street of Decadent Smells. There's been so many kidnappings over there. It's just terrible. And all the victims have been young, pretty girls like you.
Oh no! So maybe we should look into that, guys.
They're not with you, Janet. You'll have to go and like inform them of this.
Okay.
They're
Yep.
at Mel's, which is there's Mel's, which is it's an inn not too far from the inn or the road of Decadent Smells. And
Mhm.
Mel's is a nice little bar. It's got a cute like bar that goes in an L shape around the main room. Then you've got a bunch of tables, but then you've got the upstairs, which is all like quarters, and then the top floor is like a main room with like 7 beds, which is what you guys paid for.
Okay. But yeah, after I'm finished, then I want to go back and find my group so I can tell them about that, because that sounds nefarious.
Oh yeah, it's a plot hook.
So
Side quest.
yep, we need to help these families find their girls.
Well, hopefully we can do it within a couple of days.
Yeah, I think we can.
So, what other items did you want to finish up before you head back to the group? It's only about 3:00 right now.
I would like to go by my church if I can find one.
You have it. You're at the chapel.
Oh, okay. Then I would like to
That's the
donate a
day we
little bit of
do
money.
one.
I think I have 500 gold pieces is all I have on me.
Wait, how much do you have? 500 gold. Okay.
I think it's
What-
500 gold. I think that's all I have.
What would you want to do with that?
I would like to remember I opened an account somewhere. I'm trying to find it. And I
Thought you
put,
opened an account with the bank of
Yeah.
Ring.
yeah, and I left money in that. That's why I only had 500, because remember maybe I only have 350. That's it. So I
Okay.
want to donate 50 coin to my church right here.
You donate your coin to the church, and the curate's eyes just grow really wide. He's probably never seen a donation like that.
Well, I want to just make sure that my deity knows that I'm trying to do the best I can. to stay faithful. I'm trying to rewrite it. I'm trying to rewrite all my notes because they're a mess. I got like 5 pages. I'm trying to put them all in one.
Okay. As you're putting the coins in the till, you
Mhm.
see an older man step out from his office. There's a little room at the back of the main hall, and he steps out. He's got his looks like he has some padded armor on, and his sword's on his hip, and there's a shield which looks appropriately aged, leaning against the wall. And he says, "Aren't you Curate Isabella?"
Yes, I am.
He stands. He comes up and walks over towards you. He's a very tall man with very broad shoulders. Looks like he's been a veteran of a few skirmishes. He warmly clasps your hands. He says, "My name is Brossi, and I
Nice
want
to meet you.
to thank you for helping us." The curate is right. The acolyte is very correct. We are going through a fearful time within the city, and numerous people have been kidnapped. If your group is able to, it would be wise for them to do some searching around, because all of the kidnappings, I've done a little bit of research on this. All the kidnappings are happening to young, pretty women off of the row of taverns off the street of Decadent Smells. So we could use someone that'd be willing to help reverse this. Even better if it's you. Main reason I say that is that what a crushing defeat it would be to the forces of nefariousness that would so try to tamper and corrupt young women, for a young woman of pure honor and heart like you to break their neck.
Well, I'm going to try to get some help from my group and see if they want to help try to find out what's happening to the girls and why they're disappearing.
Rossi looks at you and he says, "How many are in your crew?"
And what was we got 5? I can't remember if the other 2 came with us or not.
Okay. Well, let me just say that I wholeheartedly endorse whatever you may achieve, and I hope that this is exactly the path which Mirror lays upon you, this pathway to success. And with that, he gives you a scroll. He says, "This is a scroll with a spell of blessing on it. Cast this, all of your friends will make it easier to hit their foes, and you'll find yourself braver as well."
Thank you. And what do I do with it? Do I just take it from him?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He gives you the scroll of bless. Good cleric spell. Good first level cleric spell.
Okay. And I can use it once?
Yep. Then the magic worms works its way off of it. I almost completely Gilbert Gottfried that. It works its way off. It works its way off of it.
Okay. I wrote it down. Thank you.
No, Isabel, thank you. Rossi's kind of got a old world, looks like a kind of a Romanesque guy. Got the hair parted on the left side. Very, very worn, weathered hands. Looked like the type of guy that would snap a guy's neck if he looked at his daughter the wrong way.
Trad dad.
Uh-huh. So after he finishes talking with you for a little bit, he goes back and you will rejoin your party at a place called Mel's.
Okay.
They're in the downstairs area, gathered around a large table. Tawny is saying that the whiskey has a little bit of sap in it. It's got the taste of sap. Some of the others at the table don't quite agree with her.
Yeah, it tastes different to her because she's pregnant, right?
We don't know that.
Oh.
The pregnant one got left behind in the family way.
Oh, okay.
You can blame that on Cormac.
Poor Connell. Not here
I'm
to
out of
defend.
here.
His plate will be full when he returns. Oh, here's all the things that are your fault. Fix that.
He's always making babies.
Pickles and peanut butter right now.
It's almost like he's a drummer or something.
Yeah.
So when you all assemble, or when you guys see Isabel, you guys convene in the commons on the bottom of Mel's serving area. And there's a lot of people that are in here that are not your group, but you find a couple tables, you put them together. Thomas orders potatoes for all, which for whenever he says that, you kind of catch from Lemmy that Lemmy had already had potatoes.
Mhm.
Lemmy also has a brand new rusty helmet.
It smells like onions.
Mm-hmm.
Huzzah. Too bad it's not a spear and a magic helmet. Go kill the wabbit.
That is my favorite cartoon, by the way.
Dude, the way he fucking spears that hole, holy crap. I roll every time I see that. Like, Elmer Fudd is a murderous bastard when you look at him.
Oh, he's fucking horrible.
The shit that they put in cartoons, man. Fucking beautiful.
And yet we're still not as messed up as the next generation.
I don't know where it fell apart. I don't know where. I can't
It was
pinpoint an area where it just went.
sometime after Ren and Stimpy.
Mm-hmm. Because I really like Ren and Stimpy.
Oh yeah, nose goblins. Hell yeah.
Would you like to see my magic nose goblins?
Frickin' powdered toast man.
He saved the Pope. Come on. Okay. So as you're sitting down, Isabella sits down. She's kind of excited. The wait staff is going around and she's doing her thing.
And I tell them.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to tell all of you guys that the girls are being taken, young women being taken from their rooms, disappearing, never to be seen again. Do you guys want
That's no
to
bueno.
investigate and try to find out what's happening to the girls before we leave?
That sounds like a
At
them
least
problem.
try. At least try to see if we can do it. Find out who is doing it.
I do have someone I'd like you to meet.
Who?
I forgot her name, but she was a very nice lady over at near Wedge's Bakery.
Okay. What's her name?
I can't remember.
Well, I was
Gross.
thinking I could go get a room at that hotel or the inn or whatever and stay there and see if someone tries to take me.
Janet, this is on the road of bountiful smells. This is an area that they're doing the kidnappings like right here.
Yeah, where we're at right now, right?
Yeah.
Dun dun dun.
Okay.
I'm not thrilled with the idea of using you as bait.
Let me ask around.
I'm not against the idea of doing this. I'm against the idea of using you as bait, though.
Yeah, but if I stay there and somebody watches, keeps guard over where I'm at and sees somebody coming in they know is not supposed to be there, because you guys are the only ones that I would have come in my room, right? So
Yeah.
you would be able to help me catch this person and then find out where the girls are going.
Too, I can't
Can't
booby
hurt
trap the door so the first person who opens it gets hit by a sleep scroll.
Okay, that'd be great too.
I don't know if we
Anything.
could do that, though.
I don't either. But what do you guys want to try to do? I just think that it might help our name in this town by helping find out what happened to these girls, because a lot of people would be really happy to have their girls back, or at least know what happened to them.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm not against the idea. I just don't really know where to start.
Well, I
Not much of a detective.
put on my helmet, my rusty helmet of onion smell. Isabel,
Sorry.
you did me a solid many a time. I will do you a solid.
So
Hey, Bruce, if I give a
Sure.
big enough donation, can we have that the helmet of bad breath? Like literally has a breath weapon that he stinks people out with.
You can craft that after you hit a right level. Yeah.
I might have to.
But I mean, if I go and stay at this, where the other girls disappeared from, and just stay there for a little bit and see what happens, maybe we can grab this person, whoever it is, or a group of people. It could be more than one.
Well, before you put yourself out there as bait, let me hit up my mentor,
Hmm.
ask around,
Okay, well, let me know.
see if this is like a guild thing.
Hmm.
Because, like, the
Okay.
last thing that we want to do is burn some bridges or have a hit put out on us. And then after I do that, then we'll start to stratify and strategize and do all that strategery.
Okay, that sounds fair.
Because if word out on the street is this is like some rando group messing with local girls, you might have carte blanche to go all murder hobo on them. But if it's some sort of racket, we might be small fish in a very large pond.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
No, I agree. Don't want to find out on the back end that we stepped on the Assassin Guild toes.
Yeah.
The local Don would like to have us talk with you.
Let me. This. As soon as you start to ask your boss about, or your mentor about this, Leon says to you, he's like, "Well, the Queen of the Street did disappear last night, but that I don't know if that'd be related to it or not." I'm a bit of a coward, but you should probably head over. There's a storm drain from the sewers on Whispering Knoll Hill.
Whispering Knoll Hill.
Yeah, there's a storm drain over there, but I didn't expect you guys to try to bite this off. Supposedly, there's been a few noble ladies that have been captured,
Mhm.
but there's also been like 30 prostitutes that have gone missing too in the last 2 weeks, and they're all attributing it to the same group of people. They don't really care, apparently.
Now, who went missing last night, though, that you said? Queen?
The Queen of the Streets.
Queen of the
The
Streets.
Queen of the Streets is Madam Islay, or we call her Madam Lay, but her name's Islay. Madam Islay is a prostitute that she's about 30, 35 years old, and she's now running her own den. But now, like last night, it got hit, and herself and 4 other girls that she has in her employ, they've been captured. There's a couple groups that are already kind of curious about this. The Sweet Talkers, one of the kids let me know earlier today what that is all about, and supposedly they saw the group of them leading a bunch of women that were bound, gagged, and hooded to the storm drain on Whispering Knoll Hill.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I don't care whether they're prostitutes or not; they're still missing. But it just intrigues me that somebody's taking all these girls. I wonder what they're using them for.
Sweet Talkers. What type of faction are these guys?
Sweet Talkers are a faction of prostitutes, male prostitutes.
Gigolos.
Are they taking any of the Sweet Talkers or just the women?
Just female.
Okay,
Whoever's
so
doing this is very sexist. They're only capturing the weaker sex.
well, I mean,
None of
They're-
the
preferable
people
sex.
captured. None of them captured have been like stunning and amazing and brave women. All of them have been like atypical. Like, she's pretty slender. She's demure. She's supple. None of them have been described as wiry or tomboyish or anything like that. Every
Targets
single
of
one of these-
opportunity.
yeah,
maybe, or they're picking a certain type because they're picking them for a certain type of person that likes a certain type for breeding purposes or for slaves, sex slaves, something like that. So they might still be alive since they're taking a certain type of girl.
Goodbye,
I
YouTube.
see the woman
Pornhub.
with jade green eyes.
But yeah, to me, that makes sense. If they're taking a specific shape and size and age group, it could be for breeding, could be for sex slaves, but they're taking a specific type of girl, not just women. You know what I mean?
I just hope it's not a necromancer with a weird ass fetish.
Well, we won't know unless we do something or try to do something.
We should look into see if anyone's been buying large amounts of thread,
What would the thread be for?
sewing things together.
Well, yeah. I thought you meant a different kind of thread.
No. I mean, if it's
You mean like for sewing, actually making clothes and having them in like a sweatshop?
or making clothes out of human flesh, skin.
Oh.
Human
yeah.
centipede. Who knows?
Buffalo Bill.
Could we go to a couple of the places that the last girls were taken, find out where they were at, if whoever was talking to whoever, and we can go see if we detect magic, if there was any magic used in the kidnapping of the girls.
Do
I mean,
some Scooby-Doo detective work.
Yeah. How long does magic hover around after it's
That'll
been
depend on the
used?
spell.
Well, if it's evil, doesn't it stay around longer? I mean, I don't know.
It's more along the lines of the spell itself will have a residual effect on the area.
Hmm.
Not necessarily the more powerful, but the more it disrupts the area, the more likely the signatures will stick around longer. If it's
Yeah.
a spell that doesn't maybe powerful but doesn't disrupt that much, it'll be harder to detect later. Depending on Bruce's rules, that's just how magic generally works, though. I'm not going to presume to 100% know Bruce's rules.
Yeah. Me either. Only Bruce knows his rules. But I'm
And
sure
there's
he'll
ways
tell
to
us.
hide it too. Did we lose Bruce?
Go. Okay. So, what were you wanting? What is the clear question that you wish to ask, Janet?
Well, somebody in the group had said something about talking to their boss. So I'm waiting for them to find out from that information whether or not they think that we can actually do anything to help anyone or try to find out anything before. I'm not going to just do it by myself. They've already said they don't want me to do something dumb, so I won't.
So this is the part where I run in and I'm like, guys,
Yeah.
we
Sure.
gotta go to the storm drain over by Whispering Knoll Hill. Apparently, that's where the hookers and nobles have been kidnapped.
Well, do you know
Or
where
last
that
seen.
is? Can you
I'm
take
going to
us?
assume that I do.
Okay.
Been
Well, I'm
running
ready to
around
go with you. You can
all
show
over
me.
Hell's Green Acre. Okay.
Now, the real question is, do we go in at night? Because it should be almost nighttime, or do we go in during the day?
Well,
I think
the
you should go
nighttime is the right time.
I remember
think
a
we
very
should
wise
go
goat said
now.
that.
Like during the day, they might be holed up in their little hidey hole.
Hmm.
Hey, if we all want to go now, I'm
Perhaps.
fully charged and ready to go for magic-wise. I was just asking, were we even going to try to strategize? Or we're going to pull a Harry Potter? We plan, we get there, all hell breaks loose.
Strategize. All we need is a montage.
We just need to go and look around, see what we see, or when we get where we're going, we can ask people around that area and see if they saw anything.
That would actually be a good idea.
So, I mean,
But that's best done during the day when people are active.
True that.
but there's prostitutes, wouldn't it be active at night too?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but they're not going to be too thrilled with us asking a bunch of questions.
They
even
will
with
if a
their...
woman like me asks them.
True,
Maybe.
you will have
If
a better
we
chance.
grease their palms, they're more
Yeah.
likely to acquiesce.
Yeah, that is also true.
So I don't know. I've never had to do this before, but whatever we could think of that we think is going to get some answers, maybe, or we could just walk around and maybe see something.
Or we could just straight charge the storm drain.
Okay, do that too.
I'm not saying we should, but I'm just saying that's like one possibility. It's like,
What time is it? Like,
I think you said it was like 7 o'clock at night.
okay, so it's
5 o'clock
fun.
when Isabel makes
5
it to the
o'clock.
bar.
Okay.
So it's 5 at night.
About 5 at night, 1700.
Okay.
Actually, I should make that a rule in my world. Clocks are 24-hour, not 12.
There we go.
So,
Problem solved.
Most of us are well rested.
What does 24-hour mean?
Military.
time.
Oh, well, see, I don't know all that stuff. I don't know military time. What
All
do I
right,
have?
so
Wait,
One-
your daddy was
1 through 12.
Hold on, Janet. Your daddy was a survival instructor.
So I still use a regular watch. But I can put an app on my phone real quick, right?
I got a watch that does both.
So
Um,
1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., so on and so forth until 12. Then after 12, it's 13, 14, 15,
Oh,
etc.
really? That's how it's done?
Yep.
Yeah, for example,
No
for me,
wonder.
it's 1440.
So if it's 444 here, it would be 1444.
No,
Oh,
444, that would be 1644.
okay. So it's 1644.
Yep.
Oh, God. I
It's
get
mountain
that.
time here, so it'd be 1540 and some change.
It's still 1440. It's almost 1540. It's almost 15, I should say. I will always remember 2 o'clock as being 1400 thanks to Scooby-Doo. There's this Oopazoo in the school. Yeah, the colonel said it'd be there at 1400 hours. That's so long from now. Shaggy, 1400 is 2 o'clock. We've only got an hour. I don't know why, but that has stuck with me ever since I was a child.
And that's one to grow on. All right, so it's 1700 hours.
Okay.
Wait. Yeah.
Everybody's maxed down on potatoes.
Yeah. Janet and I should be full on magic.
Yeah, I haven't used anything. I've only used what was it? I don't think I used anything since we've been in this town.
I haven't.
Yeah.
Magic.
I haven't.
Janet has got so much more wisdom than me. She's like almost Super Saiyan compared to me. Level 2, she's got 30 something magic. Me, level 2, I got 18.
Wait, what's your intelligence there, Crafting Gamer?
Oh, intelligence. I thought that was wisdom.
What's your intelligence?
My intelligence is 14.
So you have 28 mana points.
Okay. I thought it was the wisdom for some reason.
No, sir. That's for cleric. You're not a cleric. You're a wizard.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
That's why you always ask Bruce you hound him with questions. He's used to me doing it.
Yeah, meanwhile, I don't want to address that issue because, I'm neither a wizard nor a priest.
I'm just going to say this, and I hope that this alleviates Janet any feelings or inadequacies or self-doubt. Janet, I love having you in my game. You ask questions in both games, and you keep me fresh, and you keep me up to date, or you keep me pretty much sharp on the rulings and rules of my game.
It's almost like you're the ginkgo to his biloba.
Yeah, excellent example, Janet. If everybody knew the game as well as Bruce does, as overall, we would eventually start not changing rules, but rulings and the way the rules work can start morphing in an organic, almost evolutionary way. When someone constantly asks questions, it's a good way to keep the rules fresh and as they're supposed to be.
Yeah, you keep me sharp, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. I'm glad I'm doing something.
Well, Janet, I just see it as bringing you in both groups. This group here was pretty organic because I had a group of people that were not involved with our table. And when I asked them to come, they were like, yes, great. That's what we want. I want enthusiasm. I want people to want to play. But I have you, and you're new to gaming.
Mhm.
And then everybody else has been doing it for 5 or 10 or 15 or 30 years or whatever it may be. And when you have somebody that's brand new, you're asking questions. You're asking questions all the time. It's great because it consistently reinforces what the rules of the game should be, because everybody's quoting from how it's supposed to be.
Hmm.
That's why I like having you in a group. You've made both groups I have sharper. You've been a good whetstone for us. I don't know if you can understand or visualize that, but that's just how I
I'm
see
trying
it.
to, but I just sometimes feel like I'm just annoying.
No,
what I
you're
mean?
the compassionate, moral, and ethical side to our jaded, bitter, empty pricknish.
Okay. Well, I don't think you guys are that way at all. I just think that you're just guys. I mean, at least, you just think different than me. So,
Well, excellent
but
example, Janet.
I'm annoying.
Not at all.
Well, excellent example of you being a moral compass, Janet. Chances are pretty high we would not have gone on this mission without you. Not because nobody would have wanted to, but because we wouldn't have gone looking like you did.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
We would-
like me, my first day on the other one where I wanted to bring a baby back to life, and everybody's like, what? They didn't want to do it. But oh well.
Friggin' made
But
me
yeah,
cry.
I found a cool app. See, it has the time on it.
Nice.
It says it's 16:49 for me, for my time, because I'm sitting.
Oh, if only I could cue a Robert Redford gif right now.
Yeah.
Matt, Robert Redford nodding his head.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
like this from our movie that we reviewed.
Jeremiah Johnson.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
a good movie.
The only part of that movie that stunk was the wolves.
I like the fact that Bruce didn't know that was the GIF related to that movie.
I did. As soon as I saw it,
When
I
he
knew it was
pointed that out, I had warm fuzzies.
Yeah, it was great.
It was like, how many years have I seen that GIF? That meme. And then
Is
it was
that the
brand new and fresh.
Yep. They got a flashy
that.
goldy color.
You see, now you keep those and you can put them in like a little cart or whatever, like for a mining town or
Oh yeah.
whatever.
Oh, I already know what I'm going
Yeah.
to do with these. To
Oh.
unify the bases of my orcs, because I use I'm using red fir bark for some of the bigger, more special models. To unify between that and just a sand base like I did for these simple guys, I put skulls on them. Well, I'm going to do something similar for the models I told you about recently, the Adeptus Sororitas, the Sisters of Battle. But I'm going to use little chunks of iron pyrite, like they got chunks of gold on their base.
Awesome. Yeah, that's nice.
So I thought of that as soon as I decided I was going to buy those models. In fact, I think that was before I forgot which came first, but as soon as I knew I had both, I knew I was going to do that.
And where did you get that, anyways? That
My
sand?
father brought it. Let's see here. What did I do with that stupid bag? I don't know. I still got the bag around here. My father brought home a bag from a guy he liked to work for, of dirt, of gravel from the bottom of a well that's known for getting gold out of it.
Mhm.
Well, that was the story anyway. Like I said, I found an arrowhead in it. It's like that told me right there it was all plant. But I got a bunch of different gems. I've gotten stuff that I'll say looks like rubies. Like here, I'll show you that.
It sounds like it's from the Crater of Diamonds, in Arkansas. There's a place called the Crater of Diamonds where you can go dig for actual diamonds. And there's other stuff there because they put stuff in there. Oh, you found all of that so far in there?
Yep.
Oh,
And I got
we
bigger
are
ones
known as the
to the
Gem
side.
State.
Oh yeah.
That's beautiful.
You can get a lot of precious stones out here.
Uh-huh.
I don't know when I'm going
Agate,
to use these quite yet, but I do know
etc.
I'm going to use them at some point. Oh yeah. Like,
There's an app you can get on your phone that you can take pictures of any of that, and it should be able to tell you exactly what kind of stone it is or what rock or gem it might be.
I'm gonna have to look at that.
Mineral. It's a good app for kids that love geodes and stuff.
I've played with it enough. Like I've actually tried to break a few of them. I know it's not glass. They are rock or gems of some kind.
Mm-hmm. Well, good. That's what I would do. Take pictures.
Okay, so you guys make your way from the hill, and over here in this block, this is known as the academic area. Here is the it's a little place called the Roost of the Owls. The Roost of the Owls is a Collegium Arcanum fraternity. It's a 4-story building, pretty good size. Looks like it could hold about 200 students in it. There's runes about 8 foot up on the sides of the building. That's where the wards start to keep the thieves off. So
Now the real question is it an all-female fraternity?
no, it's not. It's a fraternity, not a sorority. There is a sorority house across the street.
Well, how do you define what people are?
Well, it's easy. At birth, either they're born with
Science.
a penis or without a penis. Chromosomes are either X or Y.
It's 2 genders.
Just 2. This is a magical world. It's not like Earth, which is filled with bullshit.
Yep. 100%.
So,
Polymorph has defined
My
terms.
feet are really hot, people.
oh yeah.
My socks. My feet are sweating.
I've got the fans
Sure.
on over
You
here.
make money off of that.
No, I got heated socks on. I was putting them on when you took your bio break.
No, I was just being a dick there.
Just up the
People-
count by 5.
It's working. Pretty cool.
For those
Sorry.
of you who want to donate to the Super Chat Fund,
You don't have to
A
do
$5
that.
super chat will get us all a complication.
I haven't told Flady. I don't know if Flady was there last night or Thursday night. I come back to the table and like there's a 1999 super chat from Flady. I'm like, shit, I missed this.
Well, you were busy.
you were
Jay
doing
read
your
it.
thing.
It wasn't important for you to read out. I mean, I
I-
was having a rough spot, and I figured, you'll see him before I do. I know
Well-
it may be a while, but if you can buy him a beer, buy him a beer.
And Connell, if you're still watching, set yourself up a Stream Elements site. There's a portion of that ties into your bank account or your PayPal or whatever. Just get that set up, Connell, for reasons.
But
Yeah, that's like, what, 20 cases of Bud Light?
Yeah.
well, funny you mentioned that. USA Boxing is now going to let dudes fight chicks.
Yeah, that's not going to go over very well.
USA Boxing's doing what?
Well,
What?
I mean, transgender females can now fight females. At least according to Black and White Sports.
There's a
So now women have to box guys.
Yep. Plan B.
I don't know why women playing any sports anymore. Every woman should just boycott all sports.
My advice to the women that are boxing these men pretending to be women is to hit below the belt
Yeah.
No,
as many times as you can.
My suggestion to the boxing industry: make steroids legal for true women. Then they might have a chance.
Yeah, I don't know about Roid Rage, man.
If I was in a boxing match and I am fighting a woman and I hit her below the belt, there isn't a below the belt for a woman, right?
Yeah.
So if I'm hitting her,
I've heard from several women getting kicked between the legs.
no, I'm
Doesn't
not
hurt
talking
in the
about
same way it
kicking. I'm
describes
talking
for a
about
man, but it'll still
punching.
knock them over.
A straight on
oh.
punch to a woman
Okay, I see
in
what
the
you're saying.
pubic bone isn't going to hurt me. I've been hit there before. It's not the same as getting
Okay, I
hit
see
in
what
the
you're saying.
boobie, right? I get hit in the boob and I'm going down. That's the same for a guy if I hit him in the balls. So if I'm punching him below the belt where his pooch normal woman would have, it wouldn't hurt. But if it was a guy, it's going to hurt. So that's a great idea. I think all the women should do that. Punch him right where his vajayjay should be.
Zombie bonus hole.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever.
Oh,
I think it's great. I would think that's a good idea to do that. Save women's sports. Punch below the belt. Good idea.
All right, so where were we?
as you leave the
Thinking about going and saving some girls.
the Roost of the Owls, there's another fraternity house over here on a hill area known as the Pit of the Lizards. And the Lizard Pit's only a 2-story frat house. There's a guy there that looks a lot like John Belushi, which he's currently guzzling out of a barrel.
Oh god.
So he's got his head down in the barrel, or he's got one up and he's drinking out of it.
He's drinking out of the barrel, tilted up at a 30-degree angle.
Like
He,
a boss.
He pulls the barrel down and he sees the 8 of you looking at him. He's like, I have needs. What are you guys trying to do?
Not judging.
Okay, good. And then he starts to drink again. You decide to obscure him from drinking or stop him from drinking. He will continue to damage his liver. Those of you that are familiar with this city, you can smell that he is drinking a variant of Rainier. Or if you're in Texas like me, Lone Star, which is a cheaply produced local brewhouse beer often favored by the underclasses or financially privileged. Rainier will get you drunk. You just have to drink your weight of it. I've never heard anybody say, I had a 6-pack of Rainier and I got buzzed. I always hear people say, I had a 24-pack of Rainier and I got buzzed.
It's like drinking Mickey's.
Mickey's fuck
What does this
Mickey's.
say about his sense of taste?
Really,
Other than Bud Light.
I'm a student. I don't have money. I have 2 coppers to rub with each other. That'll get me 4 cups of ale. That's it. Or I could spend those 2 cups on this 64 ounce of Rainier, and I can enjoy it. Well, that's a weird term, but okay.
Well, if you're willing to go through extensive training, my family is always looking for good wine testers.
He turns his head to you faster than Scooby when you said Scooby snack.
Roinks.
I'll even pay for your education, but you have to complete it.
Listen, I'm getting my bachelor's right now. You have your signet ring on you?
Always.
You have I have wax. He pulls his backpack open and pulls forth his ledger, and you press into it with your wax ring. And he's like, now I know where to find your family. I'll get started on this in about 3 months. I should be graduated. Then he belches. He belches horribly.
You just hired Laverne from Laverne and Shirley.
I was thinking more squeaky, but okay.
Yes, but
Did you
you'd
see
be
the brew-
amazed how
the beer
picky
tasting one?
alcoholics can be once they get into the good stuff.
They had an episode where she was a beer taster and she
Yeah.
just slugged it down, skunked.
I see what you're
Right.
saying. Okay.
She's all good. Everyone else is her, and she's like, it's fine. Nah, it's botulism, but you'll be all right.
All right.
Well, admittedly, I don't expect him to be high on the totem pole of testers. I expect him to be given more of the, okay, is this going to be good for the people who are alcoholics? Okay, it's good.
It passed the first test. He didn't go blind.
Exactly.
Yes, don't believe in almost something about tears die hard, eh? But then you let go of the good one, right? As we
Holy wall.
You're gonna order, you know. Right. So that's why Ruben is, you know, where he is doing.
You see the dad run. He got it the worst, even though he was the first one to run.
I love how they did that effect.
I'm sure it was with like a leaf blower or something. Funny.
That is that's gonna get me canceled, but oh well. Worth it.
Hold up my jar of porcupine bits.
Screw it, we're going to Rumble.
Yeah.
That was a fun movie
That's
to
a
review.
very fun movie.
It was.
Okay, so you guys find this lizard pit, and it's not too far from here that you have the Whispering Knoll Gate or Whispering Knoll area, because that area is like right through here.
Mm-hmm.
Is that to scale?
Yeah. Like this is like that area known as Whispering Knoll. That's this district within the greater Fraternal House College area. Here's the college hill right here. Here's where all the kids live, basically. It's a double walled city, but I haven't drawn that in yet. We'll do that as time goes on. These people at Whispering Knoll, it's a kind of a lower income area. Garbage is not policed as much as everything else is. When you guys actually enter this at 7:30 in the evening, you hear a woman scream. For a moment, you pause and acknowledge the fact that there's actually a woman that just screamed.
Relative distance, like super far, right next to us, in the middle.
About 3 to 4 blocks away. Tawny says, "We got to save her."
Well, I suggest the fastest of us don't wait for the party.
You guys run off.
Start running.
Yeah, you guys run, and when you think you see something, there's a few of these light poles here. That some of them actually will hold a charge for continual light, and so you can see some places here in town on cloudy nights because they have these magical lampposts which stay on all day. And so when you get there, you think you see somebody disappearing into the side of the hill.
Like magically disappear?
No. They're being not disappear, but being pulled and forced to go into a grate on the side of the hill.
Okay.
Cross my fingers it ain't Pennywise.
Now remember,
Okay.
I have a spell that can make it's called light, and I can put it on the end of your sword.
It's just like what's on all these poles here.
Yeah.
It's one of the
Okay,
reasons
well,
that
first
you really
things
like
first.
this town.
It may take a few seconds, but I'm going to cast Detect Magic on the doorway, on the grate before we go in, because the last thing we need to do is set up a booby trap or an alarm.
Mm-hmm. Good idea.
Well, while you're doing that, I will get prepped to check for physical traps afterwards, depending on the outcome.
I'm actually going to use some terrain, some guild work or some terrain work. Hold on.
That's what I need.
You enter a smelly, rain-soaked, rain-drenched area, actually. And when I say it's like rain-drenched, like you can smell like they've been doing something here. Oh yeah, that looks good. That looks good. Going into this miserable section of the hill, about 200 feet in,
Sweet.
gamingpaper.com. They're willing to supply you with instant dungeons. Prefab dungeons can be used for anything and everything. Prefab dungeons. Play your game. Gamingpaper.com. Into a large circular room you go. Hey,
Okay.
Baron G. Rock, how you doing? Baron, if you want to join us, by the way, there is a link for you in the beta test. I know you're probably not able to today, but if you so choose.
Don't say that, Aaron. Don't say that. Not prepared for vampires. But I do have rope.
They demonetize
I
me,
hope it's
but,
not vampires, because I was hoping we'd get at least one person alive.
No, they demonetized me because I showed that 50-second clip from that wonderful movie.
Already?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's gooder. Okay, vampires and festivals.
They sent you an email saying you're in trouble for that? I see
don't know if
people play half their movie on their thing and they don't get in trouble, do they?
I should have Creative Commons on here as a standard default, I thought.
Yeah, it's screw tube. They make up the rules as they go along.
That's literally it. They continuously make up rules.
Well, that's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
because I mean they have
and
straight
Janet?
nudity
Yeah.
on here.
If it is vampires at both our level and the amount of women that have disappeared, our only option will be literally, okay, people, time to evacuate the town.
I'd rather it be vampires than a dread wraith. A dread wraith will destroy civilization.
What was that you said? A
dread
dread?
wraith?
A dread wraith.
A
I don't
dread
know what it
wraith,
is, but it just sounds bad.
it spawns other wraiths, like most wraiths do. But whenever it taps something, it'll tap it for like a D8 con or 2d6 con each hit.
Ow.
So
Ow. That.
It's like Super Ghost.
Okay, RPG Grandma, you're not helping the situation. African hyena shape-shifting vampires. Seriously, you guys?
You know, and I'm a little upset.
Oh, that's
that,
even worse. Most female hyenas have dicks. We get raped at the same time.
That sounds terrible.
I don't need to know that.
I had worked for Cormac.
Ah,
okay, so you enter a large room, and I flipped over I don't need the train of all the caskets, but you enter a large room, and in here, you guys hear them at first, but then
are they in the hole?
nope, seems to be like a refuse pit because you can smell it. It probably goes down to the river.
So they throw trash down there or
Yep.
debris?
This is
Okay.
this is debris. You see a bunch of little hairy, not hairy, but little scaly creatures, and they stumble out of this area here. They see you, but you guys have the drop on them. I'm going to go around the table and get an action from you guys that you're going to do, and then they'll get their initiative roll, and you guys will probably complete your action before they even go or in the process of going. So Cormac is going to charge, and the two Bow brothers are going to twang.
Let loose.
Yes. What is... was that you? No, that was from outside. Okay. Tawny is going to she's just going to mark one of the little hairy bastards. And by the way, there is a couple of torches in here, one there and one here.
When you say little, like how little are these things?
They're about 3 foot tall.
Like
They're
kobold
kobolds.
size?
Yep.
Perfect size to punt.
Yeah, I don't got much else, so I might as well aim sleep at them.
All right. Hold on. I'm writing this down. AFRI. Wow. Thanks, Dirty Ogre. Okay. So you got 2 sets of torches here. They have a refuse pit. These kobolds have got their hands full, and she's casting a spell. What are you doing, Quinn?
Is there any way for me to slide out and draw my bow and get ready to take a shot? I prefer not to shoot whoever. Is that Cormac in front of me?
Yeah, you could do that. It'll be a move action for you to do a 5-stepper and for you to get your bow ready. 5 seconds.
That's what I prefer to do. Just to lower the chance of me shooting him in the back of the head.
Sure, you can do that. That'll happen on 5. Isabel, what are you doing?
Where am I in that little group?
Right here.
Right there. And there's what are those across from us again?
There are little kobolds.
I don't know what that is.
They're scaly little dragonkin bastards, known for traps and their ability to abuse magic.
I guess
I
I'll
prefer first edition.
start. Let's see. I want to
I prefer Dragon Mountain, where they had tribes.
I want to cast Bless on our group
Okay, that'll happen on 8.
on 8. Okay.
Are you going to do that? If you want to do that from the scroll, that could happen on 10 if you want.
Oh, I thought that the scroll would only be for one person.
Nope, the scroll is going to be for everybody. You want to do that instead?
Yes, I'd like to do
Okay.
that. So that's
You
on
yank-
10.
Yeah, that'll be on 10. Yank it off the belt, and it'll happen on 10.
Okay.
Okay. Mongoose.
Yeah, I'm just casting sleep.
That'll happen on 8.
And I haven't had a chance to make scrolls, correct?
You just now discovered that ability, or you just
Okay.
now started asking questions about it. So we'll be honest, and like your character knew. And if you want to sacrifice like 25 silvers for the every day you've done nothing, you could do that. I'd be okay with that because you're trying to play catch up. But yeah, 25 silvers per level spell. So yeah, you could do that. I forget what the actual cost is for spells, so I'm spells to scrolls, so I'm just giving you that as a baseline. I'll make it official here in a bit, but if you want to have you've had like 3 days, I'll give you like 3 days of spells worth. So if you want to have like up to 6 levels of spells in scroll form, I'll let you do that. Is that fair?
Okay.
Okay. What are you doing right now? You want to cast Sleep on 10?
No, I'm still gonna cast Sleep with my mana since I'm full of mana. I'm gonna save my spells, my scrolls for emergencies.
Excellent. Lemmy,
Yo.
what do you want to do?
Let's see. Where am I?
Lemmy, you are right here.
Okay. I am going to charge forward with my brand new halberd
Okay.
and try to skewer one of the little bastards.
All right. Your halberd charge is going to happen on 17.
Okay. Test out my newfangled Bopper 3000.
Okay. Quinn. Oh, let me roll their die rolls. Hold on. One, two, three. All right, Quinn, you're the first one to actually go. So you step out and you pull your bow to the ready on 5. You want to, when you pull it to the ready, it's not ready to go. You have to draw an arrow, but that'll be. What's your speed factor with your short bow?
I think it's 6 or 8.
I believe it's 8.
Yeah, it's 8.
Okay, so that'll be on 13.
13.
Yep. Five, 6, 7. On 8, sleep is cast on these 4. There go the resistance rolls. The first level spell. You've got a 14 intelligence. I have to roll a 65 plus to save. First one saves. The second one saves. The third one fails. Fourth one fails. Okay. 9. On 10, Janet reads her scroll of bless. Everybody gets a plus 5 to hit. And if there's a fear effect, you get a plus 5 as well. That is Bless.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
On 11, both of these dickheads cast their spells. This is where you guys are going to be like, this is a dick move. All right. I need saving throws of will. All right, both spells will cover this area. Just all depends how many of you fail. So I need I'll do the first 4 rolls right now. Hold on. Carmack. He falls asleep. Tawny. She falls asleep. He stays awake. And he falls asleep. All right. Quinn, I need you to roll your will save. DC is 65.
Okay.
Roll above 65.
72 work.
Yes, it does. Mongoose, roll your will save. DC 65 or better.
$92.
Beautiful. Janet, I need you to roll your will save.
I
65 or
rolled
better.
the same 2 that you just rolled on the table.
Yeah.
Okay. $75.
Beautiful.
Nice.
First
All
time I
right.
rolled.
Let me.
All right, here we go. Well, that sucked. 35.
All right. Lemmy passes out. As a bonus, Mongoose, you identify that they've casted sleep.
Okay.
Well, hopefully I'll be all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed by the time they get over here.
As my next set of move, I'm going to start kicking people who are asleep.
All right. Okay, so after those two do that, on 13,
That would be me.
Wang goes to short bow.
$62 going to get me anywhere?
62 will get you a. Actually, yeah, it does, because they only have an natural armor of 2, and they're not wearing any armor themselves. So, yeah,
All right.
damage.
13. Because I rolled an 8, then I rolled a 6, but you drop a 1 off the 6, correct?
Correct.
So 13.
Beautiful. What are you doing next? You going to twang again?
Yeah, for now.
Janet, I didn't ask you this. I need to ask you. After Bless, what were you doing?
I was wanting to go towards the butt heads
Okay.
so I could try to maybe hurt them with my sword.
If you want to charge, that will go off on 10. So that would be on 20.
Okay, on 20. Charge. Okay.
Okay. All right. About that same time, somebody should be charging fourth, but no. I'm sorry. Okay. As these two look really panicky, they both will cast Magic Missile on Mongoose.
Oh boy.
That could get spicy.
First one looses off 2 orbs off his hand. And he does 8 damage to Mongoose with the first volley of missiles. His companion targets him as well. And he does an additional 7 points. So he took 15 points of damage from 2 volleys of magic missiles.
Oh, shoot! That reminds me. I forgot to ask what my level 2 health is.
I didn't hear you because of the wonderful terrier.
I forgot to ask what my level 2 health is.
Your level 2 health?
Yeah.
You should have a what's your hit points at right now?
19.
That's before you got a hit with 15 points damage, right?
Yep.
Okay. What's your
So
constitution?
my health is currently 4. My constitution is 14.
Okay. So what's your con? Your constitution's
Just said
14,
that.
you said?
Yeah.
Okay. So it sounds like you had a full health because mages only get a D4 hit points.
Okay.
So it sounds like you had full health. 2 rounds of this is
Okay.
really painful.
Okay, I'm literally gonna hit the ground as if I died.
Okay. You guys see him fall down.
This ain't working out so well.
Well, that happens on 19. Janet, you run and charge with your sword.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right. Go ahead and make your attack.
And which one do I roll again? The same ones?
Same ones. D100.
Okay, I rolled both of them. I got a 1, 0, and a 7.
Even with the charge, it doesn't help you.
Okay.
You swing and a miss. That happens. I've spoiled Janet. She started the game off at like 7th or 8th level, and now she's like 13th in that game, 12 or 13. So her being second level character, like, oh my god, I'm terrible. You're untested.
Well, it's just my dice.
Yeah,
I mean, I just don't think my dice roll very well. But that's all right. Can't win everything.
okay. Are you going to swing at him once you recover?
Yeah, I want to keep hitting him if
Okay.
I survive when he hits me.
All right.
When do I get to hit him again?
You'll be on 28 with the backswing.
28.
Yep. Okay. On 21, go ahead.
That would be me. Come on. I need some good luck here. 90 and only 4.
What? 94?
90 to hit and a 4 for damage.
Shit. That's pretty good. That's really damn good.
Go team.
Yeah, seriously. After you fall down on the ground, Mongoose, what were you wanting to do?
Does it appear that their attention is off me?
You think it is. While you're here, do you want to try to shake your two friends awake? They're within arm's reach.
Yes.
All right, that'll
All I
happen
have
on-
is cast sleep, and I have a pretty high chance of hitting my friends, and that won't help anybody.
No. You can wake up your two friends here, but you're laying next to you, and
Yeah,
you can
exactly.
do that. That'll happen on 26.
Okay.
Okay. These two were casting their spells, and that one is thankful that Janet's not there to hit him. She was there to miss. On 27, actually, no, wait. On 26, you rouse two buddies here, and so they'll both stand up on 31. And it's 26. So what do you want to do, Mongoose?
Is everybody who was asleep awake?
You can turn around and grab him next in on 31 as well.
All right, then I shall do that.
Okay,
Well, I'll get everybody up.
smart man. Miss Isabella, you will soak in. He will try to get away from you. Actually, no, wait, that doesn't happen. He steps away from you for 5 feet, and you are there to absorb. Oh God! All right, 5, 8, 10, and Isabella will take 17 points of magic missile damage.
Okay, hold on. Let me get that other paper. I get 34. So I take 17
Yes, ma'am.
minus 17.
Ouch.
Okay. Oh, well. That's life.
Yeah.
Yeah, like me, I took quite the wallop myself. So
Okay. After that goes off, he will back up another few feet that way. Tomas, your friend with the really good aim. He puts another 5 in one of these little bastards, and you see him fall down. On 28, Janet, go ahead and if you want to step up and whack that guy.
Roll the same 2 again.
Nope. Because of how he fell down, he's not able to resist. I need you to roll me your typical damage.
That's
Tell me
one,
what it is.
one die 6.
A die 8 and a die 8 for longsword, right?
And that's the 2 pyramids stuck together.
Yeah, this one right here.
Okay, here we go. A 2.
What's your strength?
Oh,
What's your strength, Janet?
17.
Your strength
17.
your strength is 17?
Yep.
Okay. Well, you while you were busy looking at that fucker, you readied your weapon and moved in for a coup de grace with just a simple 5-foot step, 1 step forward, and you make that kobold wish he didn't wake up that day because he will never wake up again.
With a 2? Shocking.
Well, the reason why, Janet, is that in standard versions of 3.0 or 3.5 or Pathfinder, when somebody is by a downed opponent, there is an option for them to do a coup de grace. on a helpless, defenseless opponent.
Okay.
And so your character would know this. You might not, but Isabel, she knows the rules of the world. It's what your character would do. Is it honorable? Completely. Because once he gets up, he would not only try to kill you, he would also try to take advantage of your body and maybe even put half kobold babies in you.
Ew. Okay, good. I'm glad I got rid of him.
Yeah, these guys are about as bad as goblins. All right. That was on 28.
So do I get to pick something next that I want to do before you go to the next person, or do I wait?
Yes. What do you want to do next?
I want to go for the next person I can go for.
All right. That'll
Before I
happen on
die.
36.
36.
All right.
Oh yeah.
29 for me.
Go ahead. I believe it's all you, Mr. Quinn.
98. And I rolled a 1 for damage.
You steal the arrow past your friend. You feel your hair bristle as an arrow explodes from beside you and jams into the kobold's scale. It just hits one scale. He's only hit for 1 damage. That's kind of insulting. You want to do that again, I assume?
Yeah, I'm gonna just stick with this until things change.
Okay. These two stand up.
I pray I don't wake up to a room full of corpses and a bunch of angry kobolds, because that would suck.
I watched a movie that was funny.
Mongoose turns around and gets him awake. All right. What do you want to do next, Mongoose?
How many kobolds are left?
1.
Well, not much I can do at this point. I have no other distance abilities other than sleep.
Okay. It looks like Isabel has got this under control, and plus, with Carmack being brought back to the world of the waking, looks like he's going to get involved personally.
Okay.
All right. Hey, Jeremy, how you been? All right. So this guy, he will throw. He pulls something off his hip, and he throws it at Isabella. Wow, 90. Isabella, roll me a reflex save on the same 2 dice that you see here.
She's AFK, Bruce.
Oh, damn it. My bad. All right. I'm going to have her roll. Everybody's witnessing. 86. She avoids the little black grenade, and it splatters over here, and you guys see a mucus-like black petroleum spill erupt as this blackish webbing appears on the ground.
I've seen this before. It's venom.
All right. Connell gets within arm's reach of him. If he makes an acrobatics check, he can make a charging attack. But she's in the way, so he's got to see if he can veer towards this thing at the last second. Okay, so Connell is clumsy as fuck. He just gets in her way.
Do you have any bowling pin sound effects?
No, I don't. She pulls a bow off of her hip and she strings her bow. That'll happen for the next 20 seconds. Mrs. Isabel, you want to come around and attack? I could have swore I thought she was here.
I thought I heard it too.
Janet's probably got her microphone on mute. She's wolfing down a baked potato.
I'm not gonna lie, I just had some chicken thighs, dude. I was starving.
Dude, if
And
you
while
can-
I'm sleeping, I'm in the middle of making spaghetti, so it's all good.
if
I'm not gonna lie. I think someone got me sick when I hit the store today. I got that like early feverish feel in the back of my throat and the top of my forehead. I'm like,
Oh yeah, head cold.
it's like the super early stages. You can just feel
Yep.
it tickle you.
Then your nose will be dripping like crazy, and then
Oh yeah, and I can't really pump up on stuff because I can't have the sugars. So it's not like I could be hitting the orange juice and stuff like I used to.
yeah.
Unless you want to go for the unsweetened stuff, which is not that pleasant, honestly.
I mean, no, even right like raw oranges, like the
Really?
oh yeah, the amount of sugars that's in that orange juice is one of the worst things for it. Like if you're diabetic, even if you're not, the sugars are insane.
I did not know that.
yeah,
But once you have diabetes, like I have that thing you stick in your arm. 1 6-ounce glass of OJ will be about as much as I can do. Anything more than that, and the alarm will start going off.
I got to eat raw oranges, or I just like. There's no way I'm going to get diabetes. I'm going to walk into that one fine, but I can't worry about it. I just got to pop my pills and keep pushing on.
Yeah, I mean, if you stay active and whatnot, I mean, it's part genetic, it's part diet. You're active. I sit on my butt for the last 20 years, so you're active. Your body might be able to stay. Well, besides, like, if you come from like a long line of people who eat like a lot of breads and pastas, you could just have a natural resistance. Like, no one knows how their pancreas is going to react.
Who needs a
that's
pancreas?
unless she's messing with us.
Janet, you messing with us again?
No, I'm back.
Okay.
We've
I
got some
ran
heavy
as
breathing.
fast as I could.
You got some heavy
Had
breathing
on.
going on. I wish I would have been shutting up so I could clip this.
Yeah, the exact tone and way you were breathing, it sounded like you just finished something else entirely.
Sorry. I went as fast as I could. I was like, it's dark. I looked out my window. I go, it's dark out. I gotta go my eggs
Context.
and go shut my coop doors and get my eggs. I got 6 eggs. That's awesome.
Nice.
So I'm done.
Everybody wants Janet's eggs.
I don't want a raccoon or a possum to go in there and kill what I've got.
Yeah, don't blame
Wait,
you.
are possums the enemy of chickens?
Yes.
Yeah, they are.
I never knew.
Delete
And
anything.
they'll just chew their heads right off.
Part of the reason why
Wow.
possums climb trees is to eat birds and their eggs.
Yeah, they'll eat everything. So
I did
yeah,
not know
they're
possums
horrible.
were fucking vindictive bastards like that. I thought they were cute little things that were scared
No.
shitless of things bigger than
Ah,
them.
hell no.
They're killers if they can get in
Yeah.
there.
Almost all rodents are omnivores.
I never knew this.
Yeah,
Rats are brutal.
Mother Nature will fuck you up.
They're
And
basically the cockroach of the mammal world. They'll
Yeah.
delete anything that can fit in the face.
Then what does that make the raccoon?
We don't
aren't
go
they-
there. You don't want to get demonetized.
I actually don't know what family raccoons are in.
Neither do I. I know a lot of different.
I mean, if they're in
animals,
the
but I actually
rodent
don't know the
realm,
raccoon.
they fit.
chickens are tasty. That's
I
all
just
there
ate
is.
some. Oh, Janet, you're all tangled up with Cormac.
I am.
He went to
We
attack.
ran into
and,
each other.
Okay.
He was
So
not
is
very
it my
nice.
turn to do something, or did I get hit? How many hit points did I take?
Bruce
Not
will
that
handle
kind of problem. Bruce didn't say anything
Wait,
about you
Bruce-
taking
Bruce-
damage. He just said you two end up getting tangled up because of his own fumbliness. Well, Cormac.
I was just really happy that Janet was heavy breathing. I'm like, wow, the clipping gods have blessed us.
Well, I ran, but I made it.
Yay! Holy cow! I'm at 3 subscribers away from 1,200.
Yay!
Nice.
I don't know how.
That's awesome.
Yeah, everyone says, "Oh, tell your family, tell your family." It's like none of my family would watch this. In fact, I think my family would start giving me funny looks if I
It's-
showed them the channels I watch.
It's funny because I was watching, of all things, Unsubscribe, which is a gun tuber podcast. I'm going to pause combat for a bit. These guys
Unsubscribe's
are-
awesome.
yeah, you got the fat electrician, you got double tap Eli or Eli double tap, you got angry cops every once in a while, and the new main guy is Donut Operator, which he's next cop. You got those guys, and Double Tap said about 2 weeks ago, he's like, it's funny because like you would think like whenever you're doing something like this, your family be there for you. They'd be in your pocket and be like, yeah, we're there. We're for you. We're trying to help you out. We're going to help you succeed. And they're not. Like, you get more push. Not that your family doesn't love you. They love you. They want you to succeed, but they don't understand this. And it's not until you hit your first big milestones where your family starts to swivel its head and they're like, oh my God, you actually are doing something with this. And like, that's when Eli got like some money from one of his parents or grandparents, and they were like, here, buy yourself a set of headphones or a microphone or whatever you need. And they gave him like $70, thinking that was enough, which that's good for mid-level guys. That's above what I need. Okay. This little cheap ass $40 or $50 microphone is still better than what I need. But like my mom and dad said, hey, we saw you're over 1,100 subscribers this weekend. I'm like, you what? We went to your channel. We saw you have over 1,100 people. That's a lot. And I'm like, no, it's not, Mom. I appreciate that. Well, that's more than what lives in your hometown. Well, yeah, by triplicate, but I come from nowhere.
Bruce, the fact that they even looked at your channel and
That was
cared
awesome.
enough to look is awesome. You know what I mean?
So
I've got 2 sisters out of 4 that even looked at my channel. So
just so I can help you guys out, I've been uploading to YouTube since 2009, and it's always been something I wanted to do was share my hobby with people I enjoy being with or hanging out with, and I hope others enjoy it. I really do. But to have your parents say that's like, oh, that's awesome. And it my dad is the one that gave me my first camera for this. He didn't realize it was going to be for this, but he wanted me to start doing that because I was a pretty good journalist. Whenever I was given a VCR camera and let loose at a family event, I would get the greatest fucking wedding videography. Okay. If you want to see the good VHSs, don't watch the ones that the professionals did for my Uncle Leo's kids. Watch mine. Watch the ones that I made. You will not be able to hold your face. You'll be not able to breathe well. It's good stuff. Like, I got the best shit on cam. I was running around like a fucking hyped up fucking Tasmanian devil half the time, but that's not here or there. But that's the thing. My dad thought I was good at it, and then he kind of left me alone. He didn't realize what YouTube is until they saw me and Janet talking about movies one night. And then another night we were on the Friday Night Shit Show. My mom was like, please turn this off. I'm hearing all the things that they talk about on Fox News, but from my son. I don't want to hear this anymore. And my mom does intravenous Fox News injections. She watches Fox News a lot when it's time to watch the news. She's there. She's got her her bowling pants on. She's ready for battle. And I mean, that's just that's the way it is. Like my parents, they like their conservative news. They're really happy. I've pointed them to better news networks like the Next News Network or One American News Network or things like that, or Lisa Haven, Ivy Heckler, people like her, people like those girls, instead of like Fox News, which is now a shill network for the fucking, it's a mouthpiece for the agenda. But
Yeah.
you know, your parents are not going to be the ones that back you. Just the takeaway is, if you're going to get into social media, if you have something that's worthwhile and you start getting like 3 or 4 people each and every stream you're doing, keep at it, keep doing it. Try to improve your charisma. I suck at that. I'm okay with that. Either accept your low numbers or just, you know, you'll get good. One of the two will happen. At some point, you do come out, you break out. At some point, it happens. I'm not worried about when is my time. I don't care. I had 2 big windfalls in December. Garrett knows about one of them, how he saw it. And he's like, what the fuck happened where you made $500? I said, I held off on my memberships. And that's something I got to share that with you. If you guys go into YouTube and you get your ability to do memberships, hold off. Hold off on it until they throw you a bone and they're like, we're going to give you a $500 bonus if you do this. And if you do it over this amount, we'll give you another $500. So while I suck at social media, I try to give good advice, at least as far as that's concerned. But don't expect your family to get behind you right away. You're gonna have, you know, thousands of hours uploaded. You're gonna have a lot of things on the web, and you're gonna have like 10 to 20 to 30 people watching the streams before, like, all of a sudden your family's like, holy shit, you make money on this? Not much, but yeah, I make enough to pay for gas. I don't drive a fucking 350. I drive a Civic. I'm okay with that, and I'm appreciative. Like, I got there. LEG is one of the best guys I've met because he's doing his own labor of love, which is he's trying to build a new OS, which is going to integrate more with social media than anything else. It's just,
That's a hardcore project right there.
It is. And his project, he's having to rebuild part of it because I don't think he's going to be going for YouTube like we all were 5 years ago. Now we've got to figure out, okay, we're going to angle this for Kick, we're going to angle this for Rumble. And he's just figured out like a certain part of the API. He's like, it doesn't matter. I just need it to have inputs from video and from audio. I don't have to worry about anything else because once we get that in, the codecs for those websites or services will fix themselves. And I think that's where he's at. He's getting ready to proceed forward, and I can't wait for it. I cannot wait for it. That guy, like,
What's Codex? Sorry.
The camera company?
Yeah, the not the codecs, but the way that the computer interprets the visual data and the audio data, the way that it puts it into a filtering and allows it to be used by others on server stream. He does.
The compression rate on YouTube TV app is way different from like the PC.
Yeah, the apps.
It's all funky and shit.
The apps between Discord and on iPhone and PC are so voluminous. Like, I want to just carry around a tablet with me all day instead of use my phone because I hate the phone Discord. I absolutely, like, any chance they had of ever getting me back is now torpedoed. I will never be a paid user for Discord. My money will go to Gilded. Thank you, Gilded, for not fucking up your app. Now, if Gilded,
on a more cheery note.
So, to circle back, basically, if you're going to be streaming, doing social media, no matter what you do, be the best at what you do.
Yeah, try it. Try that. And there's been a lot of times where I'm not doing my best, like right now.
Embrace the suck.
Yeah.
Well, I have a slight side question. What's everybody drinking for? Oh, crap, it's upside down. What's everybody drinking for New Year's? I got my bottle.
Ice water.
Oh, right. Sorry, Flatty.
No, I mean,
that's a good question.
I've just kind of gotten over it. I mean, that's some good
I haven't
shit.
thought that far into the future yet.
I don't even know what I'm doing New Year's Eve. I know we're staying home. I just don't know how I'm hanging out with who.
We gotta
I
watch
might end up.
don't we? Aren't we watching a movie New Year's Eve? Because New Year's
Yeah.
Day, aren't we gonna be talking
New-
about
At
Blade Runner?
12 midnight, though. At 12 midnight, Janet,
Oh,
that the thing is that you pass out at 10, or you should be out by 10.
well, I'm gonna try to stay up for New Year's Eve.
Okay.
I might be hitting
I
it
love
heavy on the
mimosas.
Dr. Thunder if I can't find a
good.
decent drink.
Maybe we should have a pajama party or something fun. I'll take a nap. So we
I'm
can
already
be
in my
awake.
pajamas. A comfy T-shirt and a pair of
Boxers or
no,
briefs.
I sampled
like
this
sweatpants.
yesterday, and I don't know if y'all are into mimosas or
I
not.
love mimosas.
They
Yeah.
had,
Never had
they
one.
had 2 of these bottles for $10 at Specs.
Yum.
nice.
Nice.
Get you some orange slices to put on the rim of it. Mm-mm-mm.
If you ever go to Texas Renaissance Festival, this is probably displayed there and sold there like crazy because Thorin goes there, and he's a honey mead expert. He makes this.
I
Is
love
enough
mead.
for me. Yeah, this is enough for me and the wife to have one mug each, and we'll be happy.
Yeah, I'll polish off a bottle of that on my lonesome.
Oh, I have such a ridiculous tolerance for alcohol. I can drink 4 bottles of mead and then I finally get schnockered. Though that can't be good for my kidneys.
All in moderation.
Wine's better for you than hard with alcohol.
I don't like drinking to excess. I've got this 2 cans of PBR, and I drink maybe 4 ounces an hour sometimes.
I can't even drink to excess anymore. Like you seen Irish Cream on my camera. That was because I can't. I have to be incredibly careful with hard liquor anymore. I drink that too fast, and my stomach is being ripped apart to the point that there is no antacid on the planet that's going to save me.
Oh, that's not good.
That sucks.
We're going to step back into game.
Yeah.
But if you
Yeah,
guys have
sorry.
anything else to say, before we do, go ahead and say it.
I would just like to wake up and save you all. That's all I'm hoping for.
Well, I already
That would
woke you
actually happen. That would actually happen on 36.
Oh, 36. Okay, never mind.
On 36, he just woke up the Archer on 31. On 30. Okay, this little shit backs up, and he gives you 2 the last spell he's got. Both of you need to roll your reflex saves. Janet, reflex save, please.
And that is both
These
of those
Yep.
again.
Well, Cormac made his save.
58.
You have. You're going to discover burning hands.
Burning hams.
Oh boy, no.
What's
Right.
burning hams?
For you,
Well, you ever burn yourself while cooking?
Oh, burning hands. I thought you
So,
said
like,
ham.
it's
HA,
4 points. For you, Janet, for Isabel, it's 4 points of fire damage,
Okay.
and for Carmack, it's 2. And Soybean Jeremy, we are watching Blade Runner tomorrow night. Yes. Did I get these at Aldi's? No, I got these at Specs Finer Liquor Stores. Okay. After he does that,
George
Janet,
the Core.
actually, no. Yeah, it'll be Janet first, and then we'll do the rousing now. He stands up. You get woken up on 36. Lemmy, you get woken up and roll me a. No, you don't have to roll me a D8 or anything. Actually, wait. Yeah, you would have to. You roll me a D6. That'll be when you realize what the hell's going on.
All right. 5.
Okay, so on 41, I'll ask you what you're gonna do next. 'Cause
Okay.
at 36 to 41, you're like bewildered. You just woke me up. Sorry. Okay.
Oh, what a wonderful dream.
Janet, you want to step ahead and smash?
Yep. And so I roll the same 2 again.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'd be good. Oh, 20 and a 0.
Thanks, Bruce. When you said Janet smash, my first thought was a big old the Hulk with Janet's face, but green, going Janet smash. That's what ran through my head.
Oh, I got 20. I got a
Great.
200
That reminds me of
and a
I-
0.
Fantastic Four comic.
I'm not against painting Janet green and just making a bunch of men very happy.
Did you
Yeah,
hear
it just
me?
made me realize a comic. I
200.
forgot what it was, but Johnny Storm. He's like, oh, I got pictures of She-Hulk sunbathing nude on top of a roof. They seem to have edited out the color, but I think I got a pair of green sunglasses somewhere. And then she proceeded to chase after him. She-Hulk smash.
Wow.
Smash. Or
Well,
pass.
Janet, Isabel steps forward and misses.
Yep.
The bless
All right.
spell.
That's what I'm saying. It's my rolls are terrible. I just cannot roll a decent hit.
All right, New Year's resolution: we're all going to get new dice.
Okay,
A whole new
Um,
bag.
Janet, I'll let you roll again for Carmack. Go ahead.
Roll again.
Yeah, you're going to roll for Carmack.
Okay. A 6, a 60, and a 4.
All right, he will hit. You need to roll me a D8.
A D8.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, here we go. A 4.
We'll take it.
So what's my hit?
You gave him 7 points of damage.
Oh, I thought I was getting me hit. I said I
No.
rolled better for someone else.
Yeah, you were doing it for your companion, not the enemy.
Oh, my companion. Okay, I didn't know. I can't see at the very, very top. I just see
Oh, my bad.
half of the people. That's okay.
How do you guys like this battle system?
I think it's a cute little screen. I like what's on the table.
I think
It's
he means
aight.
the way the gameplay goes.
Yeah, I thought that's what the question was.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's
I thought you were talking about what you had laying on the table.
No, I don't
No.
mind it. I just have to pay more attention to and like memorize more of, okay, I have 8s on this, but this is 6. You know, a few of the spells I think are 10. I just have to get used to that.
that's the main thing that's going to probably turn people off is that there's more head work.
I'll tell you what would be great though. I don't think it can be done. Well, I mean, I'm sure it can be done, but it's ridiculous. But if there was like a round counter in the corner, like digital, like it's round 1, dang.
Yeah.
It's round 2, dang.
Oh, like 1D&D?
We're playing digitally. Like if it was at the table, like I've been
So
using.
if I had a clicker that would go from second to second to second to second to second.
Yeah, like I've been using my other set of D100 to track the rounds.
Okay. That's
Like
usually
how-
what I do.
I didn't play Magic, but my brother did, and you had the spin down D20.
Yep.
So I just took that idea with the D100s for this.
Are you talking about like go on 36 like that?
Yeah,
I like it.
it's just
That's
different
pretty
for me, and I
To
get
me,
lost.
it helps me pay attention and know when my turn's coming. I like that. I think it keeps me focused on what I'm supposed to be doing. I didn't understand.
Well,
what
when Bruce makes his game, he could look for someone who does STL files and have 3D printed time dials made.
Mhm.
Ooh.
Really appreciate that when it comes time to, and be honest, if you don't like the way the system's kind of clunky or if it's too crunchy, let me know. I'm aiming for a level of crunch. There's a certain level I'm looking for. It's going to be initially more crunchy than the Pathfinder 4 game, but I look for it to be, once you've played it a bit, like the people who like Janet with little to no experience in games will probably pick it up faster than people that have got like 3 20th level characters in various Pathfinder and Dungeons and Dragons games. That's what I'm looking at.
Well,
I think
I like that number when you say we're gonna do the next thing on this number, and then you count the numbers off so we know when it's what's happening, the progression of it. I like it that way
okay.
myself.
You know what would be epic is if you added a sound effect the closer it gets, like
Tick, tick, tick,
the
tick.
old game Asteroids when you get close to the
Yeah, that sounds cool.
UFOs and whatnot, and
Oh.
it gets a little more hectic.
Well, what I first thought of when you suggested that was 24. Every time you see the number, how it gets
Oh yeah,
or whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Allentown trying to get that Philly vibe going.
where did my day leaves go?
Let's see. Who hasn't rolled a dice in a while?
Me.
Okay,
Yeah, I
I'm
would say
gonna
that
let you
people have
roll
been
the percentile for your archer.
All right. I got sidetracked. What count are we on right now?
Right now we're on 36.
No, we're past that. I was on.
Oh, wait,
I
my
shot
bad.
on 37.
Yeah, I did the hit.
On 37. My bad.
Okay.
Because on 41 he gets roused.
But I didn't say what my next move was.
What
after
are
I-
you doing next, Janet?
Oh,
Swing
I
again?
want to still try to keep hitting him until I'm dead.
Okay. I would recommend while you're doing that, the two of you flank him. That's just kind of what you do whenever you've got a 2-on-1 situation. You always want to go for a flanking maneuver like this,
Oh,
Stick and move.
Okay.
because what'll happen is that you guys will have the opportunity to get even more bonuses once you have somebody surrounded.
Okay. Well, that'll be my next move is to try to flank him if I'm
Okay.
not dead.
Bruce, can I even get my shot off with the way that's set up?
Right now, there is a shield bonus that your friends are offering him, but if you can roll high enough, that won't matter. However, if you fail, depending on how badly you fail, if you hit within 20%, you're going to cause one of your friends to scream and bleed.
All right. So basically, I lose an action if I abort it. So, but that's what I'm going to be doing. I will not be firing.
Okay.
I have one or two things I want to do. Either A, turn around and grab any of my fellow companions that are still laying down and wake them up with an atomic wedgie, or run up to one of the kobolds that are knocked out and give them a bottle of Midol.
That would actually be a smarter thing, because
Here's some Midol and a bottle of water. Walk it off.
All right, so I will Hulk smash a kobold instead of the atomic wedgie.
all right.
I'm assuming that's going to require a charge.
That'll go off on 50.
50.
Okay, so 37 stands up. You stand up on 41. Actually, you get a chance. What are you doing next? This is Lemmy.
Yeah. What am I doing next after I wake up?
Yeah.
I'm going to rub, rinse, repeat. I think I'm going to go button hook them off to the left around the hole and try to close the distance so I can at least attempt to use my newfangled weapon one more time.
All right, you can do that. You can get it within charge distance. Mongoose, what are you doing? You just woke up your buddy Lemmy. Mongoose, you're muted, by the way.
Of course I was. There's only one kobold left. I don't have too many options, especially with my health. Well, not much I can do at the moment, but I got an idea of what I want to do after the battle.
Okay. You just want to kind of hang loose.
Yep.
Okay. You could be more effective if you run off towards the fallen kobolds that you put asleep. And if you gave them the ability to never wake up again.
No, I didn't know there was more than one. Okay.
Yeah, you got 2 of them over here.
All right, then yeah, might as well.
All right.
Might as well help do that.
Okay. You and the bard will rush off to do that on 46. So, all right, Janet, you and Cormac are going to get swings and flank on this little shit.
Okay.
So roll me these 2 dice.
Same 2.
Yeah. You see him.
84.
All right, you cut
84.
into the back side, maybe by his kidneys. Roll me a d8 for damage.
A 3.
We'll take it. Do the same thing for Cormac now, who's bleeding from a wound by the kobold.
64.
That's good enough with his bonuses to hit. Go ahead and roll another d8 for damage.
A 3. Jesus.
We'll take it. Listen,
oh,
damage is
God.
damage.
I know.
Yeah,
It
chip
still
away.
sucks.
At this point, the kobold is like really bloody, and he looks worse than Nick Nolte on a St. Patty's Day weekend. Oh, this is going to get Gary Busey before we get done.
Yeah, I know. Merry Business, everyone.
Lethal Weapon is one of my favorite crime dramas of all time. I'm sorry. And I love how Gary Busey plays the role of G. Gordon Liddy's Heavy.
Yeah.
Okay. So that happens. You see these 2 whack away on this guy. Cormac gets hit a little bit. He's not feeling too good. About that same time, the bard and the wizard run off to go and place specific harm on 53. You 2 will get an action to coup de grace these guys. At that same time, the halberdier rogue will run off over here, and then he's put himself in position to do a charge on 60. With all this going on, these 3 will just advance like 3 Klingon vessels at the start of Star Trek II.
Lemmy's gonna show up like Jack
Yeah.
after they're all dead. He's like, ah!
After I unloaded the fucking Tech 9 into the ceiling, knocked my ass out. Or ha! And like fumbled a knife.
Okay. On 52, Janet, roll another attack on this fucking kobold as he's trying to put away your friend Cormac. He realizes you are not as good of an opponent as Cormac is, so he's giving you his butt.
A 0, 0, and an 8.
I didn't mean to jinx you, and don't try to tell me that I jinxed you. Hi, Jackie Blue. Your mom is going to get better. Don't worry. She'll get good with that sword one of these days.
Oh my God, I suck. I just really suck. It's so bad.
Hey, just be thankful you
So
didn't roll
now
lower
what?
and smack Cormac.
I don't need to roll hit because I didn't
Nope.
hit,
You
right?
got to roll for this guy, though.
Okay. Oh, please let his be better. 77. Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, it is a good one.
And now I roll the other one.
and rolled a d8 for the damage.
Oh, a 3.
You love those 3s.
I know it sucks.
I should
I'm
make
gonna
it.
swap that one
should
out.
I should completely make a Janet rule where
If she rolls a 3,
if you roll the
Exploding
same
threes.
damage, if you roll the same damage 3
it
times in a row.
sucks. But oh well.
Let me tell you that those
Is he
3.
dead?
Yeah, he is. Those 3
Oh,
hits
Thank you.
have compiled, and
Because I'm at 19 health, so I've got to do something. But I got something special. Look at this.
as you two fell the kobold, your friends over here sliced the throats off the sleeping kobolds, and then you all were like, "Ugh, fuck."
So now what?
Be a good idea for cure light, or not cure light, but channel positive energy
Okay,
for all of us. Kumbaya.
I'll do that.
Woosa. Woosa. Serenity now.
Mark it off. Do I need to roll?
Sub.
Do I need to roll my dice for that?
Yeah, we're not in combat, and so what I want to do is that whenever you're quote unquote not in combat, if you have the time to take the time to cast a spell, it will come out at maximum value. Now, during combat, if you're trying to hit max value fireballs or channel or fireball or curing spells, that's a maximized spell, which requires a lot more mana than what you've got, and you need the feat for that. But whenever you've got a minute of time available, if you want to gamble away a minute of time, you can do that, and it'll be 6 points of healing because you're only second level.
Okay.
But 6 points for everybody.
All right.
And
6
that's one of
points.
your attempts for one of your uses of channel positive energy.
So I get to add that to my 19.
What's your maximum hit points there, Janet?
My is 34,
Jesus. She's huge.
but not right now. I'm at 19.
Okay.
Yeah, you're saying
go
Sorry.
ahead. Tell her.
you're
Gotcha.
saying you're at 19 and that's bad for you, Janet. I
Yeah,
took
that's
15 points of
scary.
damage, and I took 15 points of damage. I was instantly dropped to 4 points of health.
Oh, well, last week I was down to 4. So
Yeah,
until we got to heal back up.
when you start hitting single digits, that's when it gets scary, especially for a character like you. Until then, you're actually pretty good to go.
Yeah, I'm not too bad. I'm at 19.
Well, now you're at 25 because you did 6 points of healing. Everybody receives
goodness.
6 points of healing.
Yay! Thank you.
These kobolds, after you do that, if you want to do another channel positive energy to heal up other members of the party, which are more grievously wounded than you.
Yeah, who is? Which ones? Because I can do it in a radius burst, right? For 50 feet or something?
30-foot radius. 30-foot
Oh, 30 foot.
radius.
Okay, so now I roll, is it 2 or 3 of the?
You roll 1d6. You do it's 1d6 normally, but when you have a minute, if you want to wait a minute and do it all, do the entire value, I will let you have a minute. If you have a minute, you can do that. Because that's more like you giving an in-depth prayer, an incantation.
Okay, well I can wait a minute.
Yeah, like that's not a problem. And I have no problem giving you that. While you're doing this, you can hear at the very end of your casting of the cure or of the channel positive energy, everybody heals up another 6 hit points, so you get 12 back total over 2 minutes. But you can hear skittering down this corridor here.
Uh-oh. But do we hear any more screaming?
No.
That might not be a good thing.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Okay, that's 2 of my channel positive energies gone.
Hey, nerdy ogre.
So how much were we healed?
12 total.
6 more, so it's 12.
12 total.
Cool. That knocked the sleep out of my eyes.
So do I need to do it one more time? Or we
No.
have-
How badly are you guys
No,
messed up?
let's save it.
Save it for somebody else.
Because if we go down this hallway, I don't want you guys low enough to where we die. I don't want you dying.
I haven't even gotten bloodied yet. I got a pristine blade, just craving blood, and I got to use it. So let me get at least a whack in before I drop.
don't suspect I'm going to take another hit of 15 points all at once, and even then, that's not quite enough to kill me with how much I have.
Play the
So I
defensive
should be
game.
good.
You got a sling? Or a proficiency to use sling?
Who?
Crafting gamer.
No, but I might want to look into that. All I have for distance abilities is sleep.
Because I was thinking, that's a pretty simple tool once you get used to it. Grab a
Yeah.
couple of rocks, fling them at somebody's head.
You guys head off towards the sounds of skittering down the corridor.
Can I have a sleep prepared to be cast?
Don't you have a scroll?
True. Might as well save a little bit of magic.
I thought you had six levels of spells on scrolls. That would be 2 of them.
Yeah.
In this chamber here, you guys see a bunch of little niches off to the side, and unaware of where your foes may be harboring their captives. Also, Lemmy and well, not Lemmy, but Lemmy was the one between Lemmy charging in at the last second after the kobold has been hit and he was knocked to the ground. Lemmy came in and split the kobold's neck from his shoulders. Nice shot. After that, you guys managed to find that some of these kobolds, they did have some things on them. 2 of the kobolds looked like they were heavy spellcasters. The one that looked like it was a mutated human or something not normal. When you were looking at it, that guy gave you the willies. But even more importantly, he had a couple of scrolls on him. You'll want to check those out later. Because it'll take you to decipher scrolls without using read magic. It'll take you a while to figure that out, which time is a luxury you do not have.
Yeah.
In this room here, you have a bunch of niches over here. This kind of widens out both to either directions, but you don't have any continual light that's cast. You don't have anything that shows you what's going on.
Yeah, but can I light up my sword?
Yeah, you may.
Okay, I'm gonna do the light spell.
Yep.
Marking it off.
All right. So
at the end of my sword is like a torch.
This leads into a larger set of dungeon catacombs.
Those are really cool. I like that.
Gamingpaper.com.
It's neat.
I used to do something similar with the Hero Quest board. Didn't actually play with models, but I like to use that for a map
It
occasionally.
looks like I'm playing Zelda on the computer from years ago.
Nothing wrong with that.
It kind of does.
Everybody loves Zelda.
I love that game.
Really? You're a Zelda fan?
Yes, I loved it. On Nintendo 64,
Point noted.
I loved it. It was a fun game.
And we
Okay,
just lost
so-
Nate again. I'm sure he'll be back in a minute.
You disappeared?
6.
Oh, Six
Nations.
Nations? Okay. You guys looks like a kind of like a foyer area. You've got it. The area is kind of widened out a bit. You see that there's screams from down the halls. You can hear them.
Okay. Well, screams means they're still alive.
Up there, Six Nations.
That's
You
good.
know, depending on what condition we find them in, that might not be a good thing.
Thank you, sir.
Well, they're
Uh,
not dead.
Is it multiple people or just a single voice?
We can't really tell. I mean, could be multiple people screaming or one person screaming with the echoing caverns.
You hear the sewers echo with yells of anguish and frustration as various groups of kobolds start to converge on your location.
Uh-oh.
So,
And this is why I prepared a scroll.
as she lights up the room, you guys see them dancing across the shadows, across the shadows of these guys dance across the walls. Everybody that's not Lemmy rolls a d6. Lemmy, you roll a d4.
All right, I'm going to try a different color this time. 2.
All right. Anybody roll less than a 2?
I rolled a 5.
All right.
I rolled a 5.
I got a 3.
Okay. One, 2. All right, Lemmy, what are you going to do?
That is a good question. We've got 2 different paths, and it looks like 4 enemies on one side, 3 on the other. From what I can see.
Yep.
Damn. Dilemma.
Which direction was the screaming coming from? Could we tell?
Both. You came through this corridor here, and you could tell that, like, somehow this all connects itself back together. This is an old city sewer, by the way.
So the sound was
Not
echoing.
used.
It's still used.
Okay. Oh joy! That means we could get flooded out at any minute.
If it rains.
Or if it's Buffalo Wing night.
So what are you doing?
All right, I'm going to go move to the left. I'm going to take on that larger group. Anybody wants to come along for the fun? Yeah, I'm going to be rather cautious. Have it at the ready.
Okay. It'll take you about 15 seconds to get that halberd braced and ready for attack opportunity. But you could do that if you want to do that.
15 seconds, huh?
Yeah. After that 15 seconds, you'll be braced and ready for a charge. Ready for somebody to charge you, I should say.
Okay.
All right.
That could be a number of spells flung at me, though. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna stick with getting ready for combat and not rushing.
Okay. Yeah, the halberd's great, but it has a slow wind up.
Yeah,
For the basic user.
I gotta use it judiciously. Poke them when I can.
Okay.
Smack them when available.
On 3,
That
4.
would be me.
Oh, what do you got? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna set up to do?
Summon Monster 1, see if I can get a Gus the Field Kicking Donkey back on our side.
Summon Monster 1 will go on 11. Okay. 4, 5.
I'm a 5.
All right,
that's
Janet,
Janet and
you popped up first. What do you want to get ready to do?
Where am I exactly in that little group?
I'm going to move you wherever you want to be at, but you can be within.
That's right. I will. I guess I got my sword lit up. I guess I'll go ahead and I guess before we should go in, I can't do bless again. I already did it. So
Bless is actually still. No, wait, no, it's not because it's been 3.5 minutes.
yeah, it's over. I guess I'll just charge towards the 4 guys.
All right, that charge will go off on 10.
10. Okay.
Yep. Actually, no, wait, this is 5, so that'd be 15.
15.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Also on 5 is the crafting gamer.
Yep. Does it look like everybody's going after one particular group?
Not yet.
All right. Well, I got to cast sleep on somebody.
Do it on the 4.
Okay, I'll do it on the group of 4.
Okay. I want to move you 5 foot to put you in a little bit better position to do that, but you can do that. That's not a problem. All right. So sleep will go off on 13.
Okay.
Okay. On 6, oddly enough, all of these NPCs will position themselves over here 5 feet, and I'm going to get a different figure for her because she's a ranger-esque type of chick. Here we go. Thank you, Reaper Miniatures.
Yeah.
All right. So, okay, the longbows go off on 18. On 6, 7, 8. All right. On 10, these guys get a movement in. This one here, he gets a charge because he's not rounding corners. Can't really get a charge in because there's a corner right there from the wall. Okay. Move. Move. Charge. Nope. And move. All right. On Summon Monster 1 for on 11.
Yes.
The Donkey of Doom.
Hey, Gus
What do
earned his keep last time.
Do I hear did I hear somebody summoning a Donkey of Doom?
Yes, you did.
All right. Donkey of Doom is summoned. Roll me a D2.
D2, so I rolled a D4. I got a 2. So odds are evens. I got an even.
All right. Where do you place your donkeys?
Can I place them? Where am I? I can't tell where I'm at in the stack.
You're right here, out of melee. Recommended is that you put Donkeys of Doom here and here.
Sold.
All right. The donkeys will attack on initiative 20. All right. 11.
How do you get such cool spells?
Bruce, how liberal are you with illusion magic?
Well, with level 1 illusion or level 2 illusion, like you can cast Silent Image, and that's about it. If you interact with the image, it fades.
What about disguise self?
Disguise self, as long as you can concentrate while you're doing it, yeah, you can do that.
All right.
There is a alter self spell though. I think. Let me check. Hold on.
If there is, I do not have it.
Yeah, alter self is going to be a 3rd level spell for you.
Yeah, I don't have it. I was going to say, could I use?
Actually, no. Wait. With that's not the right tool. Hold on. I know. I'm telling you guys to wait. Digging through my Bible. Hold on. Do you have the spell Disguise Self?
Yes, that one I do have. I understand it's normally used more socially for like, roguey type stuff or social type stuff. I was thinking if I could turn myself into the appearance, not the actual form, but the appearance of a giant werewolf. Or is that too much for that illusion magic?
This is a if you want to look like a werewolf, you can. But
All right.
if you want to do that, you can. But it's not going to be like the. I'm going to need bluff rolls from you to pretend you're a werewolf, because otherwise you're going to be moving around like a very nimble bard type, and werewolves kind of hulk around.
All right.
So I'll need you to roll bluff checks when it's your movement type or whatever. Whenever it's your action, bluff check. If you want to do that, you can. I would not suggest doing that right now, though.
All right, then we'll skip it. I'll just go into Inspire Courage and boost everyone since I'm in the back.
That was what I was going to. I wasn't trying to tell you how to run your character, but that was the thing I was thinking. That would probably be really good right now.
I was going one of two ways. Either I bolster the stack or I try and break the stack.
Okay.
Trying to break the stack seems too much of a low probability, then I'll buff the stack.
All right. That happens. Summon Monster 1 goes off. The donkeys go up on 20. Okay, Janet.
Yep.
It is. You don't get a charge bonus, but I'll let you attack this guy right here. He's right in your face.
Okay, and I roll the same two.
These two wonderful dice. These loving dice. They love you so much.
43. It's not high enough.
No.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Oh well. And I changed dice too. I even got another set. So.
Oh, we'll try this again, but for Cormac, Connell's character.
Okay, here we go. Please let him be better than me. 53.
Okay. He has a bonus of 10 from the flank.
Mm-hmm.
He has a +7 because he's got an ancestral longsword from his father. So that puts him at a 67. 67. So that puts him. Oh, that puts him at 70. He hits this son of a bitch. Go ahead, Janet. Roll me a die 8.
Okay. 8. Yay!
You rolled an 8?
Yes.
Roll again.
Rolling the same one.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, a 2.
Hey, point of damage is point of damage. What? All right.
That's 10 points.
Yep.
No, that's 9 points.
9 points.
Okay.
You remove 1 from the second dice.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Mr. Halberdier, you get your swing.
All right.
Oh, wait, hold on. Janet, do you want to attack again? I assume.
For who?
You want to for you on 23. Do you want to attack again?
Why?
Your longsword. Do you want to? What is your character? What are you going to do next?
Oh, my next thing, yes, I'm gonna try to attack again if I'm still alive after I get attacked by those 4 guys.
Sure.
Okay. So what number?
That'll be on 23. Okay. It's at this moment that you get to cast Sleep. Go ahead with that, Mr.
Okay.
Mongoose. You cast Sleep, and I'm going to roll in front of you for the 4 saving throws of bad guys that go off. One passed. Out of the 4 potential sleepers, you got 3 of them.
Nice.
What are you doing next?
Are the second group of kobolds in a position where I can cast sleep on them?
These guys here.
Yeah.
You could conceivably do that. Yes.
Okay, because I don't want to put my armor as asleep too.
There's a possibility, but you'll probably get the kobolds first.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll cast sleep on the second group.
Halbardier, let me swing away.
Yes, sir.
You get a plus 10% bonus. You're flanking.
Coolio. Ouch. That would be 32.
Turns into a 42, but it's still a miss. Okay. He gets an attack on a halbardier. Oh, by the way, do you want to swing at him again on 27?
Might as well.
All right. All right.
I feel like Daffy Duck in Sherwood Forest.
The one face off against you, Lemmy, he rolls a total of 65. Does he hit? Or is that a 65 a miss?
Got an AC of 70.
He barely misses. Okay. These two will attack Archer. Misses. And he will attack Cormac. Better roll good. Oh, he does roll good. Cormac squirts blood out like it's a Japanese cinema. All right. The little kobold squeals with delight as the barbarian rages within the blood of his enemy. He feels victorious. All right. It's at this moment that Cormac goes. Janet, you're going to roll for Cormac.
Okay.
Roll high.
Oh God.
We believe in you.
Oh, a 10 and a 2.
All right.
I'm gonna swap out dice again.
Crafting Gamer?
Yep.
My bad. Not you. The Donkey of Doom Man. What was your to hit, Donkey of Doom?
Oh. Hold on. Oh, 43 on the first one, so that's a negative.
All right. A 65 is what you need. You barely miss.
And that's a
Donkey
negative
of
one.
Doom for this guy over here.
25, so that's a negative.
All right. Well, it's all right, Janet. Don't feel like you're the only one suffering here.
I had my hot streak, apparently.
Well, I changed dice. We'll see if it makes a difference.
Donkey will go again on 26. Okay.
Does my Inspire Courage kick in now?
Yes, it does. Everybody gets a +5 to hit and a +1 to damage. Okay.
+1 damage. And +5 hit.
Kobold feebly attacks. Cormac misses. Kobold feebly attacks Tawny, but misses. Kobold feebly attacks Lemmy, but misses.
Thank goodness.
All right, so Miss Janet, you can attack this one that's up and around and moving, or you can concentrate and give this guy a coup de grace.
Okay, what is
Take him
the
out.
difference?
You were attacking from last round before this guy went to sleep. If you want to attack this guy, you can attack this guy with no resistance.
So I don't have to roll.
No roll, just roll me damage.
Okay, thank goodness. That gets well. I got new dice. I might as well try to hit that other guy.
Oh, you're gonna go for the other guy?
Why not?
Go for it.
Okay, I'm gonna roll all 3 dice this time, like I just saw you do, so that my damage is already done. That way, I'm like putting faith into my roll. So let's see if that helps. Oh, come on!
I like the way she thinks. But okay.
I got an 86 or 9. If it's got the little
89.
line under it, right?
Yep.
That mean I rolled the wrong dice.
You rolled a 89, and what's the damage?
3.
You just smashed him in the thigh.
A 3.
Okay. That is fantastic.
I'm just gonna roll all 3 together from now on. Maybe give me something better.
Yay! Janet got one. Yay!
Okay, thank goodness.
I'm going
As
to
an
assume you're
outside
gonna go for it.
observer, this is like a slow motion train wreck,
It is.
Yes, I can
but it's
see.
awesome.
Oh my god, it's terrible. But oh
Okay.
well.
On 26, Donkey Handler. Go ahead and make your attack on this freaking kobold right here.
58. That's a
Actually,
negative.
you rolled a 68, so because you're flanking. So
Okay.
roll me damage.
Is that a 6 or an 8?
Should be a D6.
3. And for the other one, yes, 89, but only 2 damage. And I figure since we're in a dank sewer, creeping death is the best version of my inspire courage for us.
Okay.
Either
Kobold.
that or Green Jelly's or Green Jello's shit man. One of the two.
Nope. Not one. Nope. All right. Cormac has blood splurt out of him again. Not much blood, but enough blood. This miserable kobold will attack Lemmy. He tries to hammer Lemmy, but he can't quite get it up.
Screw yous!
Okay. Wizard.
Yes. Yeah.
I believe it's your initiative.
Okay. Well, I said I was catching sleep, so without hopefully hitting any of my allies.
Oh, the only one you might hit is Donkey. Okay.
Poor donkey.
Donkey has too many hit points, too many hit dice. All right, one kobold stays alive. Okay.
All right, for my next move, I'm going to go to the closest sleeping kobold and start coup de grace.
Very smart idea. Kind of bottlenecked at the moment, but you probably could do it. The halberdier, go ahead and make your attack.
All right. Give me a sec. Get that off the burner. All right. Come on, dice. Do not fail me. 53. Crapola.
You got a 63 with the blank.
53.
You rolled a 50, you 43, so that's a 53 or a 53 that now is a 60.
5-3.
Okay.
63. Shit.
With them raging, you hit. Roll damage. D10.
Six.
All right. This donkey will try to get away. This kobold will try to get away. The donkey gets an attack of opportunity. The halberdier gets an attack of opportunity.
79 for donkey with 4
Damage.
damage.
4 damage.
4 damage.
Okay. Halberdier. Or the other, how you
Can't
been?
wait till level 3, man. Go from stormtrooper status to rebel fighter.
What do you
How
got?
long does it take to melt dice in the microwave, by the way?
Yeah, that's bad. You missed. Donkey, go ahead, get your attack in.
80, 92 with 4 damage.
Your legion of archers, all 2 of them, managed to riddle that guy to pieces as he's trying to get away. All right. You ever drop your die in the floor? Have you ever dropped your die on the floor and there's like 500 dice on the table, but you got to go get the one on the floor?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I fell yesterday at work. My knee swelled up a little bit, not much. I'll be able to live, I think. Yeah, that was painful. You see these 3 get cut down. This guy tries limping off, and before anything else can happen, the donkey jumps on him and starts to bite and kick and beat. And before too long, the barbarian kobold is broken and bleeding to death.
Yay.
You guys have found a nest of kobolds within the city walls. This is particularly distressing.
Kill him with fire.
Well, while the main party looks for the survivor, somebody should probably go up and tell the Tile Guard.
You guys want to talk about that before you do that? Before you split the party? Actually,
Oh,
no,
that
hey.
is a fair point.
Your archer contingent says we'll stay with you and offer you rain support until we either clear this area out or we've completely gotten killed and butchered. You don't want to try to get killed and butchered, but that is an option. That could happen unwillingly.
Well, we basically have 3 archers, right?
Yep.
Well, we could give up one of the NPC archers to go get the guard.
Sure.
What are the odds of sending one of the donkeys up with a note taped to it?
The donkey will fade with a minute.
Sorry.
Somebody sees a donkey running down the street, they might just look at it.
They might take it home.
You can't blame a guy for trying.
With that, the donkeys fade. They don't last very long.
Can you do magic mouth on the donkey?
Or ventriloquism.
So
OAC.
Oh God.
Cormac says, "I'm not here. I'll go up and grab the town guard. Maybe I'll be able to bring back some reinforcements."
But isn't Cormac stronger than me?
He is.
Well, we need his fighting power.
The archers are
fight.
pretty deadly when they put their arrows in the right spot too.
Okay, well, then maybe I should run up and tell him.
We need the party healer.
I know, but what I'm trying to say is get the weakest link out and send them up.
Never split the party, Janet, says one of the archers. Never. The evil Thunder Master God will kill us all.
I could try another summon monster and see if I can get Lassie.
Oh, that would be too much.
What's that, Lassie? There's kobolds in the sewer?
You've just given me a new spell. Summon Friendly Doggo. With the casting of this spell, which involves you having to whistle for 34 seconds, the Lassie tune, you will conjure a happy but yet concerned, overtly sensitive dog that often will lead officers to Timmy, who's down a well.
Well, considering only 2 songs I know with whistling in it would be Winds of Change and Patience. I can go with either of those.
I was actually hoping you'd actually whistle the theme song to Lassie, but never mind.
I can't really whistle.
You just put your lips together and blow.
Oh no. There we go. I don't know why, but there's a lens cover. And yes, I do have a picture of dogs playing Pathfinder on my wall.
Nothing wrong with that.
That is. I
Yeah.
thought they were playing poker the first time I saw it, because that's what is it on the normal game, right? I mean, on the normal picture of the dogs playing poker.
Yeah, the original. They were
That's
all
what I
playing.
was thinking when I first saw it. I was thinking it was the dogs playing
Yeah, I
poker.
still got to get the one from Palladium with all the dog boys.
Yeah, that one's cool.
I'm going to try to get the creator of this painting.
That's a work of art. Oh, that is great. Pathfinder.
Available.
That's cute.
The other versions available for it are Dogs Playing Advanced Dungeons and Dragons First Edition, Second Edition, and Third Edition. I don't know if you ever did Fourth. And
Fourth doesn't exist. We don't talk about it.
yeah, that's kind of how I view it. Fourth got me out of the brand. Fourth lost D&D money. Like in second edition back in 1990, 1989, 1991, AD&D was not the game at the stores. The game that was taking place at stores was Vampire the Masquerade.
Yep.
And if Janet had been part of that movement, she would be forever changed. If she would have been in on that in the early 90s, late 80s, we would not know this lady today.
Nope. Wouldn't have been able to watch Darkness Rising.
I just felt my T cells spike. Okay.
With that blonde wig, I got so many compliments on that.
The blonde wig, the outfit, the
Mhm.
corset. I mean, I remember Max Thompson himself was like, "That's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen on your channel, Bruce."
I was
I
like,
see Janet.
"Oh
every
my
week.
God, little fun." Yeah, it was fun.
Good God.
Yeah, just pick another movie where I can be a blonde again. Amazon Woman on the Moon.
hear my Mormon friends from Utah saying, "Does Janet believe in polygamy?"
No,
Because I'm a blonde. Yeah, yeah,
I'm a
yeah.
one-man woman and a one-woman man. But
I was hearing that because we do have a contingent of people that are hailing from Provo and from Salt Lake City.
but no, polygamy isn't legal anyways in the United States.
Well,
And
depends
it's
on
not
what your
it's
political
not
affiliation
lawful, is
Yeah,
it?
it's not legal. I mean, you can have as many girlfriends as you want if your wife doesn't care, but can't
Bruce,
marry.
did you see about Tom Wilkinson?
No, I didn't. What happened?
He just passed.
What?
Oh no.
Who is
30
that?
minutes. It was posted 30 minutes ago. He's been in a lot. They're saying his most famous thing was the Full Monty.
Which actor was he in that?
The old guy with the glasses.
Oh,
Well, he didn't have glasses on the movie, but he was the old gentleman. He's been in a lot, to be
A
honest.
lot of films.
I love the Full Monty. We need to review that movie.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Baron, are you still here? If you're still here, can we get that set up? I love having him around. I know he might not be, but
Who? Which one?
He was
Baron
the mobster in Batman Begins.
in Batman Begins. Yeah, he's a mobster. God damn it! Oh, there goes the Idaho net. Oh wait, no, Crappy Gamer's still here.
Yeah, but I'm North Idaho. The hillbilly part of Idaho, I might add.
I really like
Yeah,
all parts of
Jackpot,
Idaho.
Nevada is right near you. I
Yeah?
used to live in Idaho Falls, and I used to go to Jackpot, Nevada. We'd get the little bus and go on a little trip and go gamble overnight, and then go to High Sea Heights Springs and hang out in the hot tubs in the pool, warm pool. It's fun. I miss doing that.
What year did the Full Monty come out, Janet?
I don't know. I don't remember.
I think it's a remake.
Let me look real quick. I thought it was in the 90s or something, late 90s.
$1997.
Has it got Uma Thurman in it?
No.
Don't think so.
For some reason, I was thinking that she was in it, but she's in another one with John Travolta.
I'm posting the trailer in our I'm going to post it in our game chat.
But now more than ever, I'm glad I got out of the cities. They're all just disgusting. Even the smaller cities.
I still miss it, but I'm I feel safer having chickens
Because
in my yard than getting mugged going to my car from the grocery store.
I mean, Allentown used to be a city of like 30 square blocks, and the rest of it was just farms and steel mills.
Mm-hmm.
All the mills are dead, the farms are gone, and so they expanded the city. Someone just shot up a block last night, killed a 44-year-old woman and a 1-year-old boy, and shot up a 66-year-old man. And that's
Terrible.
40 minutes from here.
It's
And
awful.
it barely ranks as a city.
I really like. How far are you from Cooperston?
Never heard of it. I don't travel much, so there's tons of places that I really don't know of, even if they're close by.
Hey, take care of yourself, RPG Grandma. I know we've kind of gone, we've hit a small little spot. That's fine. Be back soon. All right. And here's 6 Nation 31 Kings. All right. As you guys track down those little pissed lizards, you've got one of these chambers off to the side. There's like a mill wheel. There's some other items that the kobolds use to eke out some sort of alchemical products. All of these kobolds were high on something, because you can see that at the edges of their mouth, it's like stained green, and they were doing something. After about 8 seconds of looking at it, you recognize that these kobolds were doing kahat, Khat, which is a real world drug. A lot of people in Africa will use it whenever they're getting ready to get into a firefight, because it dulls their senses. They don't feel the pain so much. So they get high on khat and they just, go down. That was a problem in Mogadishu. But after you put these guys down, your little donkey fades, and you go to exploring this little set of chambers. And after about 7 or 8 of these rooms, which look very different from each other, the kobolds, they have purposes. Whenever they do their architecture, they have purposes for everything. And you find their area where they have bedrolls and spend about an hour kicking over things there. You find about 12 different potions. And these are potions like what a druid or cleric or wizard would create.
Yeah, what are we doing with them?
If you want to keep them, you can keep them.
Okay.
The majority of them, after small bits of experimentation, your troop of archers and NPCs that have been hurt in battle, mainly Cormac, because Cormac's got wounds on him that are pretty extensive. He kills 2 of them, and he taste tests the others and says the other 10 are potions of healing. They're not very powerful potions of healing, but they're potions of healing. And then he kind of looks worried for a second, immediately pulls his armor off in the fastest way possible, and causes a brown splatter on the walls. Apparently, these potions have some sort of effect where you'll get like the immediate runs.
Great. Potions of healing with diarrhea.
Yeah.
Freaking kobold meth lab, man.
So potions of dysentery?
Yes.
Clean out your gut.
Yeah, these things are nasty.
Colon blow.
If you're
Colon
hurt,
blow.
go ahead. I mean, you might poop your pants getting hit a couple times. I've watched enough boxing and MMA to see that happen.
Yeah, that's a solid hit right there.
I saw a match where a guy farted in another guy's mouth.
Gross. Ooh, it's disgusting.
He was pissed. I forget if he threw up or not. It's on YouTube.
As you're standing there looking around, kind of inventorying the other things you have here, like there's a laboratory piece that would take 3 of you to carry out. Like just pull it apart and carry it, and you guys could make probably an extra 100 gold at Arcanum Collegium by selling it or finding a professor. And there's a professor on every. It feels like there's more professors here than there are journalists in Atlanta. Because I think that's the only white people in Atlanta as journalists. They work for CNN. Did I say that aloud? I'm not trying to be racist, but like, there's not many whites in Atlanta, and I know that just came out completely, utterly racist. But when I've been in Atlanta, I always stay in a place that's like multicultural because I think that's like most of what it is. As a side note, the barbecue in Atlanta can rival Kansas City. Can. If Martha Stewart would go to Atlanta, she would have a hard time coming out on top. All right, now that I washed myself of that, you guys, you ransack and look at all this crap that the kobolds have here.
Mm-hmm.
They've got not only a cot lab, but they've got enough equipment here to process and develop it. As you're sitting on this, you hear a disturbance, and you look over, and your buddy Cormac has fallen down because the wall he was leaning against collapsed. And he has found the one way further. You notice that this really wasn't a wall that was supposed to be sustainable. This was supposed to be a door panel.
To find the missing girls.
Yeah, after looking inside, you see some different sizes of footprints. Looks like human females because of the slight build. Like, we compare foot sizes of big, chunky farm girl and Isabella.
Mm-hmm.
Isabella's fairly just, you've got the athletic build. Tall, dramatic-ish. This one here looks like it's straight out of Iowa. Owns a bakery, has plenty of cake. So, big girl. But the footprints that are seen in this area that Cormac just discovered, they are definitely female. And there's been a lot through here, says your friend Tawny. Hi. Hi. All right. So once you get yourselves just a small breather, Cormac stands back up and he says, "Those potions weren't joking around. I feel terrible. I mean, I can still beat on things, but I'm just not like, after we're done here, can we go have real food? I need real food."
Sounds good to me.
Louisiana Sister Squad podcast says Team Janet, big heart.
Hey, thanks for stopping in.
You managed to beat up pretty much all the kobolds in here. One of the barbarian kobolds was a little bigger than the others. You managed to find he had a nicer sword than the others. But all of these things, all of these kobolds looked miserable. Like they were just existing to do more drugs. Which is typically what most drug users do. They exist for
But
more.
what were they doing with the women?
They weren't. They live in an area that's frequently trafficked by something bigger and more badder than they are.
Uh-oh. So we didn't catch who took the women. We just found the women.
Yep.
Oh, that isn't good. That means whoever it is going to keep taking women.
Well, at least the guard have been notified.
Yeah, and we found the girls, some of them at least, to take home. That's good. See, it made us look good, even though we almost got our ass kicked. But we did something good.
Well, I mean, did we actually find any of the girls? I thought we just found footprints leading in the direction they were taking.
That's what I mean.
The cavern goes off into darkness.
Yeah, so we need to go follow it.
Yeah. You guys follow the footprints throughout the passageways, and you walk probably 800 feet up some stairs, up a sloping worked cavern, and then once you get into an actual portion where it looks like things are even weirder, you notice that the light from Janet's sword dims.
Hmm.
It went from nice light to dim light. About that same time, you guys will see the refuse on the ground start to move as a monstrous, when I say monstrous, he's about 4 feet long. A centipede explodes from the garbage, and two of your archers who've had notched arrows this whole time loose their arrows. One of them hits the thing, and the centipede decides to go find food elsewhere. Not here with you. You think about pursuing it, but it goes through a crack in the wall.
Hmm.
And as you continue going in that direction, from chamber to chamber, you see the light gets even less than what it was, to the point where Cormac lights his torch. It's not really that well lit. Very quiet. You have a faint drip, as if like something's dripping into a pool.
Hmm.
You have faded murals with some busted up artwork on sides, bloody sacrifices, and dusty, tattered curtains in places. You have carved frescoes running along the top of the walls and ceilings. And finally, you see a bowl shaped depression in the center. It's you just feel a chill in the air as see like a faded like shimmering lady. Just a tiny nondescript room like this.
It's just a little room.
It's just a little room with a bowl in the center, bloodstained. You see like this spectral figure with womanly curves on her.
You are in the temple of Our Lady of Blood.
Well, that's not good.
Kneel and pay your respects, for you are on holy ground.
Holy to who?
She shimmers a little bit and floats off to the side. Looking directly at you, Isabel, she says,
Are you a god?
Ah, hell.
Ghostbusters. No, I'm not a god.
All right. I
Are
need
you?
to-
Roll a
So-
dice.
Yeah, roll a d6.
Oh no,
What'd you roll?
a 1.
All right, you get to go first. What do you want to do?
I guess I'm gonna charge the ugly hag.
It's a spirit.
Oh, it's a spirit. Okay,
You
let me
want to
see.
you want to use your channel positive energy?
Yeah, I want to do that. I'll do
Okay.
that first.
She's gonna go. What's your channel positive energy speed factor? I don't have that memorized.
I don't know. I don't know. How do I look? Where is it at?
Should be a.
Oh, it says
6.
2 times.
Okay, you got type 2 times. You've
Mhm.
got. You've done it twice so far. Yes, I believe it's a 6 for you.
Yeah, I get 6 of them, but I don't know.
Wait, you get 6 of them?
I think so.
Wow. Your speed
That's
factor
what
for
she
it.
said.
You
I
know what
went
it
up
is?
on it.
Do you know what your speed factor is?
No.
Okay.
Where would I have that written at?
Should be written right next to it. You have a speed factor of 6 for that.
Okay, hold on. Let me write that on here so I'll have it. Speed
I heard it.
6.
I'm in awe. I want you to know that you can crack out a barking spider harder than the worst staff member at Taco Cabana. You are amazing. My wife, the barking spider summoner, excuse me. Did you guys hear that?
No.
Oh God.
She's a keeper.
Yeah, she's a creeper. She creeped one out again. Okay. So, Janet, you'll go up on 7 with your
Plus 7 channel.
on 7 channel. All right, she will go on 8 on hers. Go ahead and roll me a d6.
Who, me?
Yep, this is your channel positive energy. Effective against her.
5.
All right. All right. She was going to charge, but the volume of you, she decides against it, and she passes through a wall and decides to leave. There's no.
So is that bowl full of blood of the people she's killed? Or they killed?
They've killed.
But we don't know whose blood it is.
Somebody has been sacrificed here.
Is this one of those things where we need multiple priests to go sanctify the area and cleanse it?
Or actually, with a consecrate spell, Isabel could do it. If she had the scroll, it'd be
I
the
don't
same.
think I have the scroll for that. I have,
You can get one from the temple.
let's see. Yeah, I don't have a spell. I don't have that. I have to go get one. Or I have, I can make one. What's it called again? Hold on. I have spellcraft.
Okay.
So I can craft it, but I don't know how long it would take me to do that. Do you?
For you to get that, you have to be like 3rd level cleric to cast consecrate.
Okay.
You'll have to do that first, and then scribe the scroll.
Yeah, I'll have to go get a scroll. I'll have to go buy one somewhere.
You could actually get the parts and materials probably cheaper from the temple or the chapel. They would have that. And then if you don't have scribe scroll yourself, you could have your friend do that.
Well, it said that I got the last time I got the spellcraft. That was one of the things I was able to get.
Okay.
Doesn't that mean I'm supposed to be able to write my own spells if I have the stuff I need to make it? I thought that's what it meant.
Spellcraft is your ability to recognize spell effects. That's what
Oh.
spellcraft is for.
Okay.
It's fine.
All right,
Um,
but I can get someone else to get me one.
True. As you stand here around the bowl, you hear the room kind of shudder a bit, and you hear the forlorn spirit's voice. I've grown weak through neglect. Why do you taint my sanctum?
Who are you?
She does not answer.
Creepy.
You hear soft crying from the walls as the walls shed a little bit of blood, and you hear her mournful voice say, I have been gone from your realm for so long, my name has now become smooth upon my gravestone.
So if we did detect magic in here, would it tell us what we need to know, or would it just tell us there's magic in there?
It would tell you there's magic there. That's what
Oh.
detect magic's for.
Well, I already know. We already know what that means. And there's no writing on the walls or anything in here, is there?
It's the only thing that's going on in here is the walls are crying blood. The mournful spirit is in here, and you're thinking that this is like some sort of sacrificial chamber to a forgotten deity.
Mm-hmm. Well, not forgotten, because someone was in here sacrificing people to it, so it can't be totally forgotten, right?
Servant of Mir, why are you here? What purpose are you here for?
We're here to try to find the young girls that have gone missing. Do you know anything about that?
I do. You can feel her almost on your mind as if she's like just outside of your reach with channel positive energy. Like she recognizes your ability to eradicate her.
Okay, well, where are they?
They're kept for now.
Then I guess I'll have to do another channel positive energy to when this one wears off, and just keep doing it until she tells me where they are.
Do not, please.
Is that you saying it or her?
Her, she's saying it. She says, do not do this.
Then tell us where the girls are at. If they're alive, we want them.
This room is the final sacrament, maybe the final reminder of the blood goddess, Our Lady of the Blood Goddess, who is no longer worshipped or venerated. It breaks me so. The world has gone on. Time has gotten away from us. Do you know Belzen?
I don't know. Belzen?
Belzen. He
Mm-mm.
says he is a priest of the blood goddess.
I don't know him. Do any of you know who that is in our group?
I would have to see if it's like local lore or something.
Rolled a 91 for knowledge. I have local, nobility, or history, all with a +10.
This jackass is a individual who has done everything he can to convince the nobility in town that he is one of them, and he is due their rewards. You know enough. You know enough about the fact that this guy has lived in this area within Bard's Gate for the past 10 years. And he has done everything he can to ingratiate himself into the upper crust of society, but the man has no holdings. He says he's due, but there's something he's been doing on the side that he's operating a church or some sort of sanctum where he receives a good chunk of money. This may be it. He's probably not a quote unquote occultist or priest. He's probably just a banker that's really good with his salesmanship.
Bruce, I cast detect secret doors. Are there any secret doors in here?
You do detect the secret panel right where this die is at.
Lemmy, would you like to do the honors?
Let me have to come off mute, bud.
How about now?
There you go.
All right. What do I got? All right. Going to roll for detect traps. And that is 90 on the button. Anything dangerous on the wall?
No, it's not that you're finding. You're seeing that there's a brick, an 8x8 by 16 brick that seems to have a fine portion of it. Looks like it's a fine crack that runs around the edge, enough to where you could put your little dagger in there and pry it loose.
All right, I'm going to go for the gusto and pop it out and see what happens. I'd advise you all to get back just in case.
As you pull and pry the brick away from the wall, you hear her voice. She says, "Belzen is not far from here. If you promise me that you will take his life, he has lied. And now, initially, my first thoughts were that he could only be lying to me, but I see the truth. He indeed lied to me. I could go take care of him, but I do not want him blasted from time as I would cause. You may have the item within that compartment. It is a special item. It is a rod. As you pull the wrapping out from inside the wall, you unwrap it. It's made of obsidian with red leather on the handle. And when you cast from the command word, which is written within the ancient script upon its handle, it will cast disintegrate on the object.
That's pretty cool.
As you're looking at it, both Isabel and Mongoose look at this thing, and Janet kind of does her detect magic and sees it's glowing like pretty moderately to fucking hot, like super expensive shit. She also
Super
notes
strong.
it has one charge on it.
So we could vaporize one baddie or whatever. Wonder if my linguistics could detect what the word is on the handle.
Isabella will tell you it's sanguine. It will remove all the blood from a creature, all the blood and organs.
Mhm.
Oh, that's gross.
Oh yeah, dude. This campaign was directed by Rob Bottin.
So does it disintegrate as well, or is that like a secondary power of reading the word?
It's basically what disintegrate does. Disintegrate eradicates living matter. So, like, if you're fighting a creature and it fails its disintegrate save, all the inanimate objects, all the magic items, they all clatter to the ground. But the fucking living person inside it just completely is gone.
Okay. I was thinking
12 damage.
I'm picturing the melting Nazi from
Temple
Indiana
or
Jones.
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it worked differently. Okay. That makes my idea so not worth it.
I kind of want to try it out now.
I was thinking it would destroy like all matter.
Neutron bomb. All right, so we get the rod. We bring back ball sack. Balls in.
We got
Bells in.
first.
And then I take it we just drain the son of a bitch in the bowl there.
She says, "Go destroy him. He has done nothing to elevate our temple. If you fail me, I will rape your corpse for all of eternity."
Listen, honey, I need to threaten me with a good time here. All right. So we'll go get your little boyfriend and then we'll go talk.
Proceed back through the chambers, and eventually you do hear somebody moving around through the walls. By the way, Isabella kind of feels like the shadow is walking parallel to her.
The shadow.
And then, sure enough, you guys are able to find this thing. Lewis, as you open up a grate to walk into a chamber that empties into a large sluice pit, somebody's got a doggy.
Yeah, that would be Harley barking at the neighbor dog.
Is that like a stadium where people could sit and watch a torture or something?
You don't really want to watch it, but it is going on. Like there are some young girls that are in here. Give me a moment. I'll get everything laid out.
Oh my God, Frazzle Trip. We've been talking to Hillary Rodham Clinton the entire time. Some bitch.
You mean Lady Bathory?
Yeah.
See a bunch of young girls down here. All of them are chained up, naked. Bad guy. Young girl. Young girl. Young girl. Young girl. Actually, no. Bad guy. Big bad guy. Little bad guy. Or old bad guy. As he's having his fun, he pulls his pants up and you see his hair whip about. Looks like he's under some ensorcelments or something. Says, so, that old hag of a spirit has sent you after me. Am I right?
Yes.
I mean, who else would tell you that I was down here having my way with everything from nobles to prostitutes? About the same time, you hear as a beast from beyond.
Ooh, yucky. Ugly.
He brings in another young girl captured from the world above. Got big trouble in little China. I'm not sorry.
No. No reason to be.
So we need our archers to start shooting arrows at them.
Yeah, that's kind of what they do. They'll start off the entire mess. The archers go, and everybody else gets to roll dice sixes.
Up them in the kneecaps.
Except for you, Lemmy. Lemmy gets to roll a d4.
Roll a 3.
Anybody below 3?
I got a 1.
I do. I rolled D6, right?
Yes, ma'am. You rolled
got
a
a
1, Platy?
I got
Yes,
a 5.
I rolled a 3.
You hear your 3 archer friends go twang, twang, twang. Fuck you. Oh, one of them doesn't hit. Tawny does. And Roberto misses.
Damn it.
Tawny is getting really she's being an exhibitionist for archers, I'll just say that. She shoots the perverted old man in the blue bodysuit, and he falls over. Lady, on 1, what are you going to do with Quinn? What are you going to start doing?
I think I'm just going to start with Inspire Courage.
Okay. That starts off in what, 2 seconds, 4 seconds?
It's 4.
Okay.
So that's what, 5?
Yep, that'll put you on 5. All right. On 2, 3.
Me.
So we
All
roll
right.
3.
Go for it.
What are you doing, Quinn?
No, that's
Not Quinn, my bad. Lemmy.
I'm gonna go after the monkey beast thing
Okay.
in charge
With what?
with my halberd. Charge with my halberd.
Okay.
Insert catchphrase.
Going downhill is dangerous. Going downstairs is dangerous. You want to race around here first and then get in position to get down quickly?
If I can do that, yeah.
Okay. Okay. 4, 5.
Missed me, Bruce.
Me.
What I'm sorry. What do you got there, David?
Are any of the bad guys in a group?
Not really. You've got one over here that's still alive. You got another one with an arrow that's in his chest and he's fallen down. And you got an old. You got the beast from Big Trouble in Little China.
Well, I should probably put that at the very least to sleep. So I'm going to aim sleep at that.
Okay.
If anybody else gets caught in it, it'll be a good thing. But if not, at least make that thing sleep.
Okay.
Hey, Bart,
do
start
it.
playing sleepy tunes. Make that thing really sleep.
Yeah, some
All right.
Kenny G or something.
Actually, I have something better.
Okay, so that was after you're getting that set up. What's your speed factor for that? That was 10, I think. For
I want to say that.
no, for
Or was it 15?
were you on 4 or 5, David?
David was on 3, I believe.
On 3, I apologize. So sleep will be on 10.
And I believe Janet was on 4.
I'm 5.
You're 5. My bad.
That's all right.
Okay. Anybody else on 3? 4?
Just me.
Oh, what do you got?
And I was in the process of running around the edge
You're gonna run
to
around.
engage the monkey beast.
That's on. You'll be going on 8 for your run.
Okay.
Okay.
So that puts me and Janet tie. Can my spell go first?
That's fine with me.
Yeah.
All right. So I will announce you have nothing to fear, ladies. Captain Savaho is here, and I will play the Animal House song, I Gave My Love a Cherry. And hope that it drives the bad guys nuts and they commit suicide. Janet, you may take the floor. And I
Okay.
will slowly march forward in hopes of smashing someone in the head if they come close to me.
I would like to cast a spell called Resistance,
Okay,
and I want to put it on myself.
Okay, that will last you about 6 seconds.
Okay.
Damn, now I got Captain
How
Savaho
many
stuck in my head.
seconds from that until my next turn?
That'll
Who's
be
in
on
that?
11. 11 goes resistance. Janet, resistance goes on 11.
Okay, starting at 11, then how long before my next turn?
I don't know. We'll have to see what happens at 11.
Okay.
You cast your resistance.
Let me get to 11.
Okay. On Inspire goes off, then let me sleep. He starts to play his song, and I'm going to check in with you every 5 seconds. Lemmy, you start to do your run. And you cover that ground. Where do you want to continue to push over to here for your next
Yes, sir.
team? Okay. All right. He will cast Sleep on you two. So, Mongoose, roll me a will save. DC is
Oh, boy.
70.
70. Good boy. Let's see here. I lucked out. 97.
Janet, 70 or more on a DC. 70 or more on a will save.
Okay, so I got to roll. And that's the same 2 that we roll.
Yes, ma'am.
I got a 10 and a 5. So that's a 15, right?
Okay. You decide right now is the time for napping.
So I got to take a nap.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm asleep.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
You were middle of casting resistance, and that just goes away. You do lose the 1 mana point for that.
Yeah. I already got that down.
Sleep goes off. Mongoose,
Yes.
all you.
Yep.
Trying to focus on him.
Yep.
He needs a 65 or better. He's got a will save bonus of a +5. I rolled 78. Okay. He stays up and viable. What are you doing next?
We really need that guy down, so I'm gonna try to sleep. I'm seriously gonna try to put him to sleep.
Okay. All right, Bard. What are you doing, Quinn? You want to keep playing?
Yeah. Can I do 5-foot steps while I do it, or no?
Yeah, every 5 seconds I'll move you 1 5-foot step as you play. Because you're on a treacherous surface going down into the pit.
Yeah, I'm not trying to run. Just a slow, steady advance.
Yeah.
Maybe eat up some of the distance.
As that happens, you're moving down. So, Quinn. Lemmy. You make
Yes,
your
sir.
over to here in your light armor. What are you going to do next? You're going to try to descend down into the pit and face off against the big bad furry guy?
Yes, sir.
All right. That'll be what happens next.
Or die trying.
That'll happen on 24 with the halberd. Okay. Twang. All right. You see a arrow sticking out of this dickhead. Not bad. Awesome. He's not happy. Arrow from him. Well, 90 shoots him in the head for 3 points of damage. All right, we're doing good. On 12, 13, 14, 15. She kicks you. Janet, you wake up. You're laying on the floor.
Mm-hmm. Where am I laying at? Right there by the front step.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, I guess I'm going to go towards the bad guys.
All right, you'll get up and make your way down. That'll
Yep.
be on 22.
22.
All right. This dickhead sees him, and so he looses his magic missiles at your thief. All right, good. You'll take 10 points of damage from magic missile, Lemmy. I'm sorry.
I can handle that.
All right. Quinn.
Same thing, another 5-foot step. Has my song enraged them so much that they decide to beat on each other like an acoustic guitar against the set of stairs?
It's not really started to affect anybody but the girls, as you see the girls like running their hands, trying to claw their arms open, and you're focusing your attention beyond the girls at this dickhead and at that guy, and like you realize it's not your magical effect that's doing this. It's the fact that the girls were discovered in a position of shame. Some of the girls are really feeling dirty right now. And just like if they get the chance to pull the sock, the oily rag or the cum-filled rag out of their mouth, they're gonna be like, "Please kill me, please kill me." They'll be they're gonna beg for death. They need to be like mentally rehabilitated to get their head in the game and want to face forward again. However, you saw the murderous look on the big guy all of a sudden go to like hatred as it starts to like pull and tug at its ears. So maybe your magical effect is doing its job.
That's my stuff.
Okay. As he's doing that, Mongoose.
Yes.
He was going for sleep again.
Yeah.
He absorbs all 4 hit dice of your maximum hit die for sleep.
So basically, I can't put him to sleep.
No. He's able to be put to sleep. I just flipped his ass over. He's asleep.
Oh. Okay, sorry.
There's nobody else that'll get
distracted with
affected by
anything.
sleep while struggling with that. What are you doing next?
I don't suppose I have the ability to run up there and go slit his throat real quick, make sure he doesn't get back up.
The person in possession of that opportunity is Mr. Lemmy, and he's about to have that in a few seconds.
Okay. Does it look like the people with arrows are in a position where I should just also try to put them to sleep? Like in them, that is, like the guys have been shot.
These ladies here,
Yeah.
you could. That would probably be beneficial to them. That way they could wake up at a temple and be properly rehabilitated or brought to happiness.
All right. Well, I got nothing better to do. my abilities are limited. So yeah, I'll go ahead and cast sleep.
Sleep is a very fine ability, my friend.
When it works well.
Oh yeah.
You'll go off on 24. Quinn.
Same thing. Rinse and repeat.
Continue to do that, targeting the last remaining dickhead. And he gets a save.
Yeah,
Which at that
I don't mean to
point-
sound like I'm unhappy. Sorry.
Go ahead. No, he looks very unhappy right now. What do you want to say, bud?
Yeah, I don't mean to sound like, oh, this is bad or unfun for me. It's just the fact that I'm a little bit used to Palladium, and Palladium, even as a wizard, you're not usually a one-trick pony. So it's like, sorry, I'm only a one-trick pony.
It's okay. Should you stay with us after this dungeon, when we go through the large amount of stuff, because you're going into one, like the kobold's treasure, to his treasure, all the things that you're getting here, you're going to be getting some new toys.
Okay.
Sorry about the fact, but like, it's easy to see the beginning wizards in this game be one-trick ponies. Oh, I cast sleep. Oh, I cast magic missile. Yeah, you do. But at the same time, there's other spells out there, and there's a lot of spells I'm pulling from for this, and I think
Yeah.
you're going to enjoy that ability to have, like, you don't have the ability to create spells yet, but you have the ability, like, you're going to get like 12 different spells out of this fucking side dungeon.
Oh, okay.
So there's not like, oh, we just got 2 new things. No, dude, you got a lot. He starts to kind of claw at himself. At the same time, he's casting a spell back in anger at him. I have to make a saving throw to see if he keeps it or loses it. All right, so he loses that spell. And you see him, like, as he's pulling things off out of his hood, and you can see things going into the blood pool over here. And there's just like you see things going into it, and it just starts to hop up and disintegrate. About the same time, he makes his way down. Roll me your damage roll, please.
That was a D10.
Don't forget your +1.
Oh yeah, D10 plus 1. 7, 8.
You take your cutting edge of this halberd, and during the middle of the coup de grace, which is capable by the sleep spell that went off, you managed to flay his bicep off of his arm.
You.
It opens its eyes wide and holds its arm and screams for the next 15 seconds until you cut its throat clean from its shoulders. It gurgles and makes a horrible hissing sound. A lot of the girls begin to snap out, and a lot of them start like looking at you like your potential saviors, but you don't know, like, their eyes are really wide. It looks like they've been up for like 5 or 6 days. Some of them have stains on around their mouth, like they've been forced the same drugs that the kobolds were on. A lot of them look like they've had like some sexual trauma or other horrible event happen to them. None of them are clothed. All of them look like they're here completely against their will, complete with chains. They look like they are in stocks. This is not fun time, happy place for them. And they're watching you guys commit acts of violence against their captors, which there are some of them which manage a thankful glance out of their eyes, but because of the drugs that are in them, you're seeing just madness. I'm going to stop the count for initiative right now because he's lost complete ability to cast spells or be an effective deterrent, because the bard is able to basically start going from a song of discord and making it awful noises, targeting his opponent, and making it to where he's basically trying to rip his ears off. He was trying to cast magic missile at the wage, and instead Isabel gets up and she starts making her way towards that. About the same time, you'll see arrows pierce the body of this thing, which the arrows pierce through the body and partially blow the robe off of the humanoid creature. Underneath the humanoid creature is a humanoid form comprised what looks to be initially of penises, but it's not penises. It's like a worm that walks. A bunch of squiggly worms moving about in a bonded humanoid shape. As its form is revealed, it decides to throw itself into the pool of blood and it tries to get away. You guys are just kind of horrified, and now you understand why all the girls are wigging out.
That's gross.
Minutes later, as you have Isabel doing her level best to with a sheathed sword to undo the bonds and restraints, and you guys are there being as soothing and as happy as you can, and pulling the women's chains to where they can be led away from this miserable sight. You hear the sound of the spirit. I have no other choice but to wish for self-destruction. I gave treasures from an ancient facility to such a creature who had lied to me the whole time. Shall you ever find him, I command you an appreciation of what I gave for me to kill him. I'm done with this world, and I am sorry. And at that point, just the voice stops. After about an hour of trying to help these ladies out, killing said creature from whatever abominable place it's from, you have in tow 12 young ladies of unknown origin to lead back to the surface. You stop right before you get to the Whispering Knoll Grate, and you send out your friends to go grab some guards with some clothing so they can tramps through the streets and not be naked. As they reach the grate and the moonlight spills in, you hear one of the girls say, "Thank you." And at that point, you see them just very happy. Looks like a look of relief has finally hit them as this nightmare, this long nightmare of trauma is over. The city, you are not allowed to take residency at Mel's, as the sergeant of the night watch is taking the information, and guards and investigators pour into the sewers. The town criers are given their information to begin the roster of news at sunup. You were led to a nice inn in the downtown of the city, the center of the city.
Nice.
The Grand Duke makes it known the next day that he will be holding palaver and breakfast with you. They are looking forward to this discussion as to how and what happened. Mainly because whenever it's time to discuss what happened here, the city, which was being put on edge for many weeks, now there's a possible new distraction for the people who talk to tell the people who listen. And indeed, you're brought about over the Four Winds Bridge to the garrison and center to enjoy first-rate lodgings at behest of the Grand Duke. That night you have, after you've turned over the charges, you have your items and you're allowed to bathe in a warm bath, not with each other, singly. You all have your own warm baths. When you step out, an attending servant hands you a towel and tells you ever so politely that your gear and clothing is going to be repaired to the best of the community's ability. And we're going to clean things up because you deserve to be at least admired for the moment.
I tell my the guy who served me or gal, yes, just burn those and bring me a fresh set.
What would you like, sir? Actually, no. I will bring you something better. Tomorrow morning,
Sounds good.
after you've had breakfast, we will go to the tailor and we will get you taken care of.
Sounds good.
He smiles.
great.
He says, my niece, Nicole, she was the tall brunette that you brought out. She, from what I know, she's not well, but they're going to do everything they can for her. So for her to have a chance, I'm going to do my best to repay you. He shakes your hand, says, what is your name? I heard it's Mongoose.
Yeah, let's just stick with that. Trust me, you don't want to know my actual name.
Very well, Mongoose. And sure enough, after you guys have a nice 3-course breakfast the next morning, this is not the day that you're going to meet the Duke. The Duke is still on his way back. Many of you will go out with Overstein, the servant. He's actually one of the leading servants in the garrison area. And they take you on a little ride to the tailor, and they take your measurements. He doesn't offer to get measurements for everybody else, but if anybody else wants to be involved with this, they can. The tailors are not going to charge you an exorbitant amount. They tell you they will be fair with their pricing, which they merely want you to be presentable. They don't need you in finery. You're not ambassadors going to a warring kingdom. You're being presented as the heroes you are. And oftentimes heroes are just individuals that have done something good or something that most others have neglected to do. When faced with the option of doing something right, they did nothing.
Yeah.
While you're being measured, one of the town wizards that works at the Collegium Arcanum strides into the tailor while you're being measured out there, Mongoose, and he tells the remainder of the party, he says, I don't know what's been going on, but I've made my way into town. The Duke will be arriving tonight at 1900. So if you wish to be part of that, you may. You don't have to be. It's not expected for you to be. But I would like to say that I've surveyed the beast that was found. And we have now the items within the royal thaumaturgy, so we can trace this Belzan character. I'm not telling you that it's up to you to track him down, but I am going to give you some scrolls. And he hands Isabel 3 arcane scrolls, which will be good for Mongoose. They're scrolls of locate Belzan. They're tuned to him. they'll get you in that direction. They last for an hour, and they're good for up to a range of 10 miles.
Okay, so we're going to want to pinpoint his general location before we use them.
If you so choose to try to describe where he's at, first, please stop by Collegium Arcanum. I'm within the thaumaturgy department. I'd be more than happy to allow you to use our arcane equipment.
Sounds good.
Every person you talk to mentions that they know a Miss Staley that was with the girls. And they reference Miss Staley quite frequently. Miss Staley is a woman that has been in the town for almost 30 summers, and she has been involved with every contest of beauty or physical attractiveness since this town has started to have them for the past 30 summers. If there was ever a career beauty pageantee, it would be Miss Sarah Staley. This girl was part of the kidnapped individuals. Her husband, it was really sad. Her husband was found murdered. She was kidnapped. So everybody has been talking about this, all this, the commoners. She's the one that everybody was like, oh, not Miss Staley, not Ms. Staley, because now she's a widow. So once all of this happens, the people that you're interacting with this morning, if they're of commoner stock, I'm going to tell you that they're asking you questions. You know, how was Miss Staley? What was as bad as the criers are saying? They said that there was horrible, violent crimes committed against these women's bodies. What was it? What was it? And
I answer with, the truth is darker than you want to know.
many of them hear that and gulp and just be quiet afterwards because they take you as like the knowledge arcane. And so you know what you're talking about. Nope, you're right. We don't want to know about Cthulhu at all. We're good. Two of them ask you, how can you possibly destroy a worm that walks?
My suggestion would be with fire.
That evening, you hear the horns as the Duke rides his way into town. He has the option to be teleported in or to fly in, but he doesn't want to come back with the extravagance that others do. So he rides into town, and you hear some of the town horns and bells go off. Anybody wanting to be there or no?
I see no reason not to be.
Allow me a 2-minute bio break.
Okie dokie.
Fierce.
Fair enough.
I would like to say to our friends that have tuned in for today, appreciate you being here. You didn't have to, and I understand the value of time, but I really hope you guys are enjoying this.
Oh, Bruce,
Sir,
given the time, I think the meeting with the Duke would probably be a good stopping, right afterwards, probably a good stopping point since it won't be too much longer before you and Kai go on.
That's very true. Well, as the Duke rides across the Four Winds Bridge into the promenade, you're standing there on the steps. His cart rolls to a stop. He thanks his driver. When he steps off, you see his guard attentively waiting. He waves at them and salutes them. They salute back. He then proceeds towards you at the stairs. Oh, I've been alerted to a new force for good has begun to assemble within the Grand Duchy of Rheims. My name is Lord Mayor Aldous Artaxis. And he bows low. You see a bunch of sycophants and other retainers behind him, but he leads from the front, so he doesn't exactly let you get close to him or get away from him. He insists on being front and center with you. I understand that there was quite a scene within the city itself.
Yeah.
That would be putting it mildly.
Yeah.
He turns to one of the court wizards and raises his left hand with the index finger up. One of the wizards casts some sort of enhancement spell upon him, and you hear his voice become glamored with an audio ability that is not even suitable for frost giants. He says, I would like the whole Duchy of Rheims to understand that tonight I'm meeting with some heroes within the city, people who are very much attuned to the lifeblood, have their thanks to give to these young people because of the fact that they put themselves in danger for individuals that would never have noticed them otherwise. Nobles do not understand the plights of many of the common and merchant classes, and it is not anything against that. I do not wish for divisiveness between the castes, but I do wish for people to understand that within their lanes, people have adversity, and seeing outside those lanes requires much more in terms of forethought and perception. It's nothing against anyone, but I merely wish to say that we are being granted a glimpse of the greatness of just the individuals that brush shoulders with us every day on these streets of this city. Please be considerate to those around you. And with that,
Well,
he
sorry.
motioned for his spell to end, which he is now back to his normal vocals. He looks at
My father always taught me to treat the worker with respect. After all, without him, you have to pick your grapes yourself.
I like that. What's your name, young man?
Call me the mongoose.
Mongoose it is. People that have had their feet on these steps call me Artie. So, we shall go inside. And with that, he does lead you inside. He seems like a very much lead from the front sort of person. The retainers and staff kind of glower at you because they're kind of irritated, like, we've got this to do. Fuck. And they follow you in, seat you at large tablecloth tables with finery and doilies on the armrests of the chairs. You see silver filigree everywhere. At that point, a couple of the retainers go to Lord Artax and they discuss with him things in hush whispers and fill him in on other things he needs to know. Finally, he waves them off. He says, "Listen, we can handle this later, right?" They nod. He's like, "Get some meat, and bring the cheese and tables out. Make these people feel like they're the heroes they are, or at least give them some fucking common decency." So as they do that, you hear one of the generals of the garrison recount the steps that happened and what exactly it was that happened. He nods courteously, and then he is dismissed. Finally, Lord Artax says to you, "This thing got away.
For now.
Did any court wizard give you the means to find it?"
Yes. We'll have to see about doing that admittedly later. We have been hired to, well, go on a caravan here soon, and none of us want to lose our jobs. With that said, any rumors that sounds like this guy might be there, we will start checking out. Or at least I will. I don't know, but I'm not going to speak for the rest of my party. But
I don't wish to cause you any financial stress, and surely the city would not want that to happen in your current moment where you're still trying to regain your sanity after seeing what you saw. But I'm curious as to which guild you work for.
I tell him I personally can't remember the name, but I tell him as my
It's
character what the
the
name was.
Coasters and Traders Guild.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I tell him the Coasters and Traders Guild, and
Oh, dear Lord, you are actual merchants. You guys are actually merchant defenders, one of the highest caliber of quote-unquote common folk. There are nobles that would love to have what you have right now, because not only do you have the esteemed position of prestige right now, but you also have the ability to go away and not have to worry about this place. And even more so, you don't have to return. However, there are problems everywhere you go. And I empathize for you. They wheel in this beast, dead by numerous arrow shots. Said, supposedly, this creature is one of many other types that have been seen within the wooded areas and areas that are typically not civilized. Be on the lookout for it.
we will. We appreciate this.
Secondly, we found out their ears are very well developed. That is a weak point. So your bard did the right thing. He looks at Isabel. He says, "Miss, what's your name?"
To me?
Yep.
It's talking to me? My name's Isabel.
Is it true that you're a priest of Mir?
Yes.
Are you close with this chapel that's here in town?
I have been to the chapel.
Compared to the one you are used to going to? I understand you're from Gilboath.
Mm-hmm.
Is this chapel worthy of Mir's blessing?
Yes.
Okay. Ten noble families earlier this morning had placed their daughters and sons into the seminary of Mir. And so therefore our town is going to have a larger presence for Mir. We are not just by proxy going to be by proximity not going to have a chapel to Mir because we're only a day's ride or a week's ride away from Gilboath. We have to have something that actually has substance. I would hope that when you return, our efforts do you proud, and more importantly, your deity proud. He looks at the others and he asks them a few questions. They answer politely, and
So,
he gets back to you, the important people that are the ones that are here tonight.
you guys gotta go too, then let's go.
Quinn, that's your name, correct?
Yes.
I've heard quite a bit about your preference for that beautiful stringed instrument you have. I heard it was instrumental in getting the entire situation stopped without further loss of life.
I believe it was useful, but I wouldn't say it was instrumental.
No, your fingers were more instrumental, but still. The reason why I'm discussing these things with you is that we have a quarterly meeting for city budgets coming up within the next night. And so the items you're discussing with me are things that obviously we're going to be throwing our money at. And I know that sounds somewhat heartless. We're throwing money at you because your causes have trained you to the point where you are effective. Sadly, the city doesn't have the ability to tell you to stay here. We don't. I could ask you to stay here. I don't have the kingly ability to tell you to stay here. So what I'd like to do is instead tell you that you're always welcome. And we implore that if you wish to stay, we will make sure that you'll have a place with a warm fire and bread and actual food. But we don't want to see hardship fall upon the people that have actually done so much good for the city. And we also ask you that you measure yourself. We ask you that you do not let heavy thoughts go to your mind. So many people that were heroes at one point fell later, and they did not get up. They did not have the ability to process the simple thing of fame. And that is what separates typically the gentry and lauded nobility from the others. Nobility can handle criticism much better, only for the fact it's always been criticized. Your temperament, your character will be tested, and I ask you just be patient with people. Be patient with me, be patient with the city, be patient with those around you. That's all I ask. You have my heartfelt thanks. The kidnappings were getting horrible. There's over 50 women that have been dragged off in the streets by that thing. Our
I
thaumaturge
suspect it was higher, sir.
Say again?
I suspect it was higher.
Well, we found the evidence of 50 young ladies that were missing, not including the ones you walked out of there.
Well, the temple was ancient. It's quite obvious it was operational even at a smaller capacity for years. So I would look through your records.
If I did it, I'd miss it. I'd skip over it. I wouldn't see the obfuscation that was written within the words, within the lines. I'll have somebody else use magic and use detection spells and divinations. We'll ask Og with a binder to unbind that which has been sealed. We'll do everything we can.
Bruce, can I make a diplomacy roll?
Please.
Yes. 125.
Awesome.
What would it, out of character real quick? What would be the proper honorary label? Like Duke or Your Majesty or Your Honor? What would be the proper in this?
They call him Lord Mayor, but he's actually the man in charge of the duchy itself. So you can call him Duke or Lord Mayor.
Lord Mayor. I found a phrase you'd used a little bit ago, very poignant. You said that there would be many nobles that would be envious of us. and it just seems that as young adventurers, people beginning their craft, but also building for their future, we lack something that nobles have, such as wealth or land or property. Um, there's a tower that one of our members have had their eye on, and I believe it's unclaimed. Perhaps that would be a suitable thank you. Tax free, of course. Fraternity.
The one of the nobles, one of the retainers, bends down by Lord Mayor Artax. They whisper for a moment. To my knowledge, the Shadowed Keep of Gilboath has been claimed as of recently, but you are indeed right. It's by your actual wizard, Mongoose, who had filed the paperwork. And I believe he's already paid. Have you not? Mongoose, have you already paid for the taxes?
Well, after out of character, after realizing my character would have had the money because I still had the money from my last job, yes, I did.
I we can amend that. That's fine. Fix it in post. Fix it in post. Okay. What you paid, the city will credit you for the next 5 years. You are tax free. That's the least we can do for you. And we wish putting this within your control. You are going to be 7 days ride outside of the city. 8 days ride. My bad. So my only statement is that we maintain communication. There is a lag time from when you write something and put it in a messenger's pouch to when it receives us at the front gate. And even from there to where it gets within my eyesight. However, we will do our best to communicate well to each other. About that same time, a couple retainers come from the king's side of the courtroom over to Mongoose, and they just hand him like a leather bag that's got to weigh like 40 pounds. And inside it is just parchments and design notes and other things which you look at and your eyes want to just bug the fuck out of your head and you look at it. You're going to need some time to develop the ability to read this. This stuff is like upper tier level.
Okie dokie.
The Lord Mayor Artax looks back at Quinn. Quinn, we will do what we can to keep in contact. If you are going to ever dutifully take care of the road between Gilboath and to the north and have a place to return to and repair at, that'd be fantastic. I would prefer you be within the city walls myself, but I cannot tell you how and where to live, nor would I really want that ability to abuse, because I certainly would abuse it.
I do like it here, and there are many places that I believe would suit my tastes. Have you made a decision what would happen to the old tunnels and the temple down there?
We're going to send many of our more trusted staff of Collegium Arcanum into that area, along with the accompaniment of some clerics of Mitras, as they have proven their worth time and time again for the city, and by the fact that we don't have a ranking cleric within the town of Mir, not yet at least. When he says that, you kind of take offense to that, Isabel, but after a little bit, you realize like ranking cleric is going to take time. That'll take you years to attain.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I didn't understand that.
Ranking whenever
I'm a
nobility
kid.
talks, when ranking nobility talks about ranking clerics, when nobility talks about ranking clerics, they're talking about a cleric that can actually cast a spell, raise dead. That's what they're talking about. So he says, I will do everything I can to make sure we have an open line of communication. I believe my retainers have given you the information to where you could have magical lenses and receivers built. Tomorrow, be ready for breakfast. So don't eat much tonight. If you can avoid food, that'd be great. Before we adjourn, do you have any questions, any of you?
No?
Lemmy, do you have any questions?
Six
have to-
Nation muted.
Yeah, he's muted. He might have barking dogs.
Oh yeah, he may have wanted to grab them real quick.
Hmm.
So if nobody else, I'll ask him. I can always ask him later. We're going to do what we can for you. Giving you 5-year credit on the holdings within the tower, the Shadowed Keep, excuse me. Is there any questions that you have aside from that?
Have you ever heard of? I mentioned the storm giant we met, or were shanghaied by.
He looks over to one of his soothsayers, and the soothsayer steps forward. Shortly before the party of Isabel and Mongoose had returned to the city of Reem, briefly before that, they had adjourned the ground in a trip with a flying castle, piloted and captained by a storm giant. What? A storm giant captured them and had them perform duties for the storm giant within the boundaries of his castle.
Yeah, I still have the evidence as I pull out one of the balls of salt.
What is that? Sees this giant white chalky thing. What is that?
Just salt, but it came out of a giant salt and pepper shaker.
Okay. At that point, the Duke is like, wow. Okay, we need to meet for breakfast tomorrow. Right now, I'm at the point where I wish to not be sober anymore because this is requiring me a great amount of destabilization in my mind, and I think a nice warm jug of whiskey would be fine for my liver. This is terrible. You were on board a flying castle, helped out a storm giant, and then were dropped off back whence you came. Okay.
Yeah, but what he did was not something I would immediately call as a potential threat to other people. What he wanted us to do was rescue his dog from giant spiders, because he himself was afraid of spiders.
About that same time, you notice that the bards are getting closer. The bards are wanting to hear this tale.
Well,
so
I will leave it to our local bard to tell the tale, who can tell it much better than me.
About that time, you hear Quinn pipe up, and he recants the story of the large giant tower that you're teleported to in the middle of the night, summoned to, however it may be. And afterwards, the crowd politely claps, but they're all looking at each other like, what the fuck? Like, who the hell are these people? What are they doing? Why are they involving themselves in so many situations? If I wasn't, hearing this from town criers, I think this would be BS. Lord Mayor Artax gets up, he slaps his knees, and he's like, "Well, that's it. We're meeting for breakfast tomorrow, and if you're in town next week, if you rejected your job with the Coaster and Trade Union Guild, that would be fine too. We would be more than happy to have you. We have many positions of importance and regular living that we need filled by people that are willing to not allow evil to take root."
Bruce, after he departs, before we all break up,
Mhm.
is that I'm assuming it was a wizard that explained the story of the storm giant to the Duke briefly.
Yes.
Is he still about?
He still is.
I mentioned the name of the barber that had led us to coincidentally be taken to the giant, because I believe he said his shop was here in Ream.
Mhm.
And I can't, I out of character can't find the name through my notes, but I'm sure my character remembers it and say, I would check in on him. And if he has disappeared, well, I believe the giant may have killed him, but we didn't actually witness that.
He's not upset about this. He's just, this is an incredulous tale. I want you to understand that we've had numerous people come out of the city and they've had their momentary day in the sun. But this is one of those stories that I keep expecting the bard to slap his knees and be like, "Well, that's it for today. Come back tomorrow and I'll tell you everything that happens." But it's not happening like that. This, you are. He stands up. He doesn't know what to say. He says, I know I'm surrounded by treasured individuals. Your fates, your deities, they give you blessings. We're committing a 4,000 gold location to the House of Mitra or House of Mir because of all the recent nobility updates where their kids are going, where they want their kids to be at. We're going to be fixing up part of the road going to Gilboa, making sure that's well maintained. You don't have contact with these big giants, do you?
Not reliably that I recall. Perhaps the wizard or the cleric remember a way to contact them.
No, I don't remember.
Okay.
Well, I thought I asked, but I might not have been heard. I can't remember. Oh, no. When I asked, Connell said, "No, don't do that."
Yeah, that's what happened.
Yes, that is true. And I do name drop all our family wineries to this individual, just in case people are thirsty here in the keep. It's good wine, well known.
Yeah, that's something you could tell the Lord or the
Oh, and the
mayor.
giant likes piss wine.
No, that all of our families are in the wine business, that they would like to start using our families to supply wine.
Oh, here's the best part, though. I just
That might
remembered.
help our
Despite what
family.
Connell said, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just remembered. Despite what Connell said, I went ahead and told the giant. I did tell the giant where to find my family's winery to get better wine.
Yes, you did.
So I think we will see him again at some point.
Well, right before the king or the duke clasps your hands and says, "I'd like to thank you, my new friends, and heartfelt appreciation for returning those lives which were so terribly assaulted and mistreated back to their parents, back to their support services, which may be able to get them to a mindset where they can function within common society. You've done something which many people did not have the guts for, and we can only thank you ever so much. However, we are going to be in touch. When you return back to town, we must discuss some things. There are things that are afoot, there are things that are in motion. I think that may benefit you and us and the community. But for now, I need to have my final briefing before I retire. So I'm going to do so. We will adjourn. And I'll see you tomorrow for breakfast. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
Perfect.
My name is Bruce, and this has been a alpha test of the campaign we've been playing with for the past 10 weeks officially. We do this every other week right now, and would like to continue doing this. There's some unseen pages of rules by my players that they need to see so they can continue to ascertain and acquire things so their characters can grow and they can realize their character's true potential. They're only second level. They don't have like the ability to smash gods yet, so don't get excited. However, they do have some very important abilities, which I think this game differs very much from other standard games that go with round-by-round bases. Many of you have seen that within the combats themselves. There's more to that on the way. We will be doing this game once again. This is the 30th of December, so it'll be, what, the 12th of January?
The 13th.
13th of January, we'll be having this once again. I will be shutting the stream down and taking the unit back to the hobby room. Give me about 30 minutes as I need to grab some food items. But me and Kyle will start up after that and begin the discussion of our year in review.
Woohoo.
Say again?
Woohoo. Woot woot.
If some of you guys wish to join, be in the chat and merely get a hold of us, and we may bring you on to discuss things. If not, we will rattle off things that were of interest to us. But there are also things that the chat will want to talk about as well, I'm sure. And I'd be more than happy to discuss those items. My name is Bruce, and I thank you all for being part of today's session. It's been a blast so far.